Our team's strength is probably being able to win every lane individually and translate that into good decision-making late game.
Dignitas, honestly, I believe our early game's probably one of the best.
I think we're just really good at controlling the map, team fighting.
Reginald makes our team strong. He's the leader, the boss, he's the core of the team.
What makes our team strong is mostly because of versatility. We can play anything.
I think we're really good at objective control, we're good at team fights, we're pretty well coordinated. It'll be a hard match no matter what. I think it'll be close games.
We know what they're going to do, they know what we're going to do. The better team will win.
This is our year. This is really our chance to show that we still can beat them when it counts. And today is when it really counts.
We've strategized and we've prepared more than probably any other team in this tournament, and we're ready to win it now.
We achieved one goal, making it to Worlds. The next goal is to be number one.
Everybody to our final day of games here of the NALCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime, Seattle, Washington. Are you guys excited? That's what we like to hear. I'm your host, Evie Supporter, and we have a ton of League of Legends action coming your way today, starting with Complexity and Cognitive Gaming trying to win their way into the promotion tournament. Then, Vulcan and Dignitas fight for the last North American spot at Worlds. And finally, Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid battle for the North American LCS Summer Split title. But before we get to the action, I'd first like to say hello to everyone around the world tuning into today's broadcast, including the members of the armed forces. And a special shout out to all of you here who got up extremely early to secure your spot here. Thank you very much. And now let's send it over to Kobe and Freak, who are hanging out over at the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Here we are. I am Freak. This is Kobe. Looking dapper as always. And this is the lounge where we're going to break down all the action and talk to the biggest names here at the LCS.
All right, that's going to be a bit later. Right now, though, let's send it over to Jat and Riv at the desk to kick off the final day of the NALCS.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I'm Rivington Bism III alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. And heading into day 3 here at PAX, what stood out to you most about these games, Jat?
I'd have to say the two teams that are in the finals right now, TSM and Cloud9, the crispness and the coordination of their play is definitely what surprised me the most.
It's going to be kicking off with Complexity battling Cognitive Gaming for a spot in that spring promotion tournament. Both these teams playing well, but only one's going to be moving.
Yeah, absolutely. And then after that, we have Vulcan taking on Team Dignitas for that berth, final NA berth in the World Championships. And of course, Cloud9 will face off against Team Solo Mid for the NALCS title and that bye at Worlds.
Absolutely. But before we get to today's matches, we need to talk about yesterday's game, starting with Cloud9 showing once again why they reigned atop of the NALCS standings for every week of the summer split.
Yeah, they actually looked a little bit shaky against Dignitas at the start of Game 1. But then they found their footing extremely quickly, and they just ran all over Dignitas in Game 2. They swept their way into the finals, and they earned that spot in the Season 3 World Championship.
And while just about everyone expected Cloud9 to roll into the championship game, second-seeded Vulcan was shocked in their semifinal series by a Team Solo Mid that looked like the old TSM for the first time all summer.
Yeah, so TSM looked crisp in their games against Vulcan, and now they're looking to sweep the spring and summer split titles, just like Fnatic did over in Europe. And just like Cloud9, TSM has qualified for the Season 3 World Championships now, which will be their third consecutive trip to Worlds.
Yep, and now that TSM and Cloud9 have punched their tickets to Los Angeles, we know 10 of the 14 teams that will be competing for the Summoners Cup.
Yeah, so like we said, Cloud9 and Team Solomid have locked in their spots for North America. The 3 teams from Europe are Fnatic, Lemon Dogs, and Gambit. 2 teams from Southeast Asia, of course, are the Philippines, Team Mineski, and Taiwan's Gamania Bears. From Korea, we know 2 of the 3 teams also, MVP Ozone, and then the #1 seed from Korea, Najin Black Sword. As well as the final team we have announced here, the International Wildcard Tournament winner from Lithuania, it's Gaming Gear.
And while TSM and Cloud9 were able to lock down a spot in the Worlds, CLG and Curse fought to simply lock down a spot in Season 4, and that wasn't even simple.
Yeah, so Counterlogic Gaming swept Curse 2-0, and while CLG is undoubtedly and understandably disappointed at missing Worlds, they can rest easy knowing that they're in Season 4 Spring Split, and now they have some times to improve their team for Season 4.
And the same cannot be said for Curse, who was officially relegated to the promotion tournament, where they could end up playing the winner of our Challenger Finals here.
Yeah, and in the Challenger Finals here, Cognitive Gaming did earn their trip to the Challenger Finals back on day 1 of PAX, and then Mega Zero and Complexity got their spot by beating pretty big rivals and to be determined yesterday to win their way into the match.
Right, and while we can sit here and tell you about yesterday's LCS action as it was amazing, they say that seeing is believing. So let's take a look at the best plays from day 2 of the North American Regional Playoffs and believe.
Day 2 of the North American Regional Finals from PAX Prime kicked off with a rematch of last year's third-place match between CLG and Curse. A fully loaded double-lift hyper-carried CLG to victory in Game 1.
Boy and St. Bass Brothers going in hard here. Will they get the damage? Chowster somehow dodges that volley, but it's going to be Boy going in for the kill. Turns on to Big Fat, not able to get it. Big Fat cleans him up. Nien now coming up big. He was in the fight, but it's double lift with a triple kill Nien on his side to keep him safe. Counter Logic Gaming trying to take it out. The Buster shot. He goes for the stun up, and he can't get it. His double lift, and Big Fat take down the Nexus.
Very solid finish there by CLG.
While Game 1 was all about double lift the carry, Game 2 is all about CLG, the team.
Chowster trying to get the kill here. Big Fat comes in big, but he doesn't have much to use on his abilities. Save.
I got you. Okay.
Oh, he knocked him back! Buster shot away, saves Chowster's tail. He swims off the safety. Big Fat still looking for safety there. He may actually die to the wolves. He goes in for the fight, repels, links on the other side. They come down with the kill. The unity of CLG.
And just like last year, CLG take out Curse here at PAX.
This could spell the Season 4 Spring Split for Counter Logic Gaming. They take down the second Nexus turret. Everything is falling but the Nexus Jet. Double it, patting his heart in a sigh of relief and strength.
And so many CLG fans will be wondering, where was this CLG yesterday?
Up next, a well-rested Vulcan took on the red-hot Team Solo Mid in the first game of the semifinals. And it was classic Reggie from the start. His aggression distracting Vulcan while his team secured Dragon.
Down to half health, that's a flag toss, but there's the rest of Vulcan. Smithy is not. Oh, he's gonna get the kill. Zuna, very well played. The Dragon goes down. Reggie trades his life for a secure Dragon.
Reggie's constant pressure led to an ace at Baron. And in classic TSM fashion, they just win at live events.
So they have to be careful for Zuna. Zuna taking the shot to the face right there, getting farther and farther lower. There's Smithy going down right away. 1-0. Bloodwater chunked down. He's gonna fall. Zuna gonna go down to Wild Turtle. 3 kills so far. The counter engagement goes across. Crescendo though. That's gonna be Mancloud falling over. Wild Turtle is alive, and that's surely gonna be the game. TSM bringing the semifinal 1-0 in their favor.
This is the TSM in crunch time.
Up 1-0 after their Game 1 win, TSM had the Bay Lifers believing they would advance to Sunday's finals. But Vulcan had some tricks up their sleeve.
So he teleports out, and Xpecial will not catch him in time. He could have flash blade, but
they're gonna rush the Baron!
Rushing Baron, the bait by Psycho Sid.
The teams returned to battle at Baron, only this time Dyrus brought the equalizer.
Oh my god, watch out.
They're very low. 2 of them are very low. Psycho Sid's very low. 2 of them are very low.
He's dead.
One's dead. Two down.
Wild Turtle eating Vulcan alive.
TSM would finish off Vulcan for the sweep, improving to 4-0 this weekend, and become the first North American team to qualify for the World Playoffs.
Goodbye to Zuna. This could be all it takes for the game. Mancloud gets caught, knocked into the air. Another double kill. This could be TSM in the semifinals. 2-0 over Vulcan.
No matter how many times you get to go to Worlds, it never gets old. Look at the faces. It's just like the first time.
It never gets old.
Would you like to finish with a couple of words for all the TSM fans out here?
Give me this.
The second half of the semifinals pitted the #1 seed Cloud9 against the 5th seed Dignitas. Dignitas took an early lead, but a sneaky Ash Arrow and some trickery from High would net Cloud9 the advantage.
Oh, right in the face!
Wow.
Cutie Pie takes it to the kisser, and that was indeed sneaky.
Can I get him?
The drain tether was not there. Shut down. Going on. Sonny's looks good. The
Double kill! Are you kidding me? Wow.
After exploding to a big lead, Cloud9 turned back Dignitas' last stand to take a 1-0 lead in the best-of-3 series.
They are sitting on the equalizer, cooking like marshmallows. Cutie Pie getting taken down. The Flame Spitter comes on to add even more heat to the fire.
GG.
Give me a fist bump, bud. Give me a fist bump.
You can see there's a bit of relief on high there.
If there's been one weakness in Cloud9's game this season, it has been level 1 mistakes.
Oh, the Fear is first. The Meteos could go down.
Going down.
KDA, and it's going to Kiwi Kid.
Meteos was able to bounce back from his early misstep.
Level 8 to level 7, and that's what it means. You become the food of the level 8. Patoy getting hit up as well.
And Cloud9 overpowered Dignitas to complete the series sweep and lock up their spot in the World Playoffs.
The Hemoplague is down, and so is he. Cutie Pie on the backside. There's so much disengaged from this Cloud9 team. They're able to take it, and they've done what they've done all season long, the victory.
Yeah, it's safe to say Cloud9 knows how to play League of Legends, no matter what stage they're on.
All right, guys, after 2 days of action here at PAX, we're down to the final 2 challenger teams. Let's take a look at the bracket. On Friday, Cognitive Gaming took out New World Eclipse to advance out of the semifinal round, while yesterday Complexity outlasted To Be Determined to earn their spot in the finals.
And the winner of today's finale will earn a spot in the Season 4 promotion tournament, where they'll join fellow challenger squad To Be Determined and Summer LCS teams Velocity Esports, Team Coast, and Curse in an attempt to qualify for the spring split.
And because I like brackets almost as much as I like this wonderful audience behind me, let's take a look at the nearly completed NALCS Regionals bracket. And as you can see, all the boxes are filled in. We're just missing a few highlighted winners.
Yeah, so in today's third place match, it's Vulcan taking on Team Dignitas for that final spot in the World Championship, while Cloud9 faces Team Solo Mid for the NALCS Summer Split title and a first-round bye into the top 8 of Worlds.
And to keep track of all the teams that qualify for Worlds, as well as VODs of any of the North American playoff action you missed, head over to lolesports.com.
And while you're there, make sure to vote for who you think will win today's 2 LCS playoff matchups. Just go to the schedule in the top right, click on the Finals tab, gaze into the future, and vote.
And then once you've locked in your winners, or what you think is going to be the winner, head over to Twitter and let us know. Who do you think is the MVP of the NALCS Summer Split, and why?
Or at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading the best responses live later today, and the 5 tweeters we choose will win a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
And it's time for our first break, but don't worry, we'll be right back with all the League of Legends action you can handle, starting with the Challenger Tournament Final, Mega Zero and Complexity versus iDream and Cognitive Gaming. The LCS Live from PAX Prime will be right back. Stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS live from PAX Prime. It's time for the finals of the Challenger Series, Complexity versus Cognitive Gaming. The winners of this best-of-3 series will earn a spot in the Spring Promotion Tournament and get a shot at making Season 4 of the NALCS. And with a win in today's finals, Complexity would make it 3 promotion tournaments in a row.
Absolutely. Complexity qualified for the LCS in the Season 3 Spring Promotion Tournament. Then they had to play in the Summer Promotion Tournament after they were relegated.
Even though Complexity lost their spot in the LCS after a lackluster spring split, they've been able to shake off the disappointment and dominate the Mobile Fire Challenger Series. They went 12-1 and finished in the top spot in the MCS leaderboard.
Yeah, Complexity has been trying to move away from some of the bad habits that actually got them relegated out of the LCS spring split, and it's showing some good results. They're refraining from overcommitting a lot to kills, and they have said they have a larger vision of the overall game, which means for them, more objectives and less chasing.
And yesterday's Complexity was able to achieve one huge objective, beating their rivals to be determined and earn a spot in today's finals.
Exactly. Complexity in that game was led by their 2 solo laners, Prawley and Mega Zero. Prawley first picked Caston in the first game. He's pretty popular here as well and turned a couple early kills into a dominating performance. And then in their Game 3 win, his Kayle was also pretty key. As Laudamortis tries to steal the spotlight away from him. Of course, Laudamortis is supporting those guys, but it was also Mega Zero. He was a nightmare for To Be Determined's iDream. Renekton and Aurelia were the 2 big champions for him, as he did very well.
And today, Mega Zero and crew face a Cognitive Gaming squad that swept past New World Eclipse in the Friday semifinals.
Yeah, Cognitive's AD carry Nothing here was amazing in their 2 wins. He only died once, and he also got 15 kills, which is a pretty good scoreline. There were multiple turret dives that he turned around for double kills in an amazing performance to get them.
That'll do. And while Cog was able to turn a winning performance yesterday, they came up a little short against Complexity back in Week 6 of the MCS.
Yeah, so the stakes were not the same, but we do have a bit of history to draw on here. Complexity did beat these guys in the past. Mega Zero was playing as Riven, by the way. He dominated in that game. Best Riven NA, maybe. But also, Nothing here was not in that game for Cognitive. So we'll see what kind of difference an amazing AD carry like him can make in this matchup now that there's a lot on the line.
Well, we'll have to check it out. Even though they lost to Complexity in their only head-to-head meeting during the Challenger Series, Cognitive Gaming thinks they have the edge coming into this final.
I think we have the better individual players in every single lane, so basically what we will have to do against Complexity is not let them have the best pick and make sure we set up the lanes to win them.
Well, we can study them. We kind of know like what they're gonna pick. We just need to like play it well in the early game, like have the good matchups and stuff.
Complexity, I guess. We just have to play our game and have the good lane matchup, because I think we can beat them if we play good and we have like all our champ.
The most specific thing I can say we need to do to beat them is play objective controlled game, because they don't have as much experience as we do, so we can snowball leads very easily.
I'm just going to focus on my play because I don't know anything about them. And so I'm just going to make sure that I do the best I can in the situations that I'm put in.
Our advantage is definitely that we want it way more. We have a lot of fire going into these games.
We've come in and we've strategized and we've prepared more than probably any other team in this tournament, and we're ready to win it now.
And now it's time to look at the starting lineups. In the blue side, it's Complexity. Mega Zero in the top lane. The jungle, Laudamortis. Probably in the mid lane, Trooper on AD, and their support, MIA.
Of course, in the red, it is going to be Cognitive Gaming. iDream is their top laner. Their jungle is Captain Ziploc. Zamfira is a very good Lulu mid laner they have to be careful of. Nothing here, of course, carried them to this spot, and Valkyrin was there supporting them.
So Nothing here, and we've heard that their mid laner on that Lulu probably going to be a little bit focused out here. Nothing here went between 2 different AD carries within those 15 kills as 1 death yesterday, so there's a little bit to think about. But that Lulu was always on the ban list.
Exactly. The pick ban will be pretty interesting here because in the semifinal matchups, we already have a little bit to draw from. So Cognitive Gaming got Lulu and Kayle banned away from them in both of their games, whereas Mega Zero had Rumble banned away from him 3 times, and they also had Kassadin and Renekton banned away from them twice. So the bans were very focused on Complexity's solo laners and also the mid laner of Cognitive.
And it'll be interesting to see if Mega goes for Rumble, because we've only seen Balls and Dyrus, even in the NA, using that at a professional level right now. So if he decides to go back into that, maybe they'll add a trifecta to the Rumble power of NA.
Yeah, I mean, based on the bans, he'd want to go for it. It's just a matter of will they let him go for it, because he definitely likes that champion, and it's a very scary thing for Mega Zero to have.
There he is on your screen. Helping out the bans for the team. They communicate to him what should be out here. They ban out the blitz onto Valkyr, and they just don't feel like dealing with that. The Lulu goes out first. It's not even like they kind of wait for it to see what comes out. They know they need to get it out of there.
Yeah, that was not even thought about. It's kind of it's kind of unfortunate, but if we think of the way the Complexity tried to play against To Be Determined, where the more exotic champions they just ban out because they don't want to deal with it, because we have to remember, Complexity has spent the majority of this practice playing against LCS teams, and generally the LCS teams aren't playing Lulu mid. So even if they could have developed a counter for it, it was much easier for them to just plan a ban around it and then prepare for more standard things.
We'll see what they've prepared for the day. The bans are always something that you can solidify when they're on the board, but the picks are something you have to get first, and it's going to be Elise coming in for Complexity. We know that Loudamortis likes to focus on a lot of tanky junglers, but towards the end of the split, when they were in the NALCS, he was starting to switch it up a little bit to more of the aggressive, more of the gankers.
Yeah, they're messing with us with that Fiora pick as well. But to talk about the Elise and a little bit of the pick ban retrospective here right now, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The Elise pick could very well be Loudamortis. He didn't play it in either of the matches yesterday. All right.
We'll let him carry champions.
All right, we'll go for this one. But really, the Zac ban is really smart by Complexity because iDream played that in both games that they were able to win back on the first day of here PAX.
Zac has been a formidable, challenging opponent for a lot of these teams. If he is let through, you at least have that initiation once you get towards the late game. Kind of fearless since you can bounce right out of it. But it is going to be Thresh Jarvan that we see coming in. Jarvan not getting that much play time this weekend as opposed to the other junglers as we see Elise. We actually haven't seen Zac go into the jungle throughout this weekend. He is now in the top lane.
He just loves the top lane. We got enough junglers, and he's just shown so much super tank effectiveness almost when we're coming into late game that there's no reason to go away from that. And specifically, that Jarvan Thresh pick by Cognitive of Complexities deciding their stuff. They definitely decided to go for that Rumble. But this means for Cognitive, they have the ability to focus ganks very hard on their bottom lane because Nothing here and Valkyrin really like to get rolling, and nothing ganks better than Thresh supporting a jungler who also has a gap close.
We saw Crumbs do it quite well on Dig when they went up against Curse. Kind of got in and out on Cop if you guys remember the replay. We'll see if Cognitive Gaming can kind of produce the same effect with the composition that they have. Seeing the Annie on Complexity side, I almost thought they were going to pull out the Shen again and start doing Annie flash taunt Tibbers Shen in engagements like they did. Yeah, exactly. But not this time. They do lock in the Rumble, and they're going to go for really not Nothing Here's Caitlyn, but one of those champions he did play yesterday and did exceptionally well on in engagements.
Yeah. It's a good pick away from Nothing here. I mean, Complexity is preparing, I think, fairly heavily off of the games they saw 2 days ago that Cognitive was playing, making sure they just did keep Caitlyn out of Nothing Here's hands because he was so effective on it, and it shows in the pick ban strategy as well. And then when we look across at Cognitive, they're trying to mix it up a little bit. They'll have the potential submarine move if Twitch comes in stealth while Shen is flying in on Stand United. But that's just another thing that Cognitive is building around Nothing here and trying to protect him as an AD carry.
We're looking for our mid laner here. They leave a lot to go on Zamfira, especially for this one. Knowing of his skill, knowing of that mechanic set, we're going to allow him to round out the bans as Complexity has 17 seconds here to figure out what they're going to do for a support. MIA, one of those supports that does go with quite a variety. He dips into the Alistar, he dips into the Fiddlesticks, he dips into the Blitzcrank.
He's also played like
dips into the Zyra,
Fiddlesticks and things, but the Zyra would be strong if they can lock it down with the Equalizer, and I think that's why they're going with that pick, because they need enough stuff to keep people in Prawley's Equalizer. If anything, Complexity's a little overloaded on magic damage right here, so it's going to put a pretty big emphasis on Chuper's farm, which is something he didn't have to do yesterday.
Choosing to go for that Karthus versus Orianna. Not the easiest matchup for a Karthus, but we'll see how Zamfira takes to this. The composition of trying to zone everybody onto that Equalizer is really what Complexity has put together here. Just suck everybody into that vacuum.
Exactly, and Zamfira with that Karthus pick, he did pick it against NWE. He went 7-3-6 with it, so it was a fairly good game. It was really him and Nothing here that got the majority of the kills to get them here when they were playing against NWE. But as you said, that Complexity composition is a fair bit about team fighting. It'll be interesting to see if they try and overcommit to kills in this one, because that's always been their fallback whenever they start struggling. And they need to keep forward that objective-facing game, even though they're going to be drawn into getting just team fights, and they got to distract themselves with objectives almost.
When I was talking to Prowley yesterday in the interview after their matchup, he was saying that was one of the main focuses, and we had to call ourselves out on it, he said. During the game, we started to falter, and we said, we're going back to our old ways. We need to stop. And be able to change that pace when you're kind of gunning in, your head's getting a little bigger because you have the kills, is really, really amazing to be able to do.
Yeah, and I mean, Complexity and their whole organization, just want to say here, they've been such a boon to the challenger scene, I got to say, because yes, they were in the LCS. They know what it was like to be there, so they know what it will be like if they can get back. And they've really embraced this. You know, the organization as well has kept the team completely together. It's continued to support them, and they really, you know, that's why they say they want it so much, because they were there, and they've been working this entire split to try and make it back. And
all that work with the mentality, they still have the fun they put out, the comical experience you get. Just being around them, talking to the team is amazing. But right now, we also have Cognitive Gaming, team coming up from the NCS, trying to make it happen for themselves. This Complexity looks to get back in as well. We are in now to the Challenger Series Finals.
Absolutely. Wonder if we're going to see some early warding by Cognitive to try and find where Complexity's lane is. They put so much emphasis on Nothing Here in Valkyrin going strong that they want to get the right lane matchup. Whether that's a 1v2 or a 2v1 for them, it's very difficult to 2v2 against Caitlyn Zyra. So there's actually a good chance Cognitive is going to want to find a 2v1. So they actually want to be able to get a ward in behind double golems, which isn't something Complexity is necessarily stopping them from going for right now.
Playing a quick game of hide and seek. Looks like MIA is trying to throw down some plants, and that one will be a ward, I believe. So they got safety in a few of the brushes for the engage, but it looks like it's going to be the late one for the red.
Yeah, this could get a little bit interesting. They're going to step on. No, they're walking around the Caitlyn. No, they didn't.
Oh, he's got clown shoes on.
Yeah, there was a trap in that brush, but they're still going for that ward because the big reason they're invading this is they want to get at least a little bit of vision of where Complexity's lane is. They ward just the lane itself, so they know exactly where Complexity's going to be. But this doesn't actually tell them where the lanes are starting.
He loves cupcakes.
They are delicious.
Never knew. They are. Yeah. Love some. We throw them out in the crowd.
Yeah, so
they're not going to do anything with this. They're like, yeah, few too many traps. He's feeling full. They don't want any more engagement off of this one. And it looks like with that ward in the bottom lane, it's going to be hesitant for Chuper and MIA to where they want to go here.
Did you see that, though? As soon as MIA walked over the ward, Cognitive pinged him, and they said, hey, guys, he's bottom lane. And they thought that he was going to stay there. But then at the same time, MIA is running all the way up top lane because they know the game that Cognitive is playing, and they're actually – it's double mind game, actually. The Twitch is running all the way back up top because they recognized that Loudamortis wasn't getting a pull on red buff. So Cognitive was able to put 2 and 2 together and know that Chuper and MIA were running top. So lane mind games in the start, and I have to say Complexity actually came out on top.
Chuper trying to come in and get some damage down. They get that wave pushed, but a good run by Nothing here. Allows them to get back before it hits the turret, so those two will be able to pretty much even out in this lane. As we start off, the even lanes means the slow turrets, means a bit of a slow start here for the teams, but we'll have to see. They may be able to change that with the first gank.
I wonder how aggressive Loudamortis is going to be on this Elise. Because he's had, you know, he's the type who has been playing the Amumu and the Nasus, but he still plays extremely aggressively. I remember when Loudamortis was really making his way into the competitive scene. He was doing jungle Alistar and jungle Maokai. He was just a full gank all the time. And now he's trying to focus a bit more on the objective-focused junglers. Elise is a mix of the two. So I really want to see how he plays this game.
Looks like they won't go anything for the top. Returning back now to the bottom. A very fast teleport back from MIA. Thought he was going back for more wards, but it seems like they've also called Chuper back to run to the bottom lane. The 2v1 matchup now. We haven't seen it too often this weekend, but we're going to see how the Challenger Series teams here react to this now. Remember, the turret armor up to 8 minutes is increased, so we'll have to see how they work.
I definitely feel like I had the read wrong on the objectives for these teams in their dual lanes because it was actually Chuper and MIA dodging out of the 2v2 lane against Nothing Here in Valkyrin, and now Cognitive deciding to follow again into the 2v2 lane. There could be some side objectives because the iDream versus Mega Zero, Shen versus Rumble matchup might also be swinging these things in the favor, but you can absolutely tell nothing here in Valkyrie want to 2v2 a lane.
Just waiting right in the wings. Ziploc looking to secure this kill. They have enough crowd control to take down Mega Zero here, but Mega will definitely know what he needs to do to get out of the situation as well. So it's going to be tricky. He's pushing that lane quite hard for what they want.
If Captain Ziploc is patient enough, the lane is going to shove past. And it's just a matter of waiting until the right moment. It's a very large creep wave as well. Mega Zero is basically in range.
They waited till he was not overheated. He may still have the flash to the scrap here. He puts it on, the scrap and the flash. He may get out of this one.
Oh, no.
They go for the next hit and the Q, but it's Zamfira in mid. He goes down. Prowley's in a double turret dive, and he also gets hit up. Wow. Two for one.
That was a very patient gank by Cognitive and an unexpected gank by Loudamortis. As a mid laner, you don't expect it to get dove behind your turret for that very reason. The double turrets will start hitting you. There's not very much speed, and Prawley ends up getting a kill back.
Good little disengage there. Valkyrie taking quite a bit of damage as their 2 offensive spells, or 1 offensive, 1 defensive, are down. Complexity uses that to their advantage. Small trades. It's going to give everybody a bit of an upper hand, but they know they're still pretty much even in this game right now. Nothing here in Valkyrie. Push back to the turret. We got to remember, nothing here really got his kills, his plays, and all of those wows from being able to mechanically dodge engages at turrets, get double kills from getting himself to safety. So he really shines in those tight fights, in those tight spots.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how he got extremely farmed in game 2 because the team was repetitively tower diving him. And it's nice that he was able to turn it around, but you also have to question, how was he in the situations where the other team thought it was a good idea to do that multiple times? And that means there's got to be a couple flaws in his laning play. He's just able to make plays in the clutch, so to speak.
After that first gank top, we really haven't seen any aggression coming out from Loudamortis here. We did see that middle gank that was pretty much a counter to what happened top. So far, they're regrouping, trying to get items, Spirit Stones for both junglers, and a lot of wards coming out very early here. Everybody's picking one up on any back.
Yeah, I mean, they know that the only kill on Complexity is on Loudamortis, so Loudamortis is potentially the strongest person on Complexity right now. And if Cognitive just puts a little extra warding down, they can kind of prevent that. In all of the lane things that happened earlier, Zamfira actually got the kill back, which puts him at a bit of an edge over Prawley.
Another swap coming in. iDream to find the headshots of Trooper once again, but that's 6 to level 4 here. If there's a gank in this lane, that's going to be pretty hefty damage coming from Cog.
But here's that objective game that Complexity was talking about. They do the lane swaps. They predicted the Cognitive would follow, and they just went straight for the Dragon. There's actually Cognitive trying to set up another Jarvan gank in the top lane, and have to see if he stood on a ward.
And Loudamortis
actually not, yeah. So they just picked up a smart Dragon.
Picked up the Dorans on Elise for a little bit of this, too.
Yeah, he actually started the game with the Dorans because he wanted that for the early turret dive, which he was somewhat successful with. Now he's going back to the Spirit Stone. That was just him actually saving on health potions for the most part.
6 is in mid. Yes, Zamfira is as well, so we're going to have to watch for that Requiem window being up since he has not used it yet. We'll have to see if it's an engagement in the top lane. Usually you'll see a hard engage by the AD carries around their 6, and then they back off like they weren't going to get the kill. And bam, Karthus does not have to move. So eyes out for that from Cognitive Gaming here. And Complexity has to have that on their mind as well.
Yeah, Captain Ziploc has been looking for that blue buff for quite some time. It just now spawned up. He's been prancing back and forth for a little while, trying to steal his blue buff from Loudamortis, and potentially setting up a gank in the bottom lane, but his main objective here is just stealing blue. Looks like he got it.
Crushes it away, the ward's there, so even sees Loudamortis coming on the backside, which alerts the top lane, where I believe Loudamortis, no, he decides not to go. He was heading there for a second. So 8 minutes into this one, not many kills on the board. Since the lane's being swapped so much, it's interesting to watch how the teams are adapting, and like you said, how Complexity actually tricked them into just taking that dragon away.
Yeah, Complexity also lane swaps a lot more than Cognitive. One of the strengths of Complexity for their team is just lane rotations in general, and that's how, as I was talking to these guys, how they actually beat Cognitive back when they played before, was just lane swapping like crazy and confusing Cognitive, catching Cognitive in rotations.
All right.
Blue stole back.
It goes to Loudamortis. There was an auto attack from Prowley, but it's all right.
I mean, wanted it anyway.
Yeah.
The other jungler had a blue. Loudamortis wanted to keep pace with them. That's what I would have done.
It's a meh. 11-3 to 11-7. That 400 gold in favor of Complexity here. That Dragon helping out just a tad. We're going to look at the CS, 65 to 55 in favor of Shen, the bottom lane. So the lane's almost even, but just a little bit winning in the favor of Cog, which is helping to keep that gold close for now.
Yeah, look at these turrets going down, too. Ledamortis and Mega Zero really pressuring iDream. iDream doesn't feel safe at this turret right now because we know how strong Ledamortis is going to be at level 6 with those double buffs, plus an equalizer. Could pretty much just kill him. And they're very close to getting that turret down. Taunt comes in as Jarvan's approaching.
Oh, saves the turret near 200 HP. Ziploc just on the backside, and they will be able, no, not to get out of this one. He goes for the Cataclysm flash in, but that means he's sitting on the equalizer. The Requiem comes down. This is the window they were looking for, but Mega may be able to pick up this kill.
He wants those double buffs.
He will get himself the double buff transfer.
What a huge turn there for Complexity.
Just got a fist pound from Ledamortis.
Absolutely. That's a worth double kill and double buffs for Mega Zero's Rumble, which was banned away every game they played yesterday against To Be Determined for a reason. And then he can go and get the turret. You could really say Cognitive was forcing that one there because the only reason they engaged is they overestimated the damage that the Karthus ultimate was going to land to their 2v2. But cataclysming double melee against a Rumble means you will be sitting on top of that equalizer, and it just did not work out.
Oh, gonna be on the trap. He puts himself in a bad spot. That's the turret range. He is gonna get hit with another turret shot. He is gonna go down. Valkyrie puts himself in his own death sentence.
Absolutely, Rip. That's another worth for Complexity. Cognitive trying to use their globals to make their lane swing, but they give up a 1-for-1 in a 3v2 gank. Just not worth it.
Ledamortis to the top here, giving out a little bit of help as MIA has gone down in the previous situation, so they're trying to play these ones smart. A very good kind of advantage they've grabbed here. Getting that Dragon, now spreading a 2,000 gold lead in a matter of minutes at 11 minutes.
Yeah, this is looking good for Complexity, and now they're going to want to put more pressure down onto the objectives because they have swung the lanes a little bit by winning those undermanned exchanges. They had to deal a 2v2 against a Karthus ultimate and came up on top. Then they 2v3'd against a Shen ultimate and came in on top. They're looking strong right now. Probably can escape.
Great play for Probably. That shield's not going to come back up in enough time. Great assurance on the kill coming in from Cog.
And I wonder how Prawley's Orianna is going to transition through the rest of this game because he's generally been a player who plays a lot of unconventional things, and Orianna's a very conventional matchup, especially against, look out, Captain Ziploc. Oh, one to the right, one to the left.
I think Mega thought, he's like, wait, okay, I'll try it, and then kind of
he mind gamed himself.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, this guy's not going to move. Oh, he is going to move. All right.
But being able to put this kind of pressure on, 12 minutes in, you shouldn't be able to be sitting in between the two turrets. Their top lane now to the mid lane to start covering. As you can see, they're frantically pressuring this top to try to get the turret down, but it's going to be Probably and Trooper going up to that lane. So if Trooper pulls this one in, Probably could change the fight.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to stop this one. I mean, Prawley's going to go in, and it looks like Valkyrie's thinking about a dive. As soon as they get aggro, here comes Prawley.
Oh, no!
See you later.
Probley just walking up from the backside, says, hello, welcome to the party, and it's going to be nothing here. The ball movement, now that it's on Probley, is going to be a little bit better. Running forward, slowed down by the flask, and nothing here gets out alive. Well played again in the mind games by Complexity.
So it's the rotations, once again, by Complexity that have been a little bit stronger than Cognitive's. They then rotate Prawley top lane because they recognize it would be unexpected by Cognitive. And now the question is, can they get down bottom fast enough to support this Dragon? Troopers overstayed a little bit long here, trying to get a turret as well.
I think by now, Cognitive in that mindset of, no, they can't be doing that again. Nobody's behind them, but it is every time. Complexity's staying consistent with that strategy, and they are getting mounds of an advantage with it. 5-5 is a score, but that gold lead, almost near 2,000 still. Trooper should be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, surprisingly, Trooper's the same level as the solo lane Shen, which goes to show how much iDream has actually been shut down right now. And this is an extremely dangerous Dragon for Cognitive to be trying. Even though they have the Shen ultimate, they're putting themselves in a pit against Mega Zero's Rumble, who's already 2-1 with multiple magic penetration items.
He has finished those
another
sword
turret
boots.
too.
Haunting guys, the minions coming up big onto that one, but Mega Zero gets himself into a sticky situation here. The backside is his friends, and this is exactly what he wanted. The double man shockwave, the third on the Stranglethorn, the pop-up as iDream comes in with a shield and stand united, and they might have to back out a little bit here. Loudamortis is in a bad spot for a 4v1. They're coming on the backside. It's gonna be some good damage. Probably low on mana. They're gonna have to back out of this one. The positioning really hurt them there.
Chuper wasn't there for that fight, and Cognitive just jumped on them. They're trying to Requiem to catch out a low target. No dice, and it's still a 4v4 with this Dragon. It's getting a little bit low, but there's no smite contest. So I don't think Complexity's going.
A little dangerous here. They don't have a long-range grab or any of that hard crowd control that's going to keep him there, unless Shen, no, his flash is almost up, but he's not in range. So Complexity playing it to the last drop of what they could try to pressure, but they do lose the Dragon, and that is a good close on the deficit in gold for Cog.
Absolutely. Being able to get the Dragon back while being down 1 in turrets means a lot of benefit for them. Swinging back, 3 kills on Zamfira, 2 kills on Nothing here. Those are the people that Cognitive Gaming want kills on if they're going to be trying to take on this Complexity team.
So we look what is going into the inventories here as Loudamortis does what he can. Don't see really anybody on the backside except for 2. There's going to be against 5 here. They choose to kind of waltz it away. We can see the consideration now being put onto Nothing here. 3 pink wards sitting in the hands of Complexity for this next engagement. Wherever it may be, the turrets are falling fast and Complexity is yet to lose anything but the top one.
But here comes Complexity going for kills.
Oh, man, Shockwave onto the Spider. Not doing too much damage there because it was Loudamortis's. So that was a very nice flash coming out. The blue is taken. Whoa. These guys,
oh, he's dead.
Complexity is going on things that they know. To us right now, it looks a little bit like they're going in the tunnel, but they are so powerful. We saw those kills going on to Mega Zero. They are handling what they can do perfectly.
Yeah, that was a choice right there of Complexity to just go in because they had cooldowns, but they can get objectives out of it anyway. By forcing Cognitive out of the blue buff, they're also allowing Chuper more time to push in that top lane, and then making their own push go as well. So they're actually looking for a blue buff objective there. They just happened to find a Valkyrie with an Oracles, which they were able to take out.
Another Complexity took into consideration about, you know, really trying to fight or stop or dive Nothing here. He does have 2 kills because of their ability to roam, what's happened in the adapting and the fighting, but they have not gone after him to give him those kills. He got them because he was pressured, so they're trying to stay as far away right now as they can, and the kills are going on to Zamfira. So with the Rod of Ages coming out, it's not going to be huge bursts of damage. It's going to be a lot of utility for the team.
Yeah, right now, Zamfira is going to be looking still to farm up. He's actually not farming at an amazing Karthus clip. 115 CS at 17 minutes is not necessarily a huge amount of Karthus farm. If we had to just think about who has the team fight edge right now, though, I'd say it would be Complexity if they can MIA with Mega Zero. So it's there's a lot of pressure on Mega Zero and MIA to get these things right. But as you can see, just the overall strategy of the game, Cognitive is giving a lot of ground to Complexity, which is why we can see Wraith steals like that.
Pretty good wave push here, clearing up the, looks like top wave. It's going to be for Mega Zero, so he will not be in too many engagements, but it looks like they're also sending power in numbers of 2 for Complexity here. Or it's just Chuper playing a little scary. He's walking by himself through the river. They know that's going to be a attack on mid turret. These guys are back and forth right now, trying to figure out where the kill can come from. Valkyrie, again, still quite low, taking a lot of damage on his side. It's going to be Zamfira taking it again, the Lantern to save. And Complexity is a little too not focused on one person here. Ziploc taking damage, Dream is taking damage.
Mega Zero!
Everybody's health is low. Mega could be what they needed. Will he be able to scrap shield into range? The ace in the hole does hit. There are so many health bars, maybe a full health bar altogether. iDream through and he goes, but he goes down in the end to the hands of Mega. Mega could clean this up, but he also could go down for the shutdown to Nothing here. That is the good gold that he needed.
And this is just incredibly back and forth.
Dear.
Mega Zero took the long run down to that fight and nearly cleaned up. But we look at what actually happened. We're at 9 kills to 9. The gold is still 1,000 away, and Nothing here got yet another kill. So one other thing in this fight. Imagine if Mega Zero was here right now, because they got everything comboed in. Stranglethorns and Shockwave kept them knocked up, but there was no equalizer that they were standing on right here. And it actually ended up taking down Loudamortis to the Ignite of Shen. Then there was a re-engage by Cognitive, but that's when Mega Zero came in, and he wanted to cut Cognitive off with this one. But because there was nothing locking them down, Cognitive could just run right back out. Nice feint timing by Shen to block that one. And then Mega Zero just goes all in to stop them, but it was a nice counter turn by the bottom lane duo of Nothing Here and Valkyrin, who did everything in their power to shut down and stop Mega Zero from getting in for more kills.
Nothing Here sitting on a good amount of gold right now. He does have those 3 items ready to piece together the Infinity Edge, which is just about ready. Actually is ready, but he's choosing to push this wave a little past River. They can go back safely, and they can force this mid lane now. It still is that 1 turret down for Complexity, and that's the top one. We see that being pushed out by iDream. His Stand United is up, so the engagement still possible to come in, but they may wait for that Requiem.
If they can wait for the Requiem, they definitely want to.
Right.
Because they know how close these team fights are, and they also recognize the last one was a little bit of a 4v5 for them, where they still ended up only getting 2 for 1, so they have to be quite careful. And I think they want iDream to get a couple more items as well. He's sitting on a lot of Shen gold right now, about 1,350. He will want the Sunfire Cape to go with Fierce Spirit Visage, so he can really just run at Trooper and not worry about the magic damage that's hitting them elsewhere.
We're trying to flip side on the bottom as well. Mega Zero doing the same thing right now. You can see those top lanes matching up. Mega Zero has 700 more gold than iDream, but they maybe won't be meeting each other anytime soon with the split push going on. Right now, iDream going back. They see that. Mega Zero could catch Valkyrin here. It looks like everybody's getting a little split. Complexity is starting to move for the engagement, but it's Cog that's moving to disengage.
And they're just waiting a couple more seconds for that Requiem to come up. He's only got 14 seconds left. And here's that blue buff invade that we saw Complexity pick up a couple kills off earlier. They really want to go and harass this, but the blue buff's just going down too quick.
Getting a little bit on that. Able to force the smite would have been quite nice, but I don't think he would have used it anyways. They would have given that up to see what they can do here.
And this is the spot where Complexity would want to fight if Cognitive comes in on them.
Oh,
here
there
comes
it
though.
is.
Shen Todd's in. Mega Zero's around the back though.
Ooh. That was pretty creepy. They do have a ward on the bottom side to see Mega Zero, so they all take a deep breath, realize what the situation is, and back out safely.
Yeah, everybody calm down. But Complexity's not wanting to calm down. They're wanting to keep the tempo pressed. They're going for this mid-turret because they know that Cognitive has to take a long rotation down to avoid the fight.
You can see Gator Mortis on your screen there trying to help the team, getting shots down onto the turret. He's getting himself in some pretty crazy situations, but with that repel, with the, the Jarvan flag tosses kind of baits we've seen this weekend, the junglers have been doing quite big things for their teams.
And they're just living in Cognitive's side of the jungle. Eventually, Cognitive's going to fight him back. If Twitch gets a good spray and pray off and Karthus dies in a good spot, Cognitive would win these fights, whereas Complexity has even more tools to try to turn this around. This type of tight corridor is an extremely explosive fight.
You mean that tight corridor? Zamfira sitting right on the equalizer. Valkyrin flashes on the equalizer, but that's to get in range and pull himself over the wall. Actually, quite a nice play to get the ulti in. It looks like they are going to continue this fight. Cog has very good damage going down. Somehow they dodged all of that area of effect damage in a tight area and are able to come out with this fight on top.
Trooper's trying to duel Nothing Here off on the side, but he is not coming out on top.
Oh!
Yikes.
That was an expunge.
And let's take a look at why this fight went the way it did. Nothing was really locked down on the equalizer, even though they killed Zamfira, and probably died right as his shockwave was going off. So you saw the circle start, but it never hit. And at that point, since the Requiem hit, and they were barely in range for some of that to file, Cognitive was just able to chase down. Nothing got on Nothing Here, and he was able to just fight off. Once the stun landed, Trooper thought he could have a go at him, but he could not duel the Twitch. Nothing Here flashed in, even took a turret, almost took a turret shot to get the ace.
Well, they indeed took those turrets. They took 2 off of those kills, and as you watch that fight, not to call Valkyrin out, he actually kind of, fast-fingered his ultimate before he flashed and went over the wall. But to win that fight still without that ultimate means Cog is easily starting to ramp up now.
Yeah, just look at the 406 Twitch right now. Vamp Scepter already, plus the Zeal, a little bit ahead of Trooper, and it's mainly... Baron's pissed off now. Mainly that spray and pray that was able to rip through the tight corridors of that Complexity fight. Really, if Complexity's not going to line up that equalizer with a Stranglethorns or a Shockwave, they're not going to be winning these fights because they're getting them in the tight spots. They're just not necessarily layering to get it like they want.
Yeah. Again, the engagement down the corridor. of Cog's jungle on that red side. Valkyrin walking right out of that, but you can just see the equalizer alone taking him to half.
Yeah.
That was a big waste, though, for them.
But if Cog can get a fight right now, they're absolutely going to do it. The things they're worried about are the Shockwave and the Equalizer. So Flash is up on iDream. He's going to look to catch someone.
Oh, he gets the flash taunt. MIA is able to get out of that one. The grasping roots backwards would
Jarvanol.
be acceptable
One
right
more.
now. He gets another taunt, staying in range. He's going to have to throw on the ulti. Keeps it actually for the team, and they should be able to get out. So he holds most of his summoners. Oh, actually most of his things, not his ultimate. He blows his summoners.
And there's still a potential for Cognitive to re-engage this one, because Shockwave and Equalizer are still down. And that was a little bit of what we're talking about, the old complexity, the complexity is trying to move away from, where they used both of those ultimates for kills and then didn't have them up for the objective fights.
There's the repel. He does have walls, but iDream is giving them vision to where pretty much everyone is here. They're safely moving through, knowing that Rumble ulti is down. They can walk through, not even wearing hard hats on this one. Cog is definitely trying to pressure back onto complexity. They know they have the upper hand now.
They do have to recognize that they've been chasing for a while.
Yeah.
And Prawley's Shockwave is actually back up right now, so everyone of Cognitive is just going to say, all right, guys, good job. We chased down, got MIA, but we should get out of here because they were pretty low on mana and they burned a fair chunk of cooldown, so they need to reshop in case there's a Baron objective force soon. Mega Zero needed to clear the bottom wave as well because he knew that Cognitive was going back to base, and I think these guys are going to kind of reset for another big team fight fairly shortly. Despite having a Shen, we haven't seen a huge amount of split pushing in this game.
5-0 and 6 coming in for nothing here. Somehow he finds a way to get those kills in his pocket. Hardly ever dying, but being in the engagements. Participating in 11 of the 15 kills on his team right now.
Yeah, that is quite impressive. I mean, him, Jarvan, and Karthus have all been extremely involved. Captain Ziploc from the very start with those Jarvan ganks that he was able to get, even up top, got the first kill of the game there. He's been very impactful, and he's also going for that aura right now. Aegis of the Legion, probably Locket of the Iron Solari will be the upgrade, giving his team a little bit of extra power to not get blown up by Shockwave and Equalizer, since the team fights are also close and the auras are able to hit everyone.
That Shockwave is being considered. I wonder if that Aegis will actually go into the Locket. Would have maybe expected to see one without an Elise for the Karthus, but they're actually just going to go for a straight build of damage coming out on a lot of Mortis after that Golden Spirit. Goes for the Pen Boots along with Rumble in the top lane, so they're very AP heavy that we haven't really mentioned coming into this composition.
Yeah, and I mean, the build for a lot of Mortis on Elise is hard to pass up. Elise has so much base damage that Magic Pen really just blows people up. We really need to focus on this next Baron, though, because Cognitive has actually kind of retaken some of the ground, and they're starting to poke around Baron, looking for fight. Holy crap.
Whoa! Chuper just got exploded. MIA dodging that one out for a quick second, and that is not what they expected. Something has to be contested here, whether they dance it out or whether they actually get it.
And here's the hardest part for Complexity. They have all magic damage when Chuper is down. We know that Chuper generally is a good AD carry if he doesn't have to carry the whole game. This is troubling right now. 4v5 at Dragon. Jarvan ultimate is up. Captain Ziploc wants to find something.
There's a pretty good grasping route. MIA will be the one to go down again here. The team should pretty much let this happen. They should be backing out right now. A lot of Mortis taking a few shots. I don't think the slow is going to stick enough for iDream to catch him. And he does get himself away.
Chuper is up, but he's still a long ways away from that Baron buff. And the Equalizer is down for Mega Zero. This is still a contentious Baron for Cognitive. I wonder if they're going to keep trying to find kills or if they're actually going to force this Baron objective.
Pink Ward going down right in the middle, but Cog has already thought that one through, making sure that nothing here has easy entrance and escape into the fight. Looks like they slow things down to really feel out where each other are right now. Cog, they're pretty much playing cat and mouse on the other side of the wall. They know they're there and they're taunting them into this dragon.
Yeah, and this could be a 5v4. There is no MIA here right now. Equalizer is still down, but Cognitive has no strong initiation. They're a little low. Here's a big fight.
Going on to Ziploc. He could be going down on this. They did secure the dragon, so that goes to Cog, but the kills are coming in big here. Mega Zero takes him out on the backside. Ace in the hole coming in from Chuper, takes down Valkyrin, and it's going to be back and forth. Only one Retribution kill coming in on for Complexity, or rather for Cog.
Captain Ziploc did get the Dragon Steal amongst all that, which means the gold from that fight is actually pretty balanced out. It continues to look like Cognitive Gaming here, still 2,000 gold lead. it was a good fight for Complexity, but if they could not win that Smite War for the Dragon, that move is not necessarily worth it, as bold as it was.
Not with what has been happening. For that, just means that COG has found the next step of the ladder that they're pretty much getting up, and they've far surpassed Complexity now. The 2,000 gold lead starts to increase for that Dragon, 18-14, a 7-0 and 780 carry that we really haven't seen COG use their comp to fruition. We've seen Jarvan ultimates come in. We haven't seen anything Submarine-ish. We haven't seen Karthus flashing and trying to get into the fight, or a Thresh engagement. Everything has been pretty basic for them. So if they keep sticking to the basics, it's going to be pretty good.
It's been solid enough. Cognitive doesn't want to go in too far where they'll all line up for the Shockwave and the Equalizer. They're kind of waiting to see where those spells get used by Complexity and then measuring their engagements. And it's working out quite well for them.
It's kind of one of those situations where more accounts that whoever uses their ultimate first will probably lose kind of thing.
It depends, right? I'm still waiting for that moment where Complexity can get the Equalizer down in a non-avoidable spot for Cognitive, because that actually hasn't happened yet.
Right.
And the game is still extremely close.
See what is on the mind of Complexity. They don't want to go past River just yet, but they have the wards to do so. Their entire jungle is littered with wards right now, and only 2 or 3 that COG is really putting up to that. Cognitive has the idea for Baron as well, so both of these teams are kind of in danger zone in that mindset, really taking it slow.
Yeah, getting up around that 30-minute mark, the game is getting very explosive. If Chuper gets caught again like he did that last time, it could actually mean the Baron. That ultimate's not going to be doing too much for him, because Twitch is going to lifesteal most of that up on the next wave, and Less Complexity was hoping to find a fight almost immediately.
4-3 in turrets. COG found a lot of turrets after that top one went down, and they really had a stall out for a few minutes. It's allowed them to get that increase in gold, but Complexity is not letting them get too far away with it. It seems like all of these squads, just as they move in packs and dictate where the other team is going to go. Looks like they're going to push down middle here.
Yeah, it's like a push-pull right now. They're kind of trading mid lanes without looking at each other. There's a lot of ward clear coming out from Cognitive Gaming right now, and they're definitely the ones with a slight upper hand right now because they have the positional advantage, but they're definitely not feeling safe enough to take that Baron. Complexity is very worried about a potential Baron rush or Baron steal because they don't know where Cognitive is, and they can't see that Baron being taken right now. MIA is trying to get vision.
There's quite a bit of gold on Mega
He sees him.
and on Zamfira. MIA's just on the outside. The hook goes in. They do get Loud Mortis. Is it what they want? Oh my god, he takes him right down. He makes him the food.
Shockwave miss.
Goes into the fight. Stranglethorn pops up 2. iDream and Zamfira looking to get back into the fight now as they have their movement back. Probably getting damaged, and now he's pinched between 3. He gets hit up with a beautiful taunt from iDream right from the side of the wall. Loud Mortis is still alive after being engaged on first, which means COG focused on the exact people they needed to after the initiation. Oh, Chuper with the orb walk backwards, and he does get himself a kill.
And this is a 3-for-3 where Complexity almost whiffed their ultimates. Can he get Twitch?
Gets on the frenzy, gets on the Q. He cocoons. Whoa, no mana means he needs to turn tail and head back home.
So right there, we saw Complexity kind of flexing their muscles. The Shockwave missed from Prawley. As you can see, the Equalizer went down. Doesn't do too much. Takes nothing here, down maybe about 500 health. They did kill Valkyrie at the start of the fight, but losing your 2 solo laners' ultimates to very little effect and then still being able to win a fight is impressive in itself. Nothing here got flanked pretty hard here. He got a lot of Shen Shield, and he did extremely well in this fight, but the rest of Complexity really just carried in around behind him. Loud Mortis and Chuper really stepped up in this fight, making up for the missed ultimates that Complexity had given up in that fight. Look at this. Barely staying alive, going through the Shen Shield, then flashing back at just the right moment.
He was actually having to click on nothing here. If he A-clicked, Ziploc would have taken one of those shots. So at some point, he switched from his A-clicks back to having to
a lot of quick clicking back and forth.
Exactly click on Twitch.
Here's another fight, though. This is almost a repeat. They get him an Equalizer.
Zamfira is hatching that Equalizer right now. Loud Mortis goes in. Baron's going to be doing a bit of damage here, but it's Chuper that picks it up with a smite shot. Ziploc trying to make that seal look good, and he cannot get the secure. He goes down himself. Complexity coming out huge, but wait a minute. That was a big turn. Daydream coming up big with nothing here on that kill. Nothing here, and iDream still alive. MIA and probably the other side. They have Baron, which means the regen is there, but they're going to try to keep that on themselves instead of engage.
What a crazy game, Riv. You could see Trooper headshotted the Baron and basically out-damaged Smite, which is why neither of those junglers have used their Smite, because he got spiked down randomly by the Caitlyn. And then that fight itself was looking so good for Complexity, but unlike the last one that they won, when they were able to just burst down Nothing Here at the start of the fight, Nothing Here came afterwards and just cleaned up for that triple kill. He's the threat here, and he's hunting.
Dun-dun. 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 Oh,
Can he
no,
root him?
MIA, he roots him. Nick's ball, that's all. That's all she wrote.
Yikes. 12-1 right now.
Don't even need the submarine.
Whew. Yeah, he's his own submarine right now.
You've sunk my battleship. Now it's 25-21. At 35 minutes into this game, there is only a 200 gold lead with everything that's been happening, and only one turret in the favor of COG right now. It seems like we're almost just starting the game.
Yeah, we've seen the team fights. Seen the team fights go back and forth already. Complexity missed ultimates and won a team fight. Cognitive fought against a Baron Complexity while getting caught in the ultimates and still won. So you can see these are very swingy fights in a sense that both of these teams are extremely strong and building a huge amount of damage. COG has generally a stronger tank line because they have the Shen and the Jarvan, but you just think Twitch Karthus, those are two of the highest damage people you can bring in those two roles. You look around at Complexity as well, and they are building mostly offensive items across the board, even though Latimortis does have some defensive itemization with the Locket of the Iron Solari now coming in. He went the Magic Pen route. Chuper has yet to build a defensive item because he's trying to keep pace damage-wise with Nothing Here. Hasn't been working too well, by the way, because Nothing Here is nearly full item build. It just goes to show the explosiveness of these fights and how undecided this game still is.
And looking at Zamfir's build, he does it a little differently as well. Usually you see the Rod of Aegis, Seraph's Embrace, into the Zanyas, into the Void Staff for the damage there, but he's like Rabadon's Void Staff. I don't need the Zanyas. I can go down. My team continues to fight for me. So he's not worried about staying alive too long. He's just worried about getting all that damage out from Requiem to either start or end the fight.
Yeah, and that Requiem is going to be hitting like a truck. Let's see right now, with 611 AP and the ranks 16 Requiem, it's 916 damage Requiem. That is hitting everyone, guaranteed. Chuper should probably pick up some magic resist, as well as MIA, even though he already has that Twin Shadows for 40 MR, only because if Chuper doesn't have magic resist, it basically means he loses every duel to Nothing Here, because he's going to be starting the fight so low after Zamfir's Requiem.
I think Latimortis heard me, but he just did it himself. He actually picks up that Locket of the Iron Solari, super helpful to mitigate that Requiem. A little bit of the damage, so it won't be hitting full every time. Or so they're hoping.
Or so they hope.
Oh,
If he hits the button as well.
Yeah.
It's generally helpful.
Looking at those scores, CS is actually pretty high, but still pretty even. 209 to 203 in the top. There's a big difference in the jungle. We know a lot of Mortis likes to farm. 122 to 89 there as this top turret gets taken down near the base of Complexity. 281 to 285 there. So the lanes, you know, like COG said, I think we have better lanes than Complexity, but as it goes, it looks like they're actually pretty even.
Yeah, and this is a strange split push defense right now from Prawley, trying to keep tabs of iDream, where Cognitive is then doing the split push of their own. He's the only person Complexity could send on the split push other than Latimortis who could actually interrupt the Stand United if they go in. And this could be a 4v4 Complexity tries to force. iDream trying to get out of range so he can ult in if a fight happens.
Latimortis has to be careful. Somebody, yeah, because iDream's making his way over, and it's not a back just yet from Prawley. Stand United is up, so that engagement could have been a 5-on-4 towards that inhibitor turret.
And now that Prawley's shown in this lane, it means Cognitive gets to push right back, but
I think
if
he can push fast
safe,
enough.
they're trying to stay back if they can't get hit by any of those hooks.
Orianna, super good wave clear, and it is going to draw the attention. That means iDream just went from bottom to mid with really out helping the team. He didn't even push that mid wave. Not that he had the chance to, but this gives Prawley the advantage. He's able to take this, and there's no way he's going to be able to catch Prawley.
Yeah, and Prawley's actually beating iDream for the most part in those duels. This is nice split push movement by Complexity dealing with the Shen as long as they can handle it
Whoa.
here. And here comes the hard initiation from Cognitive.
A little stronger there. The Stand United is going off now. It goes on to Zamfira. He's right in the middle of the fight. He also gets the
one down.
Seraphs. They keep going on it. Mega Zero takes down Ziploc. He cannot crowd control for the team. Cocoon under the turret is going to be some damage. There is the locket of the Iron Solari. He almost took nothing as well with the command protect from Oriana, and they're going to continue this fight. Loud Mortis looking for that Cocoon to be in range, possibly the blind into the try, and he will throw it, but it's going to be the dodge and the lantern to safety.
But what happens now for Complexity? Because all 5 of them are available. There is a lot of damage down from Cognitive Gaming. Twitch is also low. How much can they push this advantage? Because that was an extreme overdive right there by Cognitive. And the death timers are getting longer, knowing we're only already 39 minutes into the game. Twin Shadows trying to find Twitch as well.
That was quite an interesting pickup on MIA. He is usually a support to go for the offensive items. Picking up that Twin Shadows, looking to get the team into range for these engagements. So much damage
Top
coming
flash.
out. iDream goes in by himself. Nothing here is on the outside.
They got him!
A 3-fall-man shockwave. They are able to completely wipe Cog at their turret and the turret itself.
After all this, they finally catch nothing here in that shockwave during that outer turret defense that is immensely dangerous. They get 3 more down and continue to go.
They say you have nowhere that is safe to stand right now. Equalizer, bringing it to half. Probably cleaned it up with the move and dissonance. They're going to clean up this inhibitor as well.
And there's a cannon minion in this wave as well. This could very well be Complexity ending this game on this push.
They're going to try to get into the base. They do have 1 Nexus turret in their eyes. They are going to try to get onto this. They take down Ziploc right away. Yellow-green seal making blue for these guys. They secure the victory.
Wow.
They secure the Nexus. And they're going on to game 2 with a smile on their face.
They are pumped up after that Game 1 win. And for good reason, Riv. 40 minutes of struggle right there against Cognitive Gaming because Complexity was winning and losing the team fights, but they really came together right at the end. They finally got their combos. They punished Cognitive for a tower dive and then took that push all the way through to the win.
Cognitive showed so strong in the beginning. They warded up to stop what Loud Mortis was doing. Like Kobe says, if there's a snowball, you ward to melt that snowball. But it didn't work. They were able to continuously push through. A split push Oriana coming in the end in that move from iDream. Bottom to middle to bottom, lost the turret, allowed them to then have access to inhibitor turrets. And even after that push in mid by Cog, they took 2 turrets instantly, and then it's like they stalled out. It was like what we've seen in the NALCS where a team is ahead, but they don't know where to go with it. But to either of the teams' advantage, they were only ever ahead 2,000 gold on each other.
That game was close the entire 40 minutes, and really to Prawley's credit at the end of that game, he struggled for most of it, but then he still made the moves at the end. He was out-dueling iDream, and he really forced them into a very quick decision to over tower dive. The Complexity was ready for. They were already far pulled back, and then they took that to win the game.
Very strong play. We're going to send it over to Freak and Kobe for a breakdown of Complexity's Game 1 win.
Yeah, thank you very much, Riv. Here we are, and that was an incredibly interesting game. That was back and forth the whole way. Yeah, super close until the very end. It was within 2,000 gold back and forth over and over.
Yeah, and it really started out very strong for Complexity there. They got the first dragon during one of those lane swaps that Jat was talking about. They just took advantage of Cognitive moving between lanes. Very easy pickup for them. And they also were able to battle through Cog's global ultimates that they had in the other lanes.
It was interesting, too, because those lane swaps, Cog was looking for the 2v2. Like, they kept swapping back to catch Complexity, but the 1v1 and the 2v2 seemed fine, from what I saw.
They got a slight CS lead there for Shen for Cognitive, so that worked out a bit. And you can see they really have a lot of faith in nothing here. So he wanted to go 2 versus 2 up against Chuper.
All right, so as you were mentioning, the global competition, the Shen and the Karth is coming in and wreaking a lot of havoc. And you said the Complexity was actually able to fight through it, which is actually one of our first clips there is Complexity battling against the globals and surviving.
All right, so let's pull up the first clip here. This is down bottom, which is a 2 versus 2 that's forced by Cog because they're thinking, hey, we've got Requiem, we have Stand United, we can go force a 2 versus 2 fight and we'll come out ahead. but very well played by Complexity. This is one of the very good equalizers that Mega Zero ended up hitting, and they turned it around. So let's roll this clip through. Here comes the flash initiate from Ziploc, and after Latimoris can't get out of the Cataclysm, very good equalizer in the Cataclysm, so they kind of used it against them in the end there, and Mega Zero is able to finish it off with the extra magic damage there overheating at the end. That's just one of the times that they were able to battle through the Globals.
Yeah, it was a really impressive fight because the Jungle Initiator came in from full health. iDream was at half. Mega Zero, whittled him down a little bit in that clip, but or before the clip started, I should say. But they actually melted through a full health Jarvan, which kind of impressed him. Was like, yes, this is how much damage these guys deal. If you let Lattimortis and Mega go off, they'll actually melt your team. And it was that was sort of the story of the mid game, was how well can Complexity combo the rolls together? Because the equalizers were almost never layered.
They didn't always help that much.
They were almost never layered. And I remember Jat was talking about that, where it's like, yeah, he keeps putting them out there, like they're finding the positions, but they're never putting them all in the same place. And you saw the mid-game team fights go back and forth constantly.
Yeah, there were a lot of very close team fights, especially around Baron, and really nothing here was coming out very much ahead in those, up to 12 kills at one point and only 1 death. But he couldn't pull it out in the end. Really, the downfall for COG was that overextended tower dive that they made at the end. Definitely a slip up they don't want to make again.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I guess they can't just wait for bad engages over and over, because you can't just wait for misplays constantly. So they actually tried to make a move, and that was actually with Prawley stuck there on the side. He's not going to be able to get to the team fight nearly as quickly as Shen, but of course the recall made that happen. So that's actually our other clip, is the overdive in the bottom lane. If you can get that on your screen real quick, if you want to take us through that one, Kobe.
Yeah, let's look at what made them decide to go for this. So they have an Orianna that's been split pushing top, so that again gives COG the confidence to go for this dive, because they have Shen who can immediately arrive with Stand United, but it's not quick enough for them. And the turret damage was just way too much. So let's roll this one through at full speed, and we'll see the ill-fated tower dive here. Zamfira gets caught up halfway through, and so COG is strung out with half of their team on one side of the turret, and the other half very deep going for the full dive. So that turret was getting off damage the entire fight, and Complexity are able to follow this one up because Orianna was the one split pushing, but she can recall to get back. It's not quite as fast as a Stand United, but it doesn't delay him very much.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're defending in your own base for the split push, is he already actually had home guard, and he's also 12 inches from the fountain in the first place, so it's not like he's going to be that far away.
So don't dive when they have home guards up.
Diving a home guard recall, not the best thing in the world. And the second thing as well was actually seeing that team split up. I noticed that Lattimortis was on the top side. He actually had zoned out the Twitch for the most part himself. Twitch either didn't want to come down or Lattimortis stunned him or something. He was off screen. But you're right, the dive came through, but not everyone was there. And so it was like, oh, here's a 2v4. That's not the best for a split push.
No, it's not. So we'll hope they can make some alterations in their game plan, because everybody wants this to go to 3. Well,
games
not
always
Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity would like it to go to 2. We'll see. The crowd's certainly Complexity backing for the most part, but good games are always good games. Like to see them. But that's it for us here after Game 1. We're going to take a short break, but Game 2 is going to come up in the Challenger Finals between Cognitive Gaming and Complexity. The LCS live from PAX Prime. We'll be right back, so stick around.
But Mega may be able to pick up this kill.
He wants those double buffs.
He will get himself the double buff transfer. Welcome back to day 3 of the NALCS Regional Playoffs at PAX Prime. And now it's time for Game 2 in this Challenger Series final between Cognitive Gaming and Complexity. And with one more win, Mega Zero and crew earn a spot in the Season 4 Spring Promotional Tournament and a shot at getting back into the LCS.
Yeah, so Complexity won Game 1, but it could have gone either way in that one. Nothing here of Cognitive Gaming was almost able to carry them to victory. 12-2-8 is Twitch in that loss. And really, Complexity has talked about focusing on objectives more and spending so much, not spending so much time trying to chase down kills. But in that game, there was a few times where they seemed to fall back on that. That was an extremely high-kill, chaotic game. And, some of that stat line would be Mega Zero. He had really up-and-down game with those Rumble equalizers. Couple of them good, couple of them not so good. He had that nice double kill in the bot lane, but somewhat inconsistent considering all the bans that were against Rumble and how he picked it so readily.
Leaving it up for him. I think we now know there are a few more Rumble players in North America.
Yeah.
We can considerably say that with those picks and bans coming in. Now, a lot of Mortis to be focused. You saw a lot from him yesterday. He also pulled out Kassadin. Kind of showed the ante today. Probably won't play it. He has the Gragas. So there's a lot for Cog to focus on here. And like we said, and like people have been saying, you talk to a lot of fans here and you say, who do you think is going to win? And they go to the fact that, Complexity's had it. So they may want it more. They want it back more.
Exactly.
We'll have to see if Kong has that want too, though.
Yeah, Cognitive definitely played that last game very well.
Yes.
The Twitch was extremely strong. I mean, nothing here is definitely showing that he is the real deal. That's the 3rd game in a row that he's had an amazing performance. Just that one tiny mistake at the end, getting caught in the shockwave. You can't even necessarily call that a mistake because it's a good play by Prawley to catch him in that shockwave. He really just had too much on his shoulders by the end of it.
So it's like they take out the Renekton and the Kassadin instead of the Rumble. Even the Rumble up, they feel it could be dodged or first picked if it happens.
The Rumble didn't necessarily destroy them in the last game. These bans are very similar to the prior game. This time, Complexity bans out Elise instead of first picking it. Of course, they did ban out the Lulu and Zac because they're still blocking out, obviously, Zamfira's Lulu and the Zac that iDream played in both games in order to qualify for this final. And then the bans are pretty standard from Cognitive as well. The only difference that they had, as far as I can tell, was none, because they banned all the same things.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with anything that Complexity has to grab that they did in the last game. They felt, like you said, it wasn't too much of a factor. The game, like Freak and I were mentioning, within 2,000 gold for the majority of the time until the Barons were hit, the inhibitor turrets, and then pretty much the game to follow. We're seeing what Complexity puts up onto the board for their jungle. Now support locked in is Thrash for MIA. A lot of Mortis, he has a big champion pool for the jungle. We know a lot of his success came on Cho'Gath as well at the MLG in the spring split. That's the game that they were able to come out on top of Dignitas and surprise everybody, I believe, with one of their biggest wins of the season on that. So there's still a lot that they have to choose. Their champion pools definitely leave a good amount for Cog to think about.
The real question is, though, why is Lada Mortis wearing a gator on his head if he's not going to be playing Renekton?
Gator
that
Mortis.
should be Mega Zero who wears that, because he is the Renekton player.
I don't know.
Yeah, oh well. You never know some of these things.
It'd be like Dragonborns. They all had hats on.
Yeah, and look where they are now.
Don't wear hats.
Don't wear hats.
Blocks the hairphones. Ziploc locking in Jinzhao for the team and for himself, most likely. An aggressive jungler coming from in this game in that early portion. We have seen some Swains.
It's actually a really strong Swain.
Yeah.
Zamfira is a good Swain player. If they did go for Xin, it would be the same thing they picked both games when they swept NWE to make it into this game. I think the Shen is the much more likely pick, though, just because they did have some fairly strong success with it last game, and it was able to at least give them a lot of versatility within the match.
Also throwing out that mid, they're going to see what now Complexity has to choose. Does probably leave it for MIA since his pick is already out, and they go for the real roundabout. We'll have to see what you can counter your last pick with, or does he go here and feel confident about it? The Gragas is up. Pretty much everything is up that he could play.
Yeah, I'm thinking that here they're going to pick an AD carry and a mid because, or sorry, AD carry and a top, because Prawley, with his versatility, will want to counterpick that mid lane matchup, whereas Mega Zero already generally knows what he's going to be laning against. It'll either be a Caitlyn 2v1 or a Shen. So he is very comfortable just picking Rumble again, since that's exactly what he knows.
Matchup that they had, we may see the swapping once again. You see iDream getting his Shen once again, so the split pushing will be there. We saw a bit of focus being put on Mega Zero because obviously he is one to be reckoned with if he is left alone, and even if he is beaten down a champion or a player that can usually come back. So to give him that again, COG really feels like what they had going just had a few mistakes in it.
And I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Blitzcrank out of these guys and maybe an Orianna, because Valkyrin had a lot of success with Blitz in the prior games, and Orianna would at least pick away a champion that probably had last game, or they could just default back on the Karthus. Zamfir, even though he has a very diverse champion pool, has generally played Karthus and Orianna.
Gotta keep it safe. A lot of people say that playing a certain champion is better for the team, is better for the thought of the team. You hear Messiah when he plays Twisted Fate, the team feels better about it. He feels better about every situation. So having that comfort level in front of a gigantic crowd in a new setting, in a new environment, is a must.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, Karthus is just the thing that the mid laners play to support the team. They're just saying, all right, I'll just do a bunch of damage and die every fight. It's okay, guys. It's on me. And the support Fiddlesticks has not been very good this weekend. We've seen a lot of Patoy playing it, as Dignitas generally struggled with the support Fiddlesticks for the most part. Still going for it this time, just going for that Caitlyn Fiddlesticks lane that is very potent in the laning phase itself. Very hard to get a hold of.
When we usually see Dig playing that, it's the flash fear from Patoy.
It's dangerous.
Crumbs on the backside. It is. It's not something you expect. Fiddle just walking around lane, not out of a bush, just flashes into your face. Done a lot of it from Patoy. We'll see what Valkyrin tries to do with that lane up of Caitlyn. Now it does get left to Prowley for the counter pick.
What is he going to want against Karthus in this one? Is this real? Is this happening?
Is this real life?
So he actually picked Ezreal against Karthus. And this is Chuper who's going to be playing Vayne.
Oh.
Yeah. The mind games right there. It's like they'll pick an AD carry and a top. Yeah, they will. But it's actually a mid in disguise.
I like it. ManCloud actually did this weekend. Has been known to be quite good. We've seen many Ezreal's middle throughout the NALCS summer split, so we'll have to see what they could do with this. This makes this more of an AD heavy team. Rumble's going to be that big AP factor for them, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. And the big struggle that a lot of double AD compositions run into is they don't have any realistic protection or like kind of midline, things to block away from just getting charged at as AD carries. This one has a better chance at working though, only because Lauda Mortis can get very farmed, and that's a bit of lockdown with the Thresh. That's a couple circles they can throw down that prevent the enemy at running at you. And then when you look at Cognitive's team comp as well, Xin Zhao and Shen, even though they are prolific divers, can't get both of them. So it's actually something that could be avoided by Complexity. And this is a double AD composition that actually feels like a good time for it.
So going back to last game, we saw a lot of lane swapping and lane switching. Are there any champions that really get hurt by that factor? Maybe not seeing them here, but seeing those lane swaps. It's not something that we've seen a lot of teams do back and forth just to get a dragon.
Exactly.
Are there champions that excel at that? Obviously ones that can have speed steroids, but others.
Well, right now, the Caitlyn versus Vayne matchup in this game is going to be one that Chuper's most likely going to want to swap out of frequently. And Cognitive doesn't like going to the lane swap game. So I'm expecting Complexity to be bouncing around back and forth, just trying to avoid the Caitlyn for as long as possible.
So I guess the situation isn't really what champions you have. It's how you interpret the move and when you do it. It's making that first step. We'll see who makes that first step here as we go into the second of a possible best-of-3 series here in the Challenger Series Finals. Complexity game 1 win over COG, and they're looking for the second one. COG looking to stay alive here in this match.
And they need to stay alive in this one because they've made it all the way to the finals. And some would argue, looking at back to the way they qualified here, they had to make it through a ranked 5s tournament. Then they had the matchup against, many people would say the Complexity was in the strongest setup as far as the brackets go. They had to play to be determined first. Some would say Cognitive had an easy road to this point, but they're here to prove that they're a team that deserves to be here.
All the save checking. Bodies as wards right now, and looks like they're just going to move in all together on this one, get that deep ward in, and get themselves out. Mega Zero's going to have to be a bit careful here unless they choose, if you get the word right, to actually pinch them.
They could think about it right now because they went all the way in, but it is a dangerous proposition to try and go. The Fiddlesticks was separated from the rest of the team, but that doesn't mean much. MIA went in, got 3 wards for himself. He decided to put the third one down at the end. just for fun. And both of these teams now are already ready to play the lane swap game. They've gotten lane wards essentially down to know where Caitlyn and Fiddle are going to be, as well as Cognitive having wards down to see where Mega Zero is going to be. This will tell them where the AD carry support lane is going.
Is he going to loop around? I'm watching Mega Zero right now. He does not go towards his lane, and they are going to start to swap this out. So Cog will get the knowledge of this, but they'll be back on the swap that they wanted.
Yeah, and right now, Complexity will get the lanes they want, but they're a little late to lane with it. Whether or not there is a Cognitive team that wants to stay in this setup just because they had the early edge, we'll have to wait and see.
Shinzao making his way back over. He take that entire... What? Maybe he didn't have enough time, have enough health. The red buff, Small Lizard, actually was not taken, so it's not going to respawn, and at the time it should. Ziploc now grabbing his blue.
That's an oopsie daisy.
Yeah.
Right there.
Tad.
By Captain Ziploc.
But what's the oopsie daisy? When's the fix? If you're already past Wraiths or something, should you still go back for it, or do you want to keep pace in the jungle or try to?
At this point, you just have to take it when it's convenient. He's probably realized once he's a blue buff, he's like, oh crap, I left that thing up. So he's going to be maybe looping back through the jungle and doing a full clear that way, in which case probably after Wraiths or slightly before, he's just going to be taking that extra red buff Lizard. That's going to mess him up timer-wise.
It's kind of like you just drop your stick and you got to keep skating until you can get it back.
Yeah.
3 minutes into this one, we'll see if Ziploc, not too big of a hindrance, but see if that lane gank comes a little bit earlier from Lauda Mortis. He is known as a farmer jungle, so maybe it won't hurt too bad. Now onto this bottom turret, Cog. Nothing here in Valkyrie, trying to get some early damage down onto this one with that Caitlyn poke.
Yeah, this is what I kind of expected since there was late lane approach by Chuper into the top lane, that we wouldn't see a swap back immediately. Mainly because Cognitive has had bad experiences trying to match Complexity lane swap for lane swap, so they're actually just giving them the Vayne farm lane that they wanted.
Let's see if what he can soak up. That 80 carry is 23 to 21, so the 2v1s are working out in favor, or not in favor, but equally for both teams, I should say. The gold lead only factoring into a bit of CS here, maybe into some jungle camps, you might say. With a 1 win for Complexity also means momentum, means they feel good about it. And we have to, point out that last game they did start to falter. They did start to go to those traits that they've been trying to kick.
Yeah, and they need to make sure to stay out of this one. It's easy to fall in, especially when everyone on their team is on a pretty high damage champion. They got Vayne, who's very easy to go all in. Ezreal can very easily arcane shift in the wrong direction sometimes.
Nobody
and
does
Mega
that.
Zero, since Equalizer basically covers a quarter of the map, he can use it whenever he wants if he sees a kill. So it's a lot of temptation for Complexity's team, and they were definitely spotted going for this one.
Running right through.
You can't sneak through that. There was minions right there, Lauda Mortis.
It's like maybe if I hide in your model when we pass the bushes, they won't notice. There's a giant flag sticking out of Rumble.
Yeah, Jarvan's a little large to be able to pull that one off. Maybe if Mega Zero was on a 6-feast Cho'Gath, but he gets a smite anyway.
He says that didn't work, but this does. Goes out, tries to be a nuisance, has his red buff on, so it looks like this is actually going to tick off without too much more effect coming from it. But he will soak up the experience here with Mega as they go a little hard. Level 4s to level 3s.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. Oh, first blood. They've been there the whole time. That is a complete mistake by Cog.
That is Lauda Mortis making a play as well. Like, there's no way Valkyrie should have been there on Fiddlesticks. But the Jarvan fear just got to them.
Oh! Very
Chuper.
nice taunt back. Taunts gets on the left side of him and taunted them in the opposite direction. Chuper could be hit up hard here. He only needs a few more. Get that hit. The key strike going to be coming up, and he does take down Chuper. But MIA picks up a kill for himself. But what is that? Top trading kill for the 80 carry, and MIA got that one. So not too good of a trade there.
Cognitive turned a bad situation into a good one right there because Chuper had an early edge, but then when he flashed in, Chuper couldn't immediately finish that one off, and he took enough minion damage that iDream was able to get a kill back. He's going to need that kill greatly because he's 10 minion kills right now to 26 of Mega Zero and is definitely losing out on this overall 1v2 lane.
Mega getting that comfort champion again. We saw the same for Zamfira. He's 45 to 43, but his mana is expended so fast with the auto attack, so probably keeping him at bay, and probably now hitting 6, using that True Shot Barrage to just push that wave in the face of Zamfira so he can get back and by.
Yeah, and he's no fear of Captain Ziploc right now. And look at Mega Zero trying to come in with Loud and Mortis once again. They know the flash is down.
Nothing here is like shoulder to shoulder with Mega, but they want Valkyrin. They know they can take him down faster with the escapes of nothing.
This is turning into a very dangerous lane for nothing here in Valkyrin, because once Valkyrin got caught off once, even with the boots, Support Fiddlesticks just has that one fear to kind of protect himself. And since he's using it on Loud and Mortis as he's jumping in, he's still getting the knock-up. And it's allowing Mega Zero to kind of run him down. Now with Equalizer up, and especially in a 2v1 where they're constantly wanting to be pushed up, they have to avoid that situation. It's nothing here in Valkyrin almost want to go into a 2v2 lane once again, because this 1v2 lane is just not working out. Loud and Mortis has been ganking it so frequently and so successfully that it's really just getting Mega Zero fed.
It's going to happen again. They just pinged the pink ward they put in Tribrush. It's going to help this blue, and they're probably just going to head back down to that bottom lane. There's no reason they shouldn't. They know his flash is still down, and they probably won't even focus on nothing here again.
Yeah, so what could happen now for COG is actually, because they recognize they're vulnerable, is they'll have to stop pushing Mega Zero, or they risk dying.
Oop, there's an ulti. True shot barrage just flying right by. So that did hit Valkyrie, and he took a bit of damage on that, but he's still far on the backside. He is thinking of the past 2 engagements.
Exactly, and that's how far back he is. You can tell Mega Zero now gets to just bully, because even if Cognitive didn't know Jarvan was there, or didn't guess Jarvan was there, Mega Zero could still do the same thing, because they know if he is there and they push up too far, they're going to die.
I think whenever Mega now enters that bush, they scream gank to each other. They just cannot go in. There
could be a Jarvan behind him.
Yeah, nothing.
Running in with them.
Maybe he's hiding underneath him. Nothing here in Valkyrie, backing to try and get purchases, but it's going to be a BF sword. All right, so he chooses to not go for the boots. And this gives Complexity enough time to go for a minute later Dragon. It was 7 minutes in the previous game.
Good move. These 2v1 and 1v2 lanes have just done wonders for Complexity. There is nothing here unless a Q was somehow able to steal it, but Loud and Mortis has the smite. And that's good objective game there by Complexity, because they channeled the kills they got in lane and then turned it into a larger advantage, which is what they want to do.
Very interesting play here coming from Prolly. Every time with the blue buff up right now and as many Qs as he can fire, his true shot barrages have gone to each opposite lane. One to the bottom and one to the top.
He's really just trying to harass with it to help out his other lane, which tells you he's not even thinking about stopping Zamfira's Karthus or slowing him down at all. He's farming in between the turrets, by the way, on Rumble.
He's trying to get back there. Not much iDream can really do to him with that scrap shield to get out of range quickly of him. So at 3-1 now. About a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Complexity. A good grand of that coming from the most recent Dragon kills. And it looks like not in CS, really, actually 62-26 in that. So there is a factor of CS there. Mega Zero to iDream.
This game is actually probably a bigger gold lead than we had at any point during the last 40-minute game. Complexity has just started this one off so strong, mainly based off Loud and Mortis' and Mega Zero synergy.
Looks like, oh no, I was going to say Loud and Mortis has not decided to go bottom anymore, but as he starts out of base, which is where I saw him, he's continuously going bottom. The 2 pink wards still sitting down there, I believe, just about the timeout, so they're trying to get the effect of those as Trooper backs. We'll see what he can buy. iDream's been trying to chill in that top lane. His first purchase was that Chain Vest, but it hasn't allowed him to get the CS he needs. Now that he's in the bottom lane.
Small chance for Cognitive to get back in here.
They do see Ziploc, but they don't care. Ziploc actually, Audacious charges into the Cataclysm, so he gets stuck for a second. iDream going to go next door and help Ziploc out. They're going to be able to get out of this one, it looks like, unless there's a flash engage, and they are not going to choose to do so.
Re-engaged by Complexity.
They pop him right up. There's the taunt. That's going to be a little bit of damage reduction on the attacks for iDream, but he needs to get out as well. Loud and Mortis going to pick up this kill. The red buff is capitalizing. Both of them on the junglers have red buffs. Will they chase onto each other now?
Captain Ziploc gets the shut down on Mega Zero, which does give Cognitive a little bit of an edge from that 2v2 exchange. That was a 2v2 they could kind of fight because they knew they had a counter gank set up for Loud and Mortis, and they knew that the Requiem was going to come in and maybe turn the tides for them.
Mano and mano on the turret. The red buff's ticking,
Look
but
out,
so is
Captain
that
Ziploc.
turret shot. Captain Ziploc taking a bit of damage there, and he's got to be careful. He's leaking.
Well, he is Captain Ziploc.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can patch that up.
He is very low. What is he going to buy even? He tries to get a little bit of armor for himself. Not sitting on too much gold. 37 farm. He does have a kill. He gets a Kindle Gem. For a bit of cooldown HP right away.
Yeah, look at that. He's going for just the pure tank Xin right now. No real damage items. They like running the multiple tanks with the Karthus, and it didn't necessarily work out for them last game. This is Cognitive Gaming because, I mean, last game was obviously going so much better for them. Twitch was getting a lot of kills. Zamfir was able to pick up the kills, and this one just hasn't been the case. They didn't play Complexity's lane swapping game, which actually just allowed Complexity to win the lane swapping war straight off the bat without even playing. And that's been the story of this game so far for Complexity.
I guess if you leave those lanes matched up, you don't have to worry as much for the junglers. The 1v1s are going to get it more. And kind of like we said last game, and you've said, they're not giving Nothing here the chance to get those kills. Loudamortis has been in the bottom lane every time, avoiding giving him kills.
Yeah, he's been shutting him down for the most part. Especially Caitlyn versus Vayne, you'd expect the Caitlyn to have superior farm.
Absolutely.
Yet Chuper's Vayne, because he's been in that 1v2 against Shen, who can't threaten him, and because Xin Zhao's ganks have been, aside from the one counter gank, completely ineffectual.
No.
It's really benefited them. We haven't even talked about Prawley in the mid lane, who actually hasn't been doing much other than harassing side lanes with that True Shot Barrage.
Mega Zero coming in here. We're probably going to go on this one. They throw on the ultimate and say, hey, we can get the turret. Whoa! Probably getting hit up. The Audacious Charge. Ziploc only under half HP. An engagement in the top lane as well. Once they see that Mega Zero has left his lane, the Stand United is not up for this engagement. The pole comes in. Nothing here with a good bit of damage. One more shot on MIA and he takes him down. He may be able to get out of this one. The Caliber Net puts him out of the range of the Flag and Drag.
And the rest of Complexity is very low for this one. Loudamortis standing tall, so they don't let him get that one down. Another bit of a trade, and they're really picking all Valkyrin, but that's the objective things that Complexity is able to take down.
And that was a big win and advantage in that fight there. And the 1-for-1 of the supports, the turret and the global gold going over to Complexity. A 4,000 gold lead here, 13 minutes in. Some good kills on the board. They're spread across as well. They're going to Mega Zero as well as Loudamortis, who's been making plays with Mega. Them both in the bottom lane have picked up 2 kills in that situation.
Yeah, so the gold distribution isn't the best, actually, for Complexity as far as who has what kills. 2-0-2 on Loudamortis will still be beneficial for them in the long run, though. Normally you don't want all your kills on the jungler, but because they're running the double AD composition, they need Loudamortis to be excessively tanky so that he can actually be that solo front liner and then set up the rest of Complexity's follow-up damage. It's actually very, very good that Loudamortis has those 2 kills. So my first assumption of them having the gold on the wrong people was actually wrong. It works out in this case.
So we have the pink wards going down a little bit towards Dragon. Loudamortis' focus is also towards the bottom half of the jungle with 14 seconds left on that. Complexity, if they can get this top turret as well, that would be huge.
Yeah, they've been able to push them back pretty substantially, and it's mainly because Valkyrin can't support Nothing here. Nothing here is almost having to play by himself on Caitlyn, and of all the AD carries to be on, Caitlyn is the one to be able to do that with, but it's still a difficult situation. He can't necessarily fend off that turret forever.
A nice pink ward in mid allows them to know that Samvira is coming right down to check that dragon. I mean, Ziploc doesn't have to move too far, but Nothing here in Valkyrin. May gonna have to make a move here with Shen. He was about to go back, but they may decide to keep it as is and fight the dragon if they can with the Requiem.
This game is definitely slowed down a little bit. And it's on Complexity actually to make plays and actually go for a couple kills now. They're trying to fight against that for the most part, but there's another opportunity. Probably trying to come in and help. They don't have the snares though.
Caliber Hat hitting the right person, kind of killing out that Vayne passive of the chase. iDream taking some good damage. No even trade there with the scrap shield on the turret. So Complexity is really trying to flex their muscles in every lane right now to get this dragon in their hands.
Mega Zero might be in a bit of trouble here. The gank.
Throws down the equalizer. That was a beautiful equalizer. Ziploc had to continuously walk down before charging.
He's going to turn around.
He is going to turn this baby around. The Ignite is on to Ziploc. He actually keeps himself alive. Cog not going to be doing Oh my God. They micro and manage the damage they are taking in and out perfectly.
Mega Zero put up a fight, but they barely kept themselves alive. Very well done there by Cognitive, taking on a monster that they had created with Mega Zero, who got the 2 kills in lane. They do lose a turret on the other side, though, because of the time they invested.
And those chances have to be taken right now by Cog. Down at golds, trying to close that gap. They picked one up onto Mega Zero, but this is not going to be what they needed to get the dragon. It is going to help them to position for it. The Complexity is going to try to do it in this one man with the rotators.
Well, if you're just going to set up for a dragon, they're just going to take the dragon as well. Ledamortis has the pink ward down. He's very tanky himself. He could use a little bit of help. He's not killing it as fast as possible, but it's going to be the objective secure just because no one around for Cognitive to contest.
Karthus, press R.
Yeah.
Karthus, just press R. So Dragon, 2 out of 2 going to Complexity right now. We'll see that coming up again in 6 minutes. They will for sure have that on their mind with their style of play. Again, a true shot barrage to the top lane alerts them, but they don't think he is as close as he was. Probably's there right now. They thought they could have got the turret. It's only going to be a bit of poke.
Probably wants to take him on here.
Trooper was a bit too far behind. Oh no! Goes in, but I don't think nothing here was really in that engagement with him. Oh, that's...
Oh.
That'll do.
That'll do it. If Trooper could have blocked that last ace in the hole, maybe probably would have been able to live through that one. Still great for them, though, because for Cognitive, because Zamfira has now 1 kill, 2 assists, and nothing here has got the kill, so at least they're getting a little bit back. Long road to go still, though, with the 4,000 gold disadvantage.
That's what we were talking about before. There was kind of a false sense of security given to Complexity there, as you saw. Nothing here was like, no, that's probably a bad idea. Oh, Requiem, ace in the hole. Yeah, that's what exactly we wanted. So now that Complexity has seen that trick, it'll definitely be on their mind within the next engagement. But Cog is doing the right things to really get themselves back in here. Somehow Complexity with these dragons just continues to make that gold lead get bigger.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Complexity is going to be going for turret number 3 fairly shortly. They've done a very good job pressuring the outer turrets. Prawley's actually been a roamer for the most part, but a roaming turret pusher. Every time he leaves, Ledamortis goes to a different lane and kind of helps out, whereas Zamfira's Karthus hasn't put that much pressure on the mid turret himself because he's actually scared of getting fought or dueled by Prawley's Ezreal.
And everything that Mega Zero could really be doing in this lane mechanic-wise is hurting iDream. He had a full minion wave there, attacked him when the minion wave dissipated, tries to get it. The turret is going to be doing some good damage here to Mega Zero. It's got only a few hits, but it is going to be Ledamortis to turn it around. Good scrap shield by Mega to help that one out. MIA very low here. He gets the pull. Nothing here, forced to flash. Trooper may follow, but it's going to be a split engage now. Trooper has to be careful. He does get the kill onto Caitlyn, looking for the kill onto Valkyrin as well, and it looks like he is going to...
Set the minion!
It's the minion. But he gets the kill there. He finds him. He just had to fix his glasses.
Yeah, he wasn't sure where he was going there. Ziploc is going to want to execute. I wonder... Yeah, he's going to execute.
Yeah, execute. That was... So what happened there with Trooper was he was A-clicking to attack into the bush instead of clicking in the bush and then attacking. So he's hitting the closest minion.
The bush jukes are very difficult sometimes to deal with.
It happens.
Fighting the bottom lane, though, Mega Zero got a little overzealous. Him and Ledamortis tried to... It's one of the old Complexity moves.
Little charred rumble.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to go for the Karthus in that one. Overall, though, Trooper getting 3 kills on Vayne bodes very well for Complexity's future.
And he's already home guarded up as well on that Vayne, so he is going to be out and ferocious if he has to go back to base. 19, almost coming up on 20 minutes now. That gold lead is nearing 7,000, and that's not going to help them too much, especially at 20 minutes into the game. The bigger the gold lead is in the beginning, the bigger the factor of how much it's going to hurt your team.
It's all about the percentage gold lead.
Right.
And let's take a look at who actually has that gold, because there's 7,700 on Trooper right now. He's going to buy a lot of goodies when he goes back and shops. And the biggest thing for Complexity here is, even though they all have those huge gold leads, it's the turrets that they have up, so they can actually take advantage of these gold leads to give them bigger gold leads overall. Once the turrets are down, they can go into the jungle, they can continue to kill anyone from Cognitive if Cognitive comes out of their little shell, and Complexity can just kind of strangle them through.
A very much needed and first turret for Cognitive Gaming coming in, bolstering up a little bit of that gold deficit. They look to keep Shen in the top lane now to start that split push off. Like we said, he bought the chain vest early, so his Sunfire Cape was finished. Even though he's down 40 CS, he's still been trying to get that split push into effect for the team. 2 minutes on to Dragon. The buffs are being picked up as Cog sets themselves up for the next engage.
Ever since Mega Zero actually went back into the lane against iDream, even though iDream has been losing it, he's coming back a little bit. Being in the 1v1 for him, and then even for Nothing Here and Valkyrin being in a 2v2 against Trooper and MIA was so beneficial. If Cognitive would have played the lane swap game and had just tried to stick with Vayne and Thresh, I think it would have went so much better for them.
Well, it really hurt iDream in the beginning too, because he straight out bought that chain vest and then was matched up against Mega Zero. You've completely have the wrong resistances for the lane you're in. Oh! It still hit him, but it was a good flash.
It did still hit him. I mean, Valkyrin isn't worth much gold at this point. Probably got to get his objective straight right here. He can't chase after Valkyrin for those kills. What he needs to do is go for things like this turret.
Slowly creeping up on it. Few members. Karthus coming from the top side here. Zamfira with everything up except for the summoners. So he's going to have to play this one safe with the wall, keep his distance. They let the turret go down. That turret taken down by iDream was now negated, so that gold lead stays where it's at. Cog is really, as Complexity was last game, moving around in twos, and it's spreading them way too thin.
Yeah, they cannot keep pace with Complexity right now. Complexity is too mobile and has too much damage. That hook lands. There they go.
Oh my, he gives him a red carpet to walk home on. Zamfira goes down on this one. Ziploc also takes the red carpet home. Looks like they're going to try to continue this fight. Nothing here. Gets himself in. He has that red buff. They may be able to continue slowing down and chasing into this fight. Looks like they're going to back it off. Mega Zero, good guy, taking the shot.
Yeah, a lot of Mortis just kind of came in to say hi at the end of that fight. They got the turret and a kill, gave up one. That's good for them because even though they didn't overchase for those kills, they made sure after they got the kill that they could get the turret and then still pull away with enough health to take this next dragon. They're up huge in this game, Riv.
Really, at this point, they would have to make some really big mistakes to have this game sway the other way. The Muramana already finished out at 23 minutes onto Prolly. And ManCloud was really the only one to finish early Muramanas in the NALCS.
Yeah, well, it's the challenger scene in NA right now. Complexity wants back in the NALCS. I'm surprised he actually hasn't finished his Iceborne Gauntlets yet. He went all the way for the Bilgewater. When they have the double AD, he really wants to get that Iceborne Gauntlets as quickly as possible so they have the extra utility that they initially lost by bringing the Ezreal. And so far, this game with the Ezreal, the reason this game has been working so well for Complexity is instead of really team fighting with the Ezreal, he's been using the extra range and turret pushing power to do just that. And then Complexity hasn't actually been punished for not having the same team fight tools as a standard team would.
And really, he's been pushing everybody's lane. As we said before, he was true shot barraging as much as possible, queuing as much as possible when he had blue buff in mid, and then firing that to the left and the right lanes to get the push for objectives like Dragon. He has now finished that Iceborne Gauntlet. The Rylai's is also now finished on Mega Zero, so that becomes a horrendous, actually really good, horrendous for Cog is what I was going to say. But to get out of that is going to be such a fight.
Yeah, it will be a horrendous problem to get out of these ones, especially with the Leandries being finished on Mega Zero as well. It is actually too much damage for Cognitive Gaming to deal with right now, and they have to if they want to have a chance at winning this and getting the spot into the Challenger tournament or promotion tournament that we have coming up. But Complexity is in such control this time. After a very up and down first game, it's been all up for Complexity so far in game 2.
Looks like Karthus has been giving, not just Karthus, but Laudamortis a good reason to continue that Aegis into the Locket of the Iron Solari once again. Getting hit up here. They see that they're not getting too much damage on. A missed true shot barrage does scare them off the attack. Is it going to be enough for Ziploc? That's a pretty odd focus for the start. But they do know they're in the upper hand, so something like that doesn't really put them down.
Yeah, and it at least burns the one flash. I'd say it's a little bit, a little bit rough for Complexity not having Laudamortis' ultimate up, but they're just getting the split lane down right now. They have 6 turrets. They've taken everything but they've taken the whole outer shell down for Cognitive Gaming right now, and it's the inhibitor turrets next. I think they're just going to continue pressuring multiple turrets at once here. Chuper doing his own thing, everyone else kind of roaming around and helping out when needed. It shouldn't be too long for them to break down.
Complexity showing the want, showing the carry of the momentum from game 1. Now 6-1 in turrets, 8-10 in kills. Those 10 are for Complexity at 25 minutes of the game. Zamfira read that coming in. He started exiting towards the middle of the base. The turrets, though, they are falling quickly.
Yeah, and at this point, Cognitive would have to just initiate in, but it's a team fight they can't necessarily win. The turret falling fast, Equalizer cutting him down. Complexity might turn it around.
They're going to be on the backside of this one. Zamfira flashes in to that. Goes down, but he's got a good placement for himself before everybody tried to disperse there. No kills coming up from the Requiem, but he was able to get Prolly before he went down. And it looks like they are going to continue this fight. iDream taking some damage, and he does go down. The last shot coming from Chuper. And these guys are going to walk it out and just talk it out.
Yeah, he's got to fight the other jungler. It's a matter of principle at this point. And it is going to go back.
Oh, the minions! That's so unfair. The minions.
I wonder if Mortis let him get away.
What if he does get away?
Oh!
Hey, sneaky shoes. And he goes back. Wait a minute.
Come on.
He's going to get him this time. And he goes back. He is such a good dodger right now.
All right, he's giving it to him. He did enough juking.
The escape
Congratulations.
of all escapes in the Challenger Series Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just witnessed.
If that turns out that he runs back and steals this berry,
do it.
You know.
I'd run over and give him a high five.
Yeah, that was definitely some noble jukes by Captain Ziploc right there. But Complexity got so many objectives out of that dive. I mean, Chuper actually made it through the fight at one point to just wreck everyone on Cognitive Gaming. They still secured the Baron. And honestly, Mortis is just the nicest guy in the world.
It's the Gator hat. Really. Like we said, even the coach doesn't even know why they're all so damn friendly.
Yeah.
It's the power of love, man. 48.2. It's quite a bit of gold. Almost 50,000 gold to 35,000. 7-1 in turrets right now. Complexity is taking this one with complete confidence in showing that they themselves are proving they deserve to be in the LCS.
Absolutely. 14,000 gold lead here. They have been in the LCS.
Indeed.
They had the misfortune of getting matched up against Cloud9.
The misfortune?
No, they didn't have misfortune in that one. But it was very unfortunate for them.
It was.
That they had to play against Cloud9 because Cloud9 is just taking the LCS by storm. Obviously, it was kind of Complexity's fault in the first place because they were the 8th seed in the spring split as well. But they're definitely trying to look strong. You know, they've made a few adjustments since then. Chuper's moved to AD carry. They've picked up Mega Zero, who had a great run on Marn during the spring split. And they're looking really strong here and really wanting to make that run.
And this is, again, what Complexity has been forcing COG to do, spread themselves out thin. The power of 2 is not strong enough anymore for COG, so we're seeing 3 and then a 2 split on the other side, and it's not something they can deal with.
Not at all. I mean, Chuper has done a great job on Vayne here, just flanking and doing his own thing, because Probably could be the AD carry for the main squad.
Oh, locks it down. Valkyrin sitting right on top of that. He actually gets exploded by a tick and a shot. Probably on the outside, a double kill coming up for him. Can they continue this fight? The Requiem's going to come out. Loud Mortis very close here to going down. Ace in the hole is blocked out. A triple kill coming in for Probably. Could he get the quadra? But like we said, they're spread so thin, they're not going to be there for it.
Yeah, and Chuper's going to come over and say hi as well because he wasn't even involved in that fight. 3 for 0. They have the Baron buff. They already have one inhibitor down. They're going for another.
Technically, Ziploc has to let somebody live here. So we'll see if he does it. 30 on the clock. It could be the amount of time that Complexity needs to put themselves in that promotion tournament. The first Nexus turret goes down. Complexity looking strong. Over 20,000 gold right now. It's not over, but it's 20,000 gold in the lead as the Nexus goes down. Complexity wins the Challenger Series Finals.
The hugs come out from Mega Zero and Lutta Mortis. Nice win for them here in front of the PAX crowd. It's got to feel good because these guys have made it through this split of not being in the LCS. They've stuck together. They've got a good mindset and they're looking strong.
Everybody played perfectly there.
Yeah, that last game was incredibly solid for Complexity. They had a few nerves in that first one. You could tell they were wondering
That's
about
what it should be.
Yeah, now the Renekton player is wearing the Gator hat.
Didn't have the chance to choose Renekton, but was given the Rumble once again. It may have not been a factor up until the late game, but it is a factor. But what else do you ban? When you have that situation, it's a toss-up, and they chose to go with what they thought was best. COG wasn't able to come up with a win.
Yeah, Cognitive Gaming, it's a learning experience for these guys. They don't have the same pedigree as far as being at live events. The guys on Complexity have been playing for a while. Even before Season 3 started, Loud Mortis was on Legion and a ton of Season 2 teams. They know what it's like to play at these events, and that was one of the reasons they came out on top.
In any practice that they have done, the amount of time they've had to stay and just congeal as a team has absolutely made them better. We see teams in the NALCS still struggling, and I say this a lot with when they're in a gold lead, they kind of stall it out and they just want to win with the gold lead. Complexity has done different things with this matchup, and it may not happen all the time, but they definitely showed very strong here at PAX Prime.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the 2 games they had here. The first one, even though it was back and forth, as soon as they had that edge, they ended the game. And in this one, even though they had an edge the whole time, they ended it before 30 minutes. Both are good signs for them moving forward.
Ending it with a 20,000 gold lead. Guys, we're going to send it over to Kobe and Freak for the highlights for Complexity's Game 2 win.
Thank you very much, Riv. Here we are indeed. You called it right. We're here. And this game, the Game 2, was pretty much Complexity running it according to plan. A couple kills went back towards COG, but this was kind of Complexity's game plan through and through, and they executed it really well.
Yeah, Complexity really showed up big in this second game. There was no question they were going to win this one, and a large part of that was due to Loudamortis continually ganking that bottom lane over and over with Jarvan, getting Mega Zero rolling, a very, very powerful rumble by that point, and Loudamortis didn't even let up from there. He made his presence felt all over the map, lots of very good ganks from him, and they pretty much just won the game all the way up to the inhibitor turrets without having to have a team fight. They pushed a lot of turrets with their double AD, and they had a very strong roaming jungler.
And they picked on poor Valkyrin the whole time. Like, every single gank just seemed to be aimed at that little fiddlesticks, got killed over and over and over again. Of course, snowballed a lot of gold head for the team. Yeah. And you're right, they started just sort of demolishing team fights. They had control over dragons the whole time. The objective gameplay that Complexity said they wanted to actually have this time. I mean, yes, they got kills because they were ganking in order to get people ahead, but they weren't fighting to get kills. They were fighting to get objectives. Dragons, turrets, the Baron. Actually, the lead up to the Baron, I think, was really good as well. The team fight and then the narrow escape of Xin Zhao.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the clip that got Complexity Baron. Let's pull this clip up here. This is the team fight that got Complexity Baron. All right, let's start rolling this one through. This is Loudamortis coming through. He's got Captain Ziploc in his sights. But after they hit each other a few times, this is just jungler mutual respect here. They know they've both had to build full tank. They're just gonna get tired trying to attack each other. And Ziploc, there's a couple extra people on Loudamortis' team in this game of tag. They're gonna chase him into the bush. He won't get away from this one, but here we see the focus on objectives of Complexity. Loudamortis leaves Captain Ziploc. They're not chasing kills, Freak. He's going for the objectives. They make the call for Baron. And it's that laser focus on objectives that secured Complexity to the win.
You've always got to respect the call, guys. I don't care if the Nexus is down to 20 health. If someone says, go Baron, you turn around and you kill that Baron.
You go get that Baron.
Got to secure the victory that way, guys. So, I mean, Complexity now, they're coming through. They won the Challenger tournament. Yep. They made it. They're going to be playing back for their spot in the LCS at the end of the year. And that's all they've been trying for the whole time. Yeah. As Jat was saying, they tasted it, and they're going back for it.
I'm excited for Complexity, and you can tell the fans are excited for Complexity.
All right, so a great game right there, and we've got to take a quick break, but when you return, Complexity's Mega Zero will join us to talk about their huge win. Then, it's going to be time for our third place match between Vulcan and Dignitas with a trip to the World Championships on the line. The North American Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime will be right back.
Welcome back to the LCS Live from PAX Prime. Coming up, Vulcan and Team Dignitas battle for the final North American berth in the World Championship. But first, I'm very happy to be joined by Mega Zero, the top laner for Team Complexity. Rocking an awesome hat. Tell me how you went into this game against Cognitive Gaming, who looks really strong on Friday.
So how we went against TBD?
No, how you went in this game against Cognitive Gaming.
So against Cognitive, like, I was expecting to be banned out because against TBD, they banned Rumble and Renekton, and that's when they won. But, so I had, like, other picks that I was planning to pick, but I guess I can't reveal those yet. So, maybe the Riven, best Riven NA and stuff, but, they gave me Rumble, and I felt very comfortable on Rumble, and it snowballed from there. Like, my confidence just, like, brought up the entire team.
That the game was still very close, game one. What do you think made the difference, aside from your overwhelming confidence?
So game one, they had a very dive-heavy team. They had like Karthus, Jarvan, things that just like went on us. And we got caught out way too much. Like if you notice, there was like a huge Baron dance type thing going on, and like we had to flash out, and like we just kept dying. But then eventually we just like won one team fight and won.
And then going into game two, as you said, that Rumble again, was it then that you felt, oh, we got this?
Yeah, after I got Rumble again, I was kind of confused because I felt like I was doing a lot on Rumble, but I'm always confused when I get Rumble because people ban my Renekton a lot more than my Rumble. And like, I don't know, I like both of them a lot, but like I feel like Rumble's a lot scarier.
Did a lot of mortars give you that hat because you deserved it more after a game, or?
Yeah, a lot gave me the hat because I'm a Renekton player and they banned it every game, so it fits.
All right, now of course, still up to go. You still got the promotion tournament coming up. How strong do you think you guys will be in that one?
So lately we've been scrimming LCS teams and we've actually been doing very well, so we're feeling really confident going in.
There's a lot of Complexity fans in the house. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Thank you to all my fans, especially... But yeah, thanks for following me, and like, especially when Team Arm disbanded and I went to Complexity. And thank you to all the Complexity fans. It's just like, it's amazing. There's so many people here. This is like very scary.
All right, thank you very much, Mega Zero, and congratulations, and I love that hat. And for now, let's send it over to Jat and Riv at the desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shox. And right there, you can see how daunting it is to be in front of a crowd. He just played an absolutely amazing game. He could be on top of the world, but still, one of the biggest things people fear is public speak.
I mean, Mega Zero plays it like he's nervous here. Maybe he is, but he definitely doesn't play like it.
All right, guys, earlier we asked you, who do you think is the MVP of the NALCS Summer Split and why? And here's what you had to say. Gogo Moya says, I think Dyrus. His consistency, strong top lane, and man, that Rumble. I think he can be the MVP for this final.
Well, if they make an impressive run here in the playoffs, it's very likely. Like it's been tough regular season, but Dyrus has been one of the people who's been consistent throughout for TSM.
All right, and our next one, Teedrex says, Meteos, MVP of the NA Summer Split. Clutch plays, wall-time ganks, awesome farm on a jungler, instrumental to C9's dominance.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that one. I think most people would then pick the Meteos just because his legendary stats that he's put up. He's kind of revolutionizing the jungle position in North America. Farms more than everyone else, seems to have the most presence. Just awesome player.
You see all those videos and the players, and they're like, yeah, Meteos,
yeah,
Meteos. F7 Shake says, Crumbs is the Summer Split MVP. He is an amazing player, and if Dig makes it to Worlds today, it will be on his back.
Well, that's true definitely for Dignitas, is how much Crumbs does for that team, because he is always the one setting up all of the positional movement, and the team takes a lot of cues from what Crumbs does, which is why sometimes when they don't perform well, he gets extremely upset.
Yeah, just a little bit angry. GWK says, ManCloud is the MVP. His domination of the mid lane paired with his amazing champion pool and team fighting has my vote.
And he's going to have to step it up today as well, because they had that disappointing loss to TSM yesterday, and they have this one more chance to make it in. And as Vulcan goes, so does ManCloud. ManCloud is so instrumental in the things they do.
And one of our last, Ayushgarg 1997 says, Reginald has to be the MVP. After receiving so much flack for his attitude and play, he completely dominated Counterlogic Gaming and Vulcan.
Yeah, everyone seems to have this love-hate relationship with Reginald, where he is just the controller of TSM in so many ways and is so instrumental in their success. It's worth something.
Yeah, they have definitely come around. There is no doubt about that. It definitely, as we have said, looks more a lot like friends now. And I believe congratulations are in order to the authors of those sweet tweets. You've just earned yourself a Logitech G602S gaming mouse. The rest of you, keep those MVP choices coming or at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS.
Then head over to bit.ly/PAXFeedback and answer a few questions. Like, what do you think about fantasy esports? It's quick, it's easy, and it'll help us level up our LCS broadcast even more.
Absolutely. All right, guys, because I'm starting to have a bracket withdrawal, let's take a look at the North American playoff bracket right now. It's in today's third place match. It's Vulcan taking on Team Dignitas for the final spot in the World Championship.
After that, Cloud9 faces Team Solomid for the NA LCS Summer Split title and a first-round bye into the top 8 at Worlds.
And while Cloud9 and Team Solomid have already locked in their tickets for Los Angeles and the Season 3 championship, for Vulcan and Team Dignitas, they have only one more chance to keep their dreams of conquering the Worlds alive.
It's pretty horrifying being in the third, fourth place match.
It's literally a shot at the World Championships, which is all these teams have been playing for this entire time.
You're in a best of 3 for all you've been hoping to do all year. And you're there, you're playing on the last day.
The third and fourth spot, it's actually even more pressure than, the day before that when you're fighting for the top 2 spot, because that's your last chance. It's a best of 3 and that's your last chance.
In my opinion, this is definitely a second chance.
Honestly, I don't even think about this is my last chance to get to Worlds.
Amongst the team, we almost consider this as a kind of plan B.
It's always nice having a second chance, but obviously it's a lot better to win the first one.
I think it's also our second and last chance to get to Worlds.
TSM in the semifinals, 2-0 over Vulcan.
Whenever you're in a high-pressure situation and you start doing badly, it can kind of snowball, and morale can get really bad because people get really frustrated because they know what the stakes are.
Not only do you just miss out on your chance of going to Worlds, you're about to just miss out on your chance again.
That match definitely sucks. One person's gonna be extremely happy. One person's gonna be, I was so close and we lost.
Everything is really on the line for these guys.
The most important thing about PAX is going to Worlds, and we can get that at third place. So as upset as we are about not winning, we can still get to Worlds by getting third.
Fourth is the most meaningless place to get. Yeah, it's terrible.
Fourth place might as well be the same as fifth place.
All we play for right now is to go to Worlds. If we end up not making it to Worlds, it's like we came in fourth. Great work, everyone.
So there's a lot of want that these players are saying, Jat, but it's really who is prepared for it, who has prepared for it.
Yeah, and I like what I'mACutiePie says at the end there, just great work, everyone, we got fourth. That's not a good feeling for them.
No, it's not. Like he said, it's almost the same as fifth. All right, we got to take a short break, but when we return, it's time for the third place match between Vulcan and Team Dignitas, with the final North American berth to the World Championship on the line. The NALCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime. We'll be right back.
North American LCS Regional Playoffs, you sexy people of PAX and all you amazing people back home. This is a random shout out. All the enforcers here at PAX, you're wonderful for volunteering your time, and thank you for making this run as well as it does. But guys, it's time for the third place match, Vulcan versus Team Dignitas. Now these two teams are playing for more than just the third place medal. The winner secures the third and final North American spot in the Season 3 World Championship. And now for Vulcan and Dignitas, they're going to have to shake off yesterday's semifinal shortcomings if they want a shot at the Summoners Cup.
Now that's easier said than done. They both got 2-0'd yesterday, and that's hard to come back from psychologically. Getting swept tends to be, it definitely lowers the morale.
Yeah.
But this is their last chance at Worlds, so they're going to have to bounce back.
So Zach might be involved.
Maybe.
Ha! And while it wasn't a surprise that Dignitas lost to the most dominant team in LCS history, the second-seeded Vulcan got kind of shocked by Team Solomid.
It seemed like Vulcan was just one step behind TSM the whole series, really. They made a couple of careless mistakes, and TSM just jumped all over them for the series sweep.
And a couple of those mistakes were actually made by Vulcan's LCS record holders, Mandatory Cloud and Bloodwater.
ManCloud made some costly mistakes as Ezreal yesterday. Arcane shifting forward into the team. He also had several overly aggressive plays that TSM were able to capitalize on. While ManCloud holds the record for the most kills in a split, yesterday against TSM, he wound up with more deaths than kills in the 2 losses. Then there's Bloodwater. He's the record holder for the most assists in a single split, and yesterday he ended up giving more assist gold to Team Solo Mid than he gave support to Vulcan in the team fights.
And so while Bloodwater and Vulcan struggled against the Spring's #1 team, actually, no, sorry, Spring's #1 team. Wow, I totally blanked myself there. Yeah, the Spring's #1 team. Dignitas, of course, got hit pretty hard by the Summer's top squad, Cloud9.
So Dignitas actually started off well against Cloud9. They got the first 4 kills, the first 2 turrets in Game 1, and it was largely in part due to Crumbs. And his counter jungling also set up a lot of the fans rooting for the underdogs. They thought that this might be, one team that was going to be able to take down Cloud9, but after a game-changing mid-lane tower dive by Meteos and crew, Cloud9 showcased their superlative team-fighting skills and left Dignitas in the dust.
And so while that did make it 6 losses in a row to Cloud9, now Scar and crew face another team they've struggled against all summer. Vulcan has beat Dignitas all 4 times they've met head-to-head this split.
A big reason for Vulcan's success is that their top laner, Psycho Sid, has dominated his lane in those games. And while he often gets overlooked because of that record-setting summoners that ManCloud and Bloodwater turned in, Psycho Sid had a great split. He ended the regular season with the highest KDA for any North American top laner, thanks in part to his 10.25 KDA against Dignitas.
So while an 0-4 mark would normally seem a little daunting if these playoffs have taught us anything, it's really that the regular season doesn't matter so much in the postseason.
Well, we've already seen TSM sweep CLG in the quarterfinals after losing all of the head-to-head matchups against them during the season. Plus, just like TSM, Dignitas is all about jumping in and catching kills. So that's exactly how Team Solo Mid beat Vulcan today. Dignitas are got to be feeling much better.
Yeah, having a similar style to someone who just won is definitely important. So now for Dignitas and Vulcan, they realize now that this is their most important match of the season. So Patoy believes that they can predict what Vulcan is planning. Zuna knows they need to man up and kill their nerves if they want to make it to the world stage.
Team Dignitas is probably by far the most important match we're live so far.
They're a bit more predictable than most teams, so once we do our homework, it shouldn't be hard to come up with at least a general game plan.
They looked really shaky in their defeat against TSM, and I think that we can capitalize on that.
I just have to play much more solid than I did yesterday to beat Dignitas. I really played scared for no particular reason, and I just can't do that today.
Some of my teammates are really nervous still or just really shaky, and I think we're going to be way better against Dignitas.
We're better at what we do than they are, and we executed more carefully and in a better fashion, and I think that gives us a really great advantage over Dignitas.
Oh, now that we've heard what's up?
He said he's better than they're better than they are at what they do. Pretty big words.
So we'll see if they can just be above them then. Here we go. We've heard from the teams. Let's check out today's starting lineups. On the blue side, it's gonna be Vulcan. Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid. The AD carry is Zuna and Bloodwater on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Kiwi Kid, Crumbs is in the jungle, Scar is mid, I'm a Cutie Pie is on AD carry, and Patoy is supporting.
And the featured matchup for this third place showdown is the Rumble in the jungle. Vulcan Smithy versus Dignitas' Crumbs.
Even with 2 LCS record holders, Vulcan said that Smithy was the most improved player on their team for this summer. He's been able to improve his counter ganking, and he was a big reason why Mandatory Cloud was able to get so many kills. Crumbs, on the other hand, is another jungler that looks to counter jungle, and when he can, he'll try and do it with Lee Sin. In their matches against Curse, it was his no-look alley-oops that carried Dignitas to victory, giving over those kills to Scar in a similar fashion. But that Lee Sin will be a hot commodity in this series, as both of these junglers really prefer that champion. So while Crumbs is a top priority pick with Lee Sin, Smithy is going to give him a run for his money. It'll be interesting to see if Vulcan can ban it out or try to pick it away.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing because both these teams share a fairly similar sort of play style, sort of lane by lane by lane. Assassins in the mid lane, like tanky guys in the top. A lot of kind of interesting matchups like that with similar champions. So guys, we're getting close to Champion Select, but let's check in real quick and see who you think is going to secure the final spot in the final North American spot, actually, in the World Championship. Now, according to LOLesports.com, 57% think that Vulcan's going to be heading to the Worlds. And for one of the first times, Vulcan actually holding a vote lead in the summer
Very
split.
small one, but they've got the lead.
Yeah, they've got it here. I mean, being the number two team coming in, you'd figure they'd have a pretty good advantage here. And for actually the most part, I think you guys have done a very good job of predicting the winner. TSM, despite being the underdog there, had the big vote lead in 2-0 Vulcan. So I gotta say, the crowd's been pretty good at picking their champions here.
This crowd's been pretty good at a lot of things, I'd have to say.
Speaking of picking champions, it's good. Good. You guys have been pretty awesome, and thank you for being with us here this whole weekend. Got the final day, and in fact, you know, we're actually holding the PAX booth into Monday as well as a community showing.
You're going to be sticking around, aren't you?
I'm going to be sticking around tomorrow, so if you're here at PAX, somehow if you're either right here, like literally behind me, or happen to watch it and are coming in tomorrow, I'll be here to come hang out with you guys. And so here we go. Champ Select coming up, and we're going to see how these champions are doled out. The Ezreal banned away from Cutie Pie. The Ahri away from ManCloud. Those are things that I think are very important bans for both sides.
So we'll have to see if Bloodwater's words come true, saying they're better at doing what Dignitas does than they are themselves. A lot of that does have to come down to all those matchups you talked about. Every single lane, pretty similar here, including the jungles as well, but there won't be that bouncing around that we talked about.
Not as much. So no bounce back either side here. The Zac banned away from Psycho Sid. The Cassidon away from Scar, one of his big favorite champions. And actually, it's the Bloodwater team banning Sona. Now, Patoy's been playing a lot of fiddlesticks here, so it's not necessarily that impactful of a ban.
Patoy is a really, really versatile support player, too. There's plenty more options left open for him. It's just that fact that Bloodwater puts so much emphasis on Sona. Sometimes it will cloud his judgment, maybe.
He's got a good thresh, though, so there's definitely a couple of other picks available here. It's the Evelynn being stolen away, and the fast Karth is here for Skara. So right now, Dignitas starting out a lot of magic damage in their lineup.
Well, yeah, especially with, Cassidon banned, Karthus, very strong all-around pick. Hard to really find a weakness to exploit with that champion.
Definitely. So he's going to have, I mean, you've got kind of all of the chance in the world. I guess Ahri and Zed both being banned. They actually kind of fed into that. They actually banned 2 of the big bully mid lane assassins. Of course, the Cassidon got banned out by Vulcan. Dignitas gets to grab the Karthus. And now, I mean, we've seen these lanes so many times. So many times. And this explains the Sona ban. It's the Ashe Zyra lane.
So that brings, like everyone says, the control from the bottom lane, and it opens up the other solo lanes for more damage. Since they've already locked in Shen, it's probably going to be Mandatory Cloud being a very high impact, high damage champion. But some of his favorite champions are already off the board. The Zed, the Ahri, like we said already, the Cassidon too. So maybe we will even see him return to some very old mid laners like the Xerath and the Nidalee that were very strong for him early on in the spring split.
Or even Ryze. We haven't seen him very much since the nerfs. Every once in a while, we've actually seen him in some of the Korean games. But yeah, it's what you're saying, right? ManCloud's got to be the guy to deal the damage. Vulcan's the only team with a mid laner who's got more gold than their AD carry. Even though Zuna plays late game carries, ManCloud's been the one getting crazy in these. So yeah, if you're going to have one guy carry, it might as well be ManCloud.
And Crumbs now, no, he didn't pick up Lee Sin. He's on a jungler that can make even more early game plays. It's going to be up to Vulcan to buy a lot of pink wards and ward behind them so that they don't have the effects of this Jungle Evelyn with Ignite coming out early. That's one of the scariest ganks that you can actually have in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, could be incredibly difficult for these guys. The next pick's coming through as well. The Graves and Thresh there for Dignitas. A lot of damage, still flooding damage in this lineup. And Vulcan actually going for the Twisted Fate on top of the Lee Sin as well. So it's actually not that high damage of a team, but a lot of pick potential.
Yeah, wow. There's a lot of playmaking potential on this team. Twisted Fate, great at catching people out. Shen can help out anyone who's in a bad spot, and they just have so much control about choosing when to team fight. The only thing is, Dignitas have a great team fighting team. Their AD carry even has massive area of effect damage over here.
Yeah.
So that stacked with Karthus and with the initiate of a flanking Evelyn means that they have a huge possibility for taking out giant groups of people.
That's the first thing I'm like, actually they might even pick that. Patoy's clicked like 15 different champions every time getting people to cheer.
Oh, whoa.
We've seen that
Remember that early on Kiwi Kid Fizz.
Yeah. Now he's going for the cannon though, adding more of that AoE team fight synergy to the team. So basically what this tells me is if you go and fight 5 guys at Dignitas, you're doing the wrong thing.
It's going to be up to Vulcan to pick and choose their fights, and they've got all the tools to do that. We saw CLG yesterday with a very similar composition where they had a whole bunch of control but not that much damage.
Yeah.
And they played it very well a couple times, but it only takes one time, one team fight in the end of the game to go all in with a very crowd control oriented team and mess it up.
And we'll hope that Vulcan actually, despite their kind of couple of rough decision-making moments in their series against TSM, make some better decisions here. And also just a random thing to point out, ManCloud and Zuna are going to get free gold from their passives. So these guys are going to be super rich. And just by the gold, they'll definitely be late game carries.
Well, they're going to have to land CS for both of them to do that. So we'll have to see if Crumbs can actually take them out of lane early.
It's definitely an option. I mean, these guys both, really all 10 of them, phenomenal players, of course, here on the world stage. And even though some people get flack once in a while, Mandatory Cloud had a couple of mistakes throughout his series. We've talked about Kiwi Kid's high death score a couple of times throughout the split. But you'll notice that both these teams have the exact same lineup from the spring split.
Yeah.
This has been one of the only teams in the LCS to completely hold on to the same lineup the whole way through. TSM switched their AD carry throughout the spring split. CLG, massive roster changes as well. And here, Dignitas and Vulcan are holding together as good friends, saying, look, throughout it all, we're going to keep this lineup. We believe in teamwork. We believe in the power of love like Complexity does. And we're going to come through and make it happen when it matters most here. The third place match. This is a spot at Worlds on the line. And here we go. Vulcan in blue, Dignitas in red. Power of teamwork.
Well, it's not only the team that's keeping Dignitas together. Also, the manager yesterday, Odie, was talking about that's his philosophy. He doesn't like to switch out players in these team-based games where communication and synergy is so important, even more important than individual play.
Yes, and just getting the communication there. So Smithy looking to spot out Crumbs in the mid, and the team's communicating as they find champions around the map. Of course, Dignitas and Vulcan, they pretty much all know what's happening here with the Vulcan squad, the 5 of them running in. They know they're spotted. They get a ward down to spot out some of the Wraith Brush. So Vulcan taking a bit of damage just to get some ward coverage, but both those wards got spotted by Dig. So Dig knows exactly what kind of vision's available here, as Patoy goes for a little cheeky ward himself. So Dignitas looking to understand the lane matchups here and figure out who went where and find the 2v2 or the 2v1 they want.
Thing is, Ashe and Zyra duo lane is very strong in either 2 versus 2 or a 2 versus 1 situation. So it's not going to put that much pressure on Vulcan to make a switch here. It looks like it's going to be a delayed invade, though, around the back of this red. And Smithy looking to show Crumbs really how you use Lee Sin early game. Like we said, both of these guys, huge fans of that champion.
I actually really like this move by Vulcan because looking at sort of the ward patterns and whatnot, they would have seen Patoy go down and seen the number of wards he had with the early Explorer ward that is now timed out in the river. And Vulcan would know that there weren't any wards put down on this side of the map pretty much because the support was never there. So Vulcan are going, even though Dig knows this has been warded, Vulcan still goes into this one in the fog of war. There's Patoy after the side, but they've already pulled this one over. Smithy grabs the red buff. Great invade right there. And Vulcan actually leaves this camp. No, okay, he's going to go back and get level 2 and then leave the camp up. So now, I didn't know. I was like really confused for a second. Crumbs grabs blue, invades towards red. So actually both sides just really getting good invades.
Well, the point there was that Patoy actually saw the invades. If Smithy had taken that without being seen, then Evelyn would have wasted time by rolling over to his own jungle. But Smithy, knowing that the opportunity for Crumbs to counter jungle is exactly what he's going to look for after Patoy has alerted him to the early red steal, they're looking to head him off.
Yeah, the problem is Smithy used his smite to get down towards the red buff. Now, they don't know his smite's been burned because he smited from the fog of war, but Crumbs holds smite here, and there's almost no way Crumbs loses red buff.
Unless Smithy's going to kill him, then he wouldn't be able to get it.
Well, there's a chance. It's getting lower and lower. Notice that Smithy runs forward. There's the red buff being taken up by Crumbs, but there comes Scar. Smithy gonna jump back anyway. Flashes on over. There's the ignite. There's the exhaust. First blood goes down. Psycho Sid pops the ignite. He's gonna get the trade kill back onto Crumbs, and the taunt onto Scar. Red card comes by. In comes Kiwi Kid for the jump as well. The ignite back. Double kill for Scar. Traded onto Psycho Sid. He's now wearing the red buffs. Getting chased down. Goes for a little bit of fight onto Kiwi. The ninjas doing battle. Red buff. Actually, double buff onto Sid. A little bit more gold on a Dignitas. Crazy fight, though.
Now, both junglers and both mids going down in that one. And it was the first blood going over to Dignitas for that slight gold lead. But
yeah.
But really, that Smithy, he didn't want to let Crumbs get away with that extra buff at the very beginning, because that would have given him the lead, and he had only taken one himself.
Yeah, and ultimately there's still that one blue buff left over that Smithy gets to grab. So Crumbs are running around in level 3, jungling with no buffs at all, which can hurt Evelyn's mana pool a little bit, whereas Smithy gets to wear the blue buff and feel happy, plus of course Sid wearing these double buffs. But with Skara getting that double kill, he's already got a tier in that lane. He's already set up to be that crazy late game Karthus. He's already ahead of everyone else.
And he won't really necessarily bully ManCloud, but here comes the Thresh gank, already taking the Dark Passage in.
But there is Smithy already watching the counter gank come in. The exhaust was used on a Cutie Pie. That has been used up now. Patoy, the Q misses from McSmithy, but it's going to be enough damage coming through. Zuna picking up that kill, 1-0. And there's Dignitas running away.
Because there were no more buffs left on Crumb's side, he only had one option. That was to go gank because he's an Evelyn very early on. And like you said, the mana problems would plague him if he wanted to just farm the jungle. So Smithy makes a great rotation after taking the buff that was still left to go for the lane he believed the counter gank was in, and it was just a very well played, well thought out play there from Smithy. Meanwhile, like you're talking about in that mid lane, Scar deserves that early edge on Mantoy Cloud because he rotated first in the jungle fight. ManCloud was right behind him, but that cost them the first blood.
And I like how impressive that was because Scar is naturally on the top right side of the lane and still got down first. So really incredible things to be on the other side, like the other team, and make it first. That's always just that's just swag right there. It's like, yeah, I'm that better at rotating than you. Of course, he knew the Evelyn was around. Psycho Sid, though, still in this matchup, but Crumbs still looking to invade. Look, Smithy's, oh no, not invade. He's going for I guess ManCloud does not have flash. This gank could, in fact, work if the Wall of Pain can come down. There's a red or a pink ward in the lane that they should know about. You notice that Crumbs is hiding away, not in vision of that ward.
They are aware that Mantoy Cloud's flashes down and they want to capitalize on it, but Evelyn doesn't have any slows of her own, so it has to be that wall.
And a really good move right there. Taunt into Safeguard to land all the abilities on the Kiwi Kid. Unfortunately, no follow-up there. Had to just get away. Kiwi is safe, but some good damage dealt.
I have to say, Smithy making the first moves here, definitely get him the edge in that lane. And if Dignitas want to sort of counter here, well, never mind. If Smithy leaves the area, then it will be, in fact, in Dignitas' favor.
Yeah, it's only got a counter gank. Now it's just a gank right here. Crumbs completely getting through the brush right there. Scar on the recall. Scar is also level 6. That double kill got him a lot of experience. So Requiem's available on this one. This could be a 3v1. Well, Crumbs recalled back.
Well, we also have a level 6 TF here, so he can join the party. Mantoy Cloud, all he needs to do is rotate, and since there's no wards from Skara yet, he's just gone back and hasn't bought them, he can come in.
And look at the damage on the Kiwi Kid. Wildcard's coming across as well. One more attack. Psycho Sid picks it up. Very nice play. And as you said, yep, he's got Destiny and uses it right away.
Now, yeah, Kiwi Kid did go down there, but it was a flash from Psycho Sid with the taunt to set it up, and Scar had not warded the mid against the TF, so you can't blame Kiwi Kid too heavily for that one.
Some good damage going down onto Crumbs, though, at the same time. The taunt into the gold card, into a couple of attacks right there. ManCloud's still holding on to this bottom lane, though, so it's Smithy who's been sent to roam over to the mid lane and soak up the golden XP, prevent his turret from going down. Now we're looking at the duo lane here, and 50-50, despite the early kill going over to Zuna, Dignitas are holding completely equal in this lane.
It was a very good first rotation here, though, from Mandatory Cloud. Waiting in the lane, and after Scar recalls, knows there's no vision of him from any source. Very, very tricky to pull off those TF ganks nowadays, and since the cooldown has been extended, that much more important.
Definitely. So going to walk back to the lane, still plenty of time to go. And interestingly enough, the blue buff is going to respawn pretty late here because of all the crazy jungle antics. So ManCloud's going to take quite some time before he gets to reuse that. Crumbs, interestingly enough, despite having a Karthus for a mid laner, has retaken his own blue buff. So Crumbs is holding on to this for extra mana regen, has the timer on Smithy's red, and is looking for that one as well.
So Evelynn is actually a really quick jungle clearing champion if she has the mana to back it up. She's also great at coming from behind here as Mandatory Cloud gets pinched.
The stun goes off on a Scar, but the exhaust putting out so much damage. Flash forward. The Stand United isn't going to be enough. It is. He shows up, but he goes down. And it looks like the kick in on the Scar. The alley-oop is there for both teams. Smithy gets the kill onto Scara. Really good counter gank.
It did cost Vulcan their global and their presence in the bottom lane, though. Now Kiwi Kid freely hitting the bottom turret.
Exhaust goes off, and the Ash Arrow stun. Dignitas Cutie Pie so low on health. Zuna, one attack to go, cannot get into range. Puts some pain on a Patoy, though. That was incredibly close.
Yeah, Cutie Pie right there. Getting off his burst and immediately flashing out so he doesn't fall to the knock-up there from the Zyra ultimate. Very, very close, but nobody does go down.
Okay, but Crumbs, though, look at that. Still looking pretty happy in his mid lane with Mandatory Cloud dead. Smithy was holding on the mid lane, which gave a little bit of a window to Crumbs. You can see him backing off, saying, Smithy's coming for me.
They have a good pink ward up here, top two.
And they're not even showing. Okay, now they showed.
Zuna tipped him off.
Smithy going to go for it. Can he land the Q? Yes, he does. Crumbs might go down. A couple more attacks to go. The flash in. One more attack. Flash Freak. Smithy makes that happen. Now I'm a Cutie Pie. Good play by Patoy. Hits both members of Vulcan. And there's the pull in.
Whoa, it's going deep.
ManCloud, the Q. He gets it. But here comes the Requiem. Zuna's going to go down. ManCloud goes down as well. No, Zuna buried it. I take it back. Smithy finds another kill.
Both globals going off here, but Mandatory Cloud's team comes out ahead. Scara is going to have free time farming the mid, though. Shove a couple waves into the turret. Smithy again with a great counter gank. I thought that Zuna's early volley and tipping off Crumbs was really going to cost them, but they were able to pull it out anyway.
I think he did it right as the Lee Sin got into Elise's vision range. Said, I'm going to slow you before you could react to this and hope to get him in range. Of course, it did work out that time. Now, Crumb's going back to his own jungle just to grab his red buff up. So, despite everything that's happening, he's still getting back in the jungle, trying to get the farm. Level 7, so he's actually holding up to Smithy and XP despite being down in kills.
He's trying to get back in this one. That's partly why he did take the blue buff as well, to help him catch up in this game. But again, with that counter gank there from Smithy, he really turned around not only the jungle fight, but also this top lane here. Because Cutie Pie, 0 kills on him, but 1 kill and 3 assists here for Zuna could easily help them out quite a lot in that poke lane.
What's interesting about this even still is that Cutie Pie's been able to get ahead in minion kills and, aside from boots of speed, keep up in items. So I'm a Cutie Pie. Despite how many crazy things have happened to him, is still holding on pretty well. And that's a huge testament to his skill right here, despite being what could be a very, very rough lane for him. Look at the mid lane. Nothing too crazy has actually happened in the mid lane. It's funny because we talk about the source of the globals being one of the major focal points for ganking. Vulcan has a global in every one of their lanes, which makes it pretty hard to shut down them all.
And it looks like Crumb's choosing to go right back to that top lane. He remembers there was a pink ward in that bush before, though, and decides not to go for it as the timely back from Zuna and Bloodwater causes him to think that it's still there.
Really awesome play right there. That's good mind games put up. ManCloud's still in his mid lane. Crumbs was around, but Smith looks for the bottom lane here. Psycho Sid gets the taunt on a Kiwi Kid. He misses the Q. Kicks him back. Kiwi Kid might still get out of this one. It has to flash away. A lot of summoners burned here. Smithy's not going to find anything else. That was a silly Q to miss.
All right, so maybe his case for being the better of the Lee Sins just got hurt a little bit right there. But Kiwi Kid did have to flash anyway, so it comes out as a win.
Comes out as a win. All right, could have been a bigger win. It's more like a 1-0 than a 2-0. Mandatory Cloud forced back again by the Wall of Pain. Lands a stun. A couple more attacks to go. Really good late waste from Skara, but no Requiem to follow up. Psycho Sid will save with that ulti. Arrow comes off. Will it find Cannon?
Oh, second target. Yeah! Oh! We got a 2-for-1 on the
Missed them both.
There.
Good job, Zuna. Missed them both.
Now, does that count as
all 3, actually?
2 Ash arrows missed to ruin his percentage?
I think it's actually 3.
Okay.
He missed Skara, Crumbs, and Kiwi Kid.
And then he gets hooked.
What?
Up in the top lane and boxed.
Oh, no, this is so bad. Goodbye to the Ash. Cutie Pie picking up that kill. BF or double Doran's Blade.
So that was, by the way, just Patoy landing a straight hook onto Zuna. There were no fancy tricks right there.
Just great play.
Just a great play there from Patoy. He capitalized on the hook going in, used his box.
Really
so there
awesome.
was no more.
Oh, well played by these guys. You notice Smithy and Crumbs are featured matchup. Smithy's definitely had a higher impact on this game, though Crumbs picked the Evelynn first. So this is what I think is going to do better this game. Smithy's like, well, you gave me Lee Sin, and has done more for his team so far. And he's kind of like the reason Vulcan's holding up, because outside of his influence, they only have 2 kills.
Now, Meteos had said that he believes Evelynn to be the strongest solo queue jungler at the moment because of the amazing ganks that she's able to pull off, and because of that clear speed that she does have especially when she has her blue buff. So Crumb's taking a little bit more of a solo queue tactic here. The flash taunt comes in.
And there's the Destiny, lands the gold card. The jump in as well from Smithy. Skara has nowhere to go. RIP and P Skara. 9-5 now for Vulcan, and looking for Dragon.
They're finally able to make Skara pay. This was the first time where Crumbs wasn't the one attacking Mandatory Cloud in that mid lane, and after that, they have 5 members near the Dragon, so they're able to take this, and they should get over to defend the mid turret just in time.
Looks like they left 1 man back, actually, just to make sure. Psycho
Another
Sid taunting up Kiwi Kid. This fight has been going on forever. Man Cloud, the flash stun. Arrow misses, unfortunately, from Zuna. CC kept them from running into that one. But Crumbs going for the blue buff steal when that all happens, and the bottom lane for Dignitas taking down a turret.
They are able to get 2 objectives on the different sides of Crumbs Kiwi Kid dying there, so not everything wasted. Another hook onto Zuna!
Lantern comes down as well. Zuna flashes the wall. He's going to be safe. This turret is 1 hit from dead. And Cutie Pie actually, well, I guess no one's going to stop him, so we'll get this turret afterwards. But the mid lane goes down for Mandatory Cloud. Suddenly, everything is dying all over the map.
Now, it's really due to the combo of Psycho Sid and Mandatory Cloud. They are making some spectacular plays on both of those global ultimate champions here. Smithy is doing a good job as well. He's rotated down bottom, but even though they have double pink wards in the river, pink's coming out from the bottom lane of Dignitas, and they do play cautiously, knowing that they're blind.
Interestingly, the double gloves, though, being taken by Vulcan right now, giving a bit more lane control to the Dignitas squad. I can't imagine them giving up this turret, but look at this. They're hiding towards the back. They're not rushing to take this one, expecting Vulcan to bait the turret.
Don't let that cannon minion get close. Zuna's tanking it. There we go. They're going to save it.
Melee minion did like 5 damage. All right, they saved it for now. But yeah, Dignitas could have just like straight backdoored that if they wanted to. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for that one. Maybe they're giving Vulcan more credit than they deserved because there wasn't a real defense force there.
Took a while for Smithy to recall, but they are also keeping the globals in mind, and the Stand United is now available. It's going to be a little bit longer on the Destiny, but Psycho Sid is available to join another lane. He's already used it twice just to save Mandatory Cloud. And so if Mandatory Cloud gets into a bad position again with the duo of the Crumbs and Skara mid lane, then he'll want to save it for that one.
And Sid is at level 11 now, so his Stand United not only has a shorter cooldown,
oh, the arrow bottom!
Shield. Arrow's going to hit there. Cutie Pie and Patoy forced to run away. Cleanse used by Cutie Pie. Does keep him safe. Volley does not land. Splits the difference on those 2 arrows. Gets a field goal on that one. He's going to be safe with the Lantern.
May have been a little early to start that one off. Mandatory Cloud and Smithy both looking to rotate, but they are a few steps behind. Close range Crystal Arrows not stunning for long enough to set that gank up.
So nothing found there. Hotshot does not reveal Evelynn, so Crumbs is still hiding there, but Smithy still smells something.
Actually, I don't even know why he hawkshot it, but there's a Destiny. That's going to find
That'll
something.
reveal Evelyn.
It's the top lane for Kiwi Kid. This bottom lane should not be a fight for Vulcan. Kiwi taking a bit of pain. Red card still might just be enough. Tanking up the turret is Psycho Sid and go down. Now the re-engage in the bottom lane. There's the Requiem. Bloodwater's going to fall. Doesn't even get Requiem though. Kind of a wasted ulti. Little bit of health left just on that Cutie Pie as he runs away. Patoy lands the Q. Gonna go in for this one. Smithy forced to run back out. Scar takes the mid lane turret where this all happens. Mancloud going for the top lane. These guys are trading objectives a lot.
Such a beautiful hook there. Patoy keeps on landing these over and over, but right, both of the solo mid laners grabbing turrets right now. Mandatory Clouds, though, is an outer turret. Scar's working on the secondary mid turret. He has not left that mid lane. He is playing the farm up Karthus in mid, just add Requiem damage.
Well, and you're seeing him get scarier and scarier. 17 minutes, the early Rod of Ages, the tier going up. 156 minions. He's also out CSing Mancloud. Granted, Mancloud has left the lane more. And here we see Kiwi Kid just trying to group, trying to catch back up. 0, 3, and 1. Still last hitting quite well. 118, 120 now on him. Is out farming Psycho Sid, but just keeps getting picked on. He's lost his turret. He's going for that Zonias. That'll help him survive as well. There's the pick onto Zuna. Is it going to be enough? Smithy is here. Yeah, Cutie Pie. That's not great, but he's going to hit that lantern and get out. Good escape.
Now, Vulcan can continue to keep using this one-hit turret as bait. Smithy goes in on the bottom. He just landed a Q, by the way, to go in and finish off Patoy. Meanwhile, up top, the Ninja's just trading a little bit of damage.
A little bit of damage trader, not a huge deal for these guys.
Now, Vulcan have said that if any team gets... okay, here we go. We're going to see Smithy pull this off on Patoy. He gets him back for the hooks that Patoy's been landing, and was the landed Q into a kick, finishing him off. Cutie Pie tries to teach Smithy a lesson, but there's nothing packing in that shotgun.
Yep, nothing got stopped right there. So, just shooting rubber bullets right now for Cutie Pie until he gets a couple more damage items there. And let's see what's happened now in this game. 19 minutes in, and Vulcan, they said they'd just be a better Dignitas here. They'd play their game, but stronger. They've picked mostly a lot of actually Dignitas champions. Right? This is not a lineup you'd be surprised to see from Dignitas, aside from maybe the Ashe, not a super common pick here. But otherwise, this is things that you've seen Dig run. It's a play style, a lot of kills, heavy ganking. That's the Vulcan plan right now. They've built a 6-kill lead. They've built 4,000 gold. They've got an extra turret. Vulcan are definitely controlling this game right now. And we haven't seen Dignitas come back from an early deficit so far in this tournament.
Well, like I said, Vulcan have said on record that if any team gets Shen and TF, they should not lose, even though they were one of the only teams to actually do that. They have a really good early lead so far, and they've been making use of the dual globals, really just outpacing that single Requiem that Scar has been able to add.
They absolutely have done an amazing job of this one. Kiwi Kid hasn't had nearly the same impact that Psycho Sid had, or has had, and really the same for Smithy as well. You look at that 4-1 and 4 in the Lee Sin. Again, he's just done more than Crumbs this game. Even though Crumbs is now out farming him, Crumbs has picked up lane farm and jungle farm more often, more frequently, and gotten some gold for that one. You just look at the item disparity, the kill disparity. Smithy's been doing so much for his team. With everyone showing up, he's piggybacking off the globals. And now, of course, Vulcan, they've got, I believe if I saw that right in Oracles, but Toy definitely has one as well, and for Dignitas. And Dragon's back up here. Yeah, Smithy has it. Here we go. And look, another global objective being contested here. Shen on the other side of the map can teleport in. This is a good situation for Vulcan.
So what Vulcan have been doing really well is spreading out the entire map here. They've been keeping Dignitas spread apart by the fact that they've shoved in that top lane and forced Kiwi Kid to go up there. They knew that this Dignitas team that's focused around 5 versus 5 team fights is now split up. And they can take advantage of the fact that Shen can join, whereas Kiwi Kid can't.
And once again, the taunt into the gold card. Kiwi Kid forced to run away, does not have flash. Mancloud does. Another kill picked up there. Kiwi Kid 0-4 and 1. Stun goes off on a Crumbs. Is going to help the Vulcan team disengage. No kill found there for Dignitas. And you're right. No 5v5s. Vulcan refused to fight a large battle and are snowballing ahead early game. Turret goes down. Finally, there's the engagement of Azuna. Cutie Pie exhausted. Here comes Shen. Do they have the damage they need to kill off Graves? Taunt comes across. There's one kill picked up. Crumbs doesn't have anywhere to go. 2 kills picked up. Great counter pick up there. Use the turret as bait. Found the fight they wanted.
And in the last 2 fights, Vulcan just really showed why they believe no one should lose with Shen and TF. Usually, when you're against the team with the global, like I say, you go to the source of the global with your ganks to attack them, but you can't go to both Shen and TF at the same time. So whichever one you go after, the other one's going to join you. And we just saw Mandatory Cloud going up to join Smithy, or Psycho Sid. He went up to join Psycho Sid, helped him out, got the kill on Kiwi Kid, which freed up Psycho Sid to go bottom and help the rest of the team.
Yeah, incredible. Just everything sort of working together as pieces of a puzzle here for Vulcan. 15-6 right now. Using turrets that are dead to make sure that Kiwi Kid has nowhere to retreat from, making sure that someone's got a global up at all times to turn around kills. Dragon's not available, so it's nothing like Dignitas can fight for with the globals down. Vulcan are keeping everything in control.
And I said that they were going to continue to use that tower at bait that was so low. That was the last time they could finally use it, because at least in the last fight, Dignitas finally took down that bottom outer turret.
There we go. Some global gold coming for these guys. Dignitas do have 2 turrets. To be fair, they have found some things to push down. One time that was Skara pushing the mid lane after ManCloud left, one of the other counter engages you see there. ManCloud goes through the wall of pain, though. Takes the Q. Not going to get chased down, though. He will escape.
Now they also have a very strong Psycho Sid. Look at that, 6-0 and 4 on Shen means that he is a huge split pushing threat. And since they also have a Lich Bane TF on their team, any sort of spread fight is going to be in their
Wow,
advantage.
look at that damage output. Asher into red card, but the kill still picked up onto Twisted Fate. It's going to be Crumbs falling down. Scar, one last attack from Bloodwater's going to pick that one up. 2 for 1 so far. Will Smithy go in? He does. Gets played back. Uh-oh!
On the Defile! Oh!
But the Karthus Death Defy times out, and Smithy lives with no HP. Dude, he just went in for another camp and got lower. Something else hit him.
That was a 2-for-1 trade, though, so it came out in Vulcan's favor once again. Even though PewDiePie was pushing that bottom lane and is going to get a small amount of minions denied to the turret.
Wow, so here we go. A little bit of deny, a little bit of extra gold not going Vulcan's way, but everything else considered, they're just getting farther and farther ahead. Zuna finally coming back down to sweep this up. 5 ranked in Frost Shot, 5 in Volley, pretty standard for Ashe, of course, but now he's going to get more gold from that passive. Twisted Fate gets like 4.1 per minion he kills. Ashe only getting 1, but it's going to go up to 2, it's going to go up to 3. He's going to be rich. Zuna can late game carry. And I mean, with all the globals they've got, all of Vulcan are really scaling well in this game.
Now, the late game carry is really in, again, Psycho Sid and Mandatory Cloud's hands. They've really handled this entire game from beginning to end. And it's going to be the split pushing end for Vulcan. They've got, like I said, the Lich Bane TF and a very fed Shen that can hold his own in any side lane. So they can continue to spread out Dignitas all the way until they get to that inhibitor turret line. In which case, then the base is going to get so small that Dignitas will actually be able to walk to the other side and join the team fights. That's where Dig are going to make their last stand. Until that point, Dig are just looking to farm up, try and clear waves as efficiently as possible, and stall out Vulcan for as long as they can to sort of catch up and gain some, some AoE items and the next threshold here.
So good luck to that for Dignitas. On the other hand, Vulcan, I want to see what they do to close this game out, because we heard Dyrus say that basically that they failed to snowball the game against Vulcan a couple of times, and they were silly mistakes. They gave Vulcan opportunities to come back. And I want to see if that same curse might happen here for Vulcan if they fail to snowball the game right here.
So they're going to go for the Crystal Arrow engage. That's
They're going to find Crumbs. He is going down. 1 kill picked up. There's actually pretty much a 5v5, though, and Vulcan are fighting it. Dignitas has a lot of damage coming out from Skara. PewDiePie is still alive, but getting zoned out a little bit. Kiwi's going to go down, but trades with ManCloud. Now Skara taking damage. Can he kill off Smithy? No. Another kill picked up. 3 for 1. Requiem, no kills. Good safeguard from Smithy.
Saves both of their lives right there. They get nothing for that Requiem. And so beautiful job by Bloodwater. By the way, shot caller plus initiator, even on Zyra, landing the full combo there, enabling this entire team fight. And a beautiful Zhonya's from Mandatory Cloud made him miss the burst of that collateral damage from PewDiePie, allowing him to survive just long enough to get off 1 more card. And because of that giant team fight win mid, it was perfect position for Vulcan to rotate over to the Baron.
And it's going to be them picking up that
They're
Baron.
waiting so that Mandatory Cloud can get it.
There it is.
Very rarely will we see teams have the confidence to stall out the Baron with that low health and wait for someone to revive. But because they got the decisive team fight right at the mid, They knew that there was no way Crumbs was going to be able to get to Baron in time.
Especially because he's not running Flash. He would have had to run through the team. He would have had to run through Vulcan to show, hey guys, I can steal this. And that would have said, all right, we'll burst it down. They got it to like 1,200, and then said, okay, as long as we can do the damage at the end. So nice move there by Vulcan, as you said, the confidence, the knowledge that it couldn't be stolen from anything super crazy, maybe collateral damage from Cutie5, but either way, well played by these guys. So now 20-8. 11,000 gold in the lead. Well, basically 10,000 gold in the lead. I want to see again. Do they go for another 5v5? Do they find another pick?
Crystal
they find
arrow.
Crumbs. There's the lantern, but it's not going to... Look at that. He kicks him away. What a nice move there by Smith. He puts the ward down. Says, no lantern for you. Lights out on the Cutie Pie. Just picking up red buff, but more objectives going to Vulcan.
They just have so much pick potential because of the fact that they can spread out this Dignitas team, and then Twisted Fate popping his ultimate will reveal everyone, giving, again, the confidence Smithy can go in and make that play because they know the rest of Dignitas can't follow.
Wonderful stuff here. Still a few seconds without Crumbs. One of the key team fight holders there for Dignitas. Another turret goes down, making that 5. Seko said the whole time has been in the top lane. That turret down to 1/3. Vulcan still finding things to close out, getting rid of more turrets, getting farther ahead. And Dignitas, at this point, I feel like they need a miracle.
It's really been these strong solo lanes pulling Dignitas apart, and then the picks from this bottom lane, both Ashe and Zyra, actually. You know, even Bloodwater on normally what we consider a counter-initiate of Zyra, able to get off a very sneaky combo that really even got them the Baron that they're wearing right now. Couple of good picks here from Zuna with the arrows as well, and there's just way too many tools here for Vulcan to use.
Yeah, it's really impressive how those two have worked together. The grasping root starting it out, and then saying, Zuna, I hit him. Go shoot all your buttons, press R, go aim their direction. And you saw the arrow land, you saw then the Stranglethorn's knock-up hit both targets that were hit. And that whole team was able to fire from over the wall. Ashe and Zyra, both 575, 600 range, just contributing to that fight, staying safe. Zuna picking up the Negatron cloak helped him survive the Requiem as well. We actually saw from the Challenger match how afraid Complexity had to be of that huge Karthus, of how much he could have wreaked havoc on the AD carries. And Zuna's saying, yeah, I know you're fearsome. I'm going to get some MR. Help me survive in this one. Let's help him a little bit.
Zuna doesn't have to worry too much about attack damage. This is a very magic damage heavy team from Dignitas. And Graves, he's using a shotgun. It's AoE, but it's very short range there. The first target that collateral damage does hit is going to cause it to spray out. And as long as Zuna's positioning himself well in the back, doesn't have to worry too much about that Graves AD.
Yeah, so very good stuff here. Zuna staying alive, only 4, 1, and 9, despite fighting a Requiem, despite being ganked a couple of times. Only the 1 death for him. It's actually ManCloud who seemed to have been focused the most with 5 deaths here, the most in his team. But you know what? As long as it works out for them, they're going to do okay. Vulcan now, all 6 outer turrets are down, and the Baron buff only has 30 seconds left. So without Baron, will Vulcan find another team fight? Will they look for the 5v5? Do they keep playing the pick game? Because now Dignitas are stuck in their base.
No, they keep on making use of the composition that they have. They're splitting all 3 lanes here. Like I said, not only do they have a beefy Shen, but the Lich Bane on Mandatory Cloud means that if you leave him alone for a second, 1 auto attack on a turret will be huge. He is vulnerable to getting picked, though.
Yeah, Shen shield might not be enough. He's going to go down. There's the pick from Dignitas. Well played there. And there's the start of the comeback, potentially. The jump in from Crumbs. Do they have the fight? There's a stun on a Kiwi Kid. He's knocked up into the air, but still the chase. Patoy plays back Zuna. This could be what they needed. Barrier is used. Scar in front, flashes into the enemy team. 2 kills picked up so far. The chase onto Xmithy. He's going to kick back, but there is the Requiem. Will that be enough? Another kill coming across. Psycho Sid forced to run away. Only 500 health left. Crumbs on the chase. The Shadow Dash up in 1 second. Sid, can he get farther back? Farther back. 400 health now. Going away. There's Bloodwater, only those 2 alive. But Toy, gonna look for something. Can someone click the lantern? The Q does not go in, but 3 kills for nothing for Dignitas. That is big.
Bloodwater does come by to save him on this one. Now, it was just a Skara wall catching out Mandatory Cloud right here. This was really Dignitas waiting, like I said at the beginning, till they get to the inhibitor turret line and having the base be so small. Then they take their pick. Once they get the first pick, they know they have to capitalize on that first pick because they desperately need to get back into this game right now. Scar, a beautiful flash to get him into position to cut off 2 more members of Vulcan and secure 2. Well, actually, Psycho Sid, as we know, is going to get away from that one from the long run, but he got 1 more kill with it.
That was good stuff here for Team Dignitas, trying to claw their way back in. It's been difficult for them, but if anyone can make a comeback, it's going to be one of the longest standing teams in League of Legends history. They're looking for it now. Again, the third place match. This best of 3 means going to Worlds or just simply being in Season 4 watching from the sidelines. I guess they live in LA, so they can at least still be in the same city as it, but I think you'd rather be playing in that tournament here.
Much rather be playing in it. The sad thing after that team fight, by the way, was that there was nothing left on the map for Dignitas to take. So after they got those kills they worked so hard for, they couldn't grab any extra objectives because Vulcan do a really good job of keeping the map clean, taking up the buffs from Dignitas' side as well as the Dragon and the Baron so far.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that all 3 lanes were pushing down. Despite the death primaries, they couldn't get the minions far enough across the map to take a turret out, so just a +2 kill. That was the only thing that happened in that Dignitas comeback was, okay, well we got, aside from shutdown bonuses, what, 900 gold on you for +2 kills with assists, so that's only the small little claw back coming in here for Dig. And you're seeing the tri-lane push come back here. Vulcan still up 13,000 gold. Sid on the bottom, that Sunfire Cape helping Shen push back out. Seeing Mandatory Cloud hold the mid lane. The tri-lane push is back here for Vulcan. And they're saying, okay, well, Man Cloud, don't die this time, and then maybe we'll do better.
He still doesn't have his flash, so he's not going to put himself into a vulnerable position. Smithy, or Psycho Sid on the other hand, he feels so confident in the amount of defense that he's been able to acquire that he doesn't have to have any extra wards there. He hasn't bought any extra wards for himself. It's just that one over by the mid lane. And he can keep up the extra pressure here on the bottom lane for Vulcan. If Dignitas stay too long in this red side jungle, playing around with Vulcan during the Baron dance, then Shen will slowly push that lane in, and they will just lose out their inhibitor turret as easy as that. That's exactly what Vulcan would like.
It's a very well-played situation here. There we go. Shen up to the inhibitor turret, and the team starts Baron at the same time. Either someone stops Shen or someone stops Baron, but Dignitas might not be able to do both. Baron losing some health right there. ManCloud still in the mid lane, actually. Vulcan doing this very slowly with just the 3 here, but Smithy is a tanky man. There is Graves and Evelyn sent to dispatch Shen to get him out of the base. But Baron now down a half HP, and Dignitas are none the wiser. They do not have wards down here. They're
Mandatory
not
Cloud
checking
pops
this.
his ulti just to make sure that there's no steal going to happen. And they're getting so confident in these objectives that he teleports down to Dragon to grab both at the same time. They're keeping this map completely clean. There's nothing for Dignitas to go for.
Absolutely locked down the map right now. Good pickup by these guys, 22 to 11 in kills, but now farther and farther ahead, 15,000. 2 of 2 Barons, and I'd be surprised if they lost more than 1 Dragon at all this game. Yep, there we go, 4 of 4 indeed. So Vulcan, again, in control, 6-2 in turrets, everything looking to be good for them. Sit back on the split push, but now with the Baron buff, is that now enough for Vulcan to push in? Because the wave clear, to be honest, has been good enough from Dignitas to not let Vulcan into their base.
Dignitas are desperately hoping that they can catch another target like they did last time. Just setting up their defenses in this very small corridor where they have the 3 entrances to their base. Mandatory Cloud is the prime target, but he does have flash this time. So after the Zanyas, he'll be able to hop back over a wall if he does get picked off. And they might not even want to go with a full 3-lane push. They could actually, now that they're so strong, even start off a dive with Shen being the point man and tanking the turret.
It's definitely an option here. I want to see if they go for it. A lot of items, as you said, are completed for this Vulcan squad. Let's see where they go. Sunfire Cape, burning away the minions. 7-0-6 Sid still has not died despite 11 deaths on his team. ManCloud still holding half of them.
They're going for the 3-lane push here.
Yep.
ManCloud wants that cash.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got half an item left to complete. He's got a Banshee's Veil, and that's pretty much it at this point. So that's the kind of the funny thing is they're starting to cap out on items. So Bloodwater at least gets some gold. He's got 57 minions.
They're going for the pick. Dignitas desperately need to pick someone off.
Kiwi Kid getting queued by Smithy. He's going to go for some more damage there. Kiwi gets a lantern. Goes back over the wall. So no re-engage yet for this Vulcan squad.
Someone squishy.
Yeah?
Let's clarify that. They don't want to pick off Smithy.
No. It's a little bit hard to kill. So there we go. Another wave going down. ManCloud up to the inhibitor turret. Yet again, I feel like I said this before, but ManCloud is pushing the lane.
Now that he's able to push the lane all the way to the inhibitor turrets, them being so close means that TF can actually get to any 3 of these entrances with his ultimate now. And so it is pretty much a full global as far as they're concerned around the base.
The small glow, but
there
they're going to jump in. ManCloud going down very quickly. Mikhail's Crucible used to keep him alive, and Zuna finds the kill onto Kiwi Kid, who is not able to zone. As Crumbs gets stunned, taunt in from Sid. Crumbs goes down. That's 2 for nothing. This could be the game-winning push here for Vulcan, but they're going to wait out for the next wave.
Great follow-up arrow there from Zuna to be able to cap another kill after the first pick. That means they have a huge man advantage, even though Mandatory Cloud was forced out.
And here we go. If they can keep moving forward, ManCloud is going to go and push the mid lane. They're not even done pushing. Smara going to get this taunt. He gets kicked back. Bloodwater takes that kill. But he gets out successfully. Here's the Requiem. Shield's going to come out. That does get a kill onto Psycho Sid, his first of the game. But now
Great move there from Skara, desperately trying to defend the base. They at least get 1 down. They had to make something happen there. It's not enough, though, because the Baroned up Vulcan are regenning just fine, and Mandatory Cloud's got Lichbane.
Inhibitor number 1 goes down. Inhibitor number 2 at half HP. Zuna's plinking it down with his arrows right here. PewDiePie and Patoy looking to defend the jump in from McSmithy. Cleanse goes out from PewDiePie. The flash back, and still lands the gold card. ManCloud picking that one up. 26-12, 2 inhibitors dead. Crumbs does not find his way into a fight, but Vulcan definitely got what they wanted out of that fight.
2 inhibitors? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Crumbs, by the way, really having a rough time on this Evelynn. He was not able to have the giant early game impact. He hasn't really been able to find himself around the sides of the team fights to start off with his ultimate, with the max HP percentage damage. Been struggling on this Evelynn. I don't think that they will go back to it another game.
Unless they can turn something else around right here. Mandatory Cloud just going to grab the blue buff. I want to think what kind of adaptations are made, because so much of what Vulcan did worked incredibly well. The Lee Sin ganks were incredible. Maybe Crum steals that away. The Twisted Fate and Shen were awesome, and maybe those get banned out or picked up. But you got to consider, what are the other bans that came out from Dignitas that were targeted away from Vulcan? What you're going to remove? The Zac was dropped away. That was an important one for Psycho Sid. The Ahri taken away from Mandatory Cloud. Like, these are champions that teams love running, that Vulcan love running. You can't remove everything that Vulcan does here. They've got to come up with their own game plan as well.
So even Cloud9 says they have trouble in Champion Select versus Vulcan. When Cloud9 says they're having trouble in Champion Select, you know your team is doing something right. Vulcan plays so many champions. I think that even given that, they've themselves stated that they love this Shen TF combo, so that's probably where I would go if I was going to target anything to switch up from this. At least take away one of those.
It might just be the option they go for. And of course, the sides will switch as well. And we've seen that Dignitas have been pretty happy to first pick Zac if they want to free up one of their bans as well. Ash Arrow comes across. It's going to land on I'm a PewDiePie, who does not have Cleanse this time.
Gets the
Damage
box out.
comes off. That turret goes down, though. Box hits nobody. So that is a wasted ultimate, and now this inhibitor going to fall as well. All 3 inhibs now go down. Vulcan going to look for the game-winning push if they can find it. ManCloud taking some damage. There's an issue coming on in. It's a taunt onto Skara. Striker Thorns hits onto 2. Kiwikin's going to fall again without Zonia's. Mandatory Cloud pushing forward. Do they find one more? Patoy's going to fall. Double kill now for, oh my gosh, everyone just falling over. Vulcan going to close out game 1. One more, and they're going to the World Championship.
Hitting on the Nexus, though. They haven't finished it yet. There we go.
Yeah,
now
just in case. They might have surrendered. It was a risk.
They're happy, but they're not overly excited because they know they still have another game. And Dignitas are a team that's very much used to best of 3s. They will be making adjustments, and it's going to be a different face from Dignitas in game 2.
Think about what happened when they fought Curse in their very first matchup here. Game 1 looked more convincing than this one. And Dignitas said, we're going to make some adaptations, drop the Kassadin out, we're going to take care of business, and they closed it out 2-1. This could absolutely happen again here for these guys. Dignitas are no stranger to the O3s or the World Championships. They went last year.
They definitely love to make a repeat trip. Vulcan, on the other hand, are making a really good case for themselves.
Yeah, and how improved they were. They came in off the spring promotion tournament and had a really rough start to the spring split. They were one of those bottom 2 teams for a very long time and made a miraculous playoff run. Only lost to TSM, took 3rd place, and we're like, okay, was that fluke? Because, I mean, playoff runs, like, sometimes those happen. Like, okay, well, maybe. Summer split came out strong the whole way through. 2nd place regular season. Lost to
convincing BO3 to TSM. But after looking back to Vulcan form, they look pretty good.
They definitely had some hiccups yesterday, but they look definitely on point today, and they look like they want to finish it.
The hiccups got scared out, so that's going to do it for us for Game 1. But let's send it over to Jat and Riv for a breakdown of the biggest plays in Vulcan's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Freak. And what a game that Vulcan was able to show there. And they definitely pointed out that you have to play the exact opposite of Dignitas' style to take it to him.
Well, here's the big thing, is Dignitas usually tries to win by scattering around the map, finding a bunch of small fights, 2v1s, 2v2s, and winning. And Vulcan just kind of did it to them and left Dignitas very little option. It was kind of strange, too, because Dignitas went away from their own style a little bit with that Eve and Karthus picks, because those are people that generally want to force larger team fights. And that wasn't what ended up happening for them, because the Twisted Fate, Lee Sin, and Shen, just working in combination, pulled off so many clean kills for Vulcan that just really eliminated Dignitas' legitimate chances of winning.
And even with that, starting it with the Ash Arrow sometimes, Kobe said that Vulcan said, if you have that global composition of Shen and TF, you should not lose. And they showed us, and we'll see in our first clip of what the TF did in the first portion of that composition as we roll this clip.
Yeah, exactly. So the big thing about this one is Crumbs was trying to make his presence felt early, but X-Smithy was just more on top of things. And this clip ends up giving X-Smithy a bunch of kills. Let's just roll this at full speed because many of these were just slow progressions for Vulcan, and then they'd pull off a quick move. So X-Smithy was an assassin with those Qs pretty much the whole game. They were able to get Crumbs right at the start, and then you'd think I'm a Cutie Pie and Pator are going to get away, but they have the ability to collapse in. Look at how ManCloud can come in with Scar not even close. He tries to come in and save with a Requiem, but this whole game, ManCloud was just one step ahead of Scar's Requiem, and even though they never came in, they always came in, they never came in right, and they never were able to turn the tide for Dignitas. Those kills that Lee Sin picked up in that early engagement, X-Smithy just used to keep roaming around the map and just add another roaming threat for Vulcan, and as they just built up that giant gold lead throughout the whole game.
And as we see, the answer to globals, usually you have to mark on that global, not let the global come to you. You go to it, you take it down. What can Dignitas do, besides the pick and ban phase, to get to that? Do we put Scar back on an assassin? What can they do?
Yeah, so I think first off, I don't think Vulcan's going to do the same trick twice. I think they're actually versatile enough that they're going to be able to pull off multiple strategies. And as well, I don't think Dignitas is going to want to give it to them either. If Dignitas wants to kind of get back to their stuff, I think they should prioritize Lee Sin. They've had so much success with that, as well as getting Kiwi Kid back on something like Zac or Shen, because they lost almost two of their really strong picks there. Dignitas loves the Shen and the jungle Lee Sin, and both were just stolen away by Vulcan. I mean, credit to Vulcan because they are fantastic in the champion select phase, and that's what Kobe was talking about. They're probably the best in North America at just denying the other team their strategies and showing their versatility to use it against them.
And really, picking the Lee Sin away from Crumbs for Xmithy, this wouldn't have happened in the beginning of the summer split. Xmithy has come a very long way, and many people have said that, so they have to be sure they get the right picks and bans coming into this next game.
Yeah, Xmithy has done so much for Vulcan. And you could tell that Vulcan wasn't necessarily that pleased with their victory over Dignitas here, because if we remember, they came into this looking for the #1 seed. This is a consolation prize for them, still going towards. They still really need it and want it, but they were expecting much more. So Dignitas has a whole nother hill to climb.
Let's see what they can do. There is going to be another game in this series. We have to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for Game 2. In this third place bout between Dignitas and Vulcan, plus TSM's Dan Din will join us to talk about all the action. The LCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
ManCloud the Q, he gets it!
That's your point! I feel that shit!
to finish games with a lead, you just have to be clever because once you have the lead, you have a lot more leniency to do whatever you want. Our problem is we think we have a lot more leniency.
Welcome back to the NALCS Regional Playoffs here at PAX Prime, as I am joined by Daniel Din, a very well-known face in the esports scene. Now, Dan, how has your PAX been?
It's been absolutely amazing. Like, you know, every time I come here, I look at the crowd, I hear them scream, and like it's electrifying. And I just stand at the edge of my seat.
Now, you are, of course, a sub for TSM and Reggie's brother, so how have you lived the last couple of months with the team and their ups and downs?
Basically, when they win, the atmosphere in the house is really good. We run around, we chill, and we crack a lot of jokes at each other. But you know, when they lose a little bit, I kind of like recede back in my room and just play in there a little bit because it gets a little gloomy. So it's really like the team's morale, attitude. It actually directly affects me as well.
And do you step in when there's something going on? Do they kind of confide in you, or do you kind of stay in the background?
Generally, like when I talk to people, I'd rather talk to them one-on-one. I'm pretty hands-off, and the most of the advice I'd give would be to my brother. I'd be like, he would come to me, he has a problem, and I'd talk it over with him. I'm more of like a ear. I just listen to what he has to say, and sometimes I would give advice.
All right, now, of course, they got the final coming up versus Cloud9 later, best of 5. How do you think that'll go?
Surprisingly, throughout the entire season, TSM has been, or historically, I think they got 0-4'd and 0-4'd by COG too, and they were able to step up against COG, and I think they're going to be able to step it up here as well.
And then when they go to World Playoffs, or just World Championships, how do you think they will do there? Because last time around, not that good.
Last year was definitely very disappointing, but definitely this year, right? I think the team in NA has stepped it up tremendously. Every team having their own team gaming house. They're practicing a lot more. It's really scheduled, actually. You don't see them stream as much, play solo queue as much, and really they have a set amount of time every day. They have to be up by a certain time. They play a certain amount of scrims, and then once they're done, then they can play in addition too. That's when they start solo queuing, that's when they start streaming. So I think they're prepared.
All right, finally, when you see all these fans here cheering, is a part of you that misses being up on that stage and giving it your best?
I do miss it. I miss the fans. I miss the love. I still feel a lot of love from the fans, but in terms of going pro again, I don't see myself going pro again. Maybe if like Odd One breaks his hand and I have to fill in, but please don't go out and do that for the sake of me. I think he's a better player right now, and so I'm like just the backup. I don't want to be used.
All right, well, thank you very much, and thank you for this interview, Dan Din. And as for us, we're going to be going back over to Kobe and Freak at the desk for the next match.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And now, unlike Dan Din, we would love to be used. I'm glad we're casting this game for you guys. Dan is
Don't
in the
use
background.
me, bro.
All right. I will be used for
Reggie
this
would
casting. Don't use me, bro. Yes, dude, come on. Now, guys, it's time for Game 2 in this third-place showdown between Dignitas and Vulcan. And now with one more win, MadCloud and crew not only take the bronze medal, they lock down that third and final North American spot in the Season 3 World Championship. And now, even after the disappointing semifinal showdown against TSM, they rebounded, they were able to stand united, and they took control of Game 1.
Yeah, we talked about Psycho Sid's success against Dignitas in the pregame, and he came big. He came up big today again. He used his global to gank early and save Mandatory Cloud. So when you have one global, it's great because you can help out your team. When you have two, it's amazing because you can help out each other, and both of them saved each other very often. As for our featured matchup, round 1 definitely went to Xmithy. Crumbs gave Smithy the Blind Monk, and he used Lee Sin to kick Dignitas all over the map. It's actually a very good pick against Evelyn specifically, because 2 of his abilities will reveal her in stealth, despite him being blind. Meanwhile, Crumbs struggled on Evelyn pretty much the whole time.
And couldn't quite get anything going, so Dignitas going to have to go and regroup. And as we said, they do have a deep repertoire of strategies. Dignitas has they have kind of one main style, which is to kind of split people up and do a bunch of crazy things. But they have generally speaking, a pretty good champion pool. They know how to play this game. They've been around for a long time, and there's other backup things that they can fall to, switch up their picks and bans, do something a little bit different, and you're seeing that right away. Twisted Fate dropped away, saying, all right, we'll do something new we're going for.
Yeah, so they at least want to break up that combo. Psycho Sid and Mandatory Cloud just performed that way too well for them to give them another chance at it. Meanwhile, they still want to take out the Zed. It's one of Mandatory Cloud's favorites. He loves being on split pushing assassins, loves to be the one with the most gold on his team. The way that you get that is being the split pusher. Got to take those champions away from him.
And now Vulcan's got to make some decisions because they said, okay, you did remove the Zed, so you're still kind of bending out Scar a little bit, and they're still dropping the Sona. And to me, Sona is actually one of the best laners against Zyra, and that actually signaled to me, oh, they're going back for the Ashe-Zyra combo. And I want to think that actually holds true here because, again, they're banning out sort of one of their own champions.
It's an interesting ban because everybody knows Bloodwater's favorite champion is Sona, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have very strong skills on several other of the supports.
Sure.
And it does mean that Vulcan are looking like they are maybe going with a similar strategy here. Now actually all three that were used in the last game. So we won't see anything like what we had before. The Karthus sitting in mid, sort of mailing it in with just the Requiem damage, whereas Mandatory Cloud actually showed up in person to do work.
Yeah.
This time around, we're going to have Zach, though, on Kiwi Kid, and you know he's happy about that.
Absolutely. That was a very easy first pick there for Dignitas. Oh, you gave us that? That's all kinds of wonderful. More mid lane bans. It's funny because, I mean, Dignitas now have banned out 2 Scarra champions here. Just to try to remove some of the options here from Man Cloud and getting rid of one of those big 5v5 team fight guys here. So now Vulcan, they have that Ashe-Zyra if they want it. They have those options available. The Ahri also an option here if they want to go for this one as well. Instead, though, they do, looks like they go for the Zyra here, but also taking away some of the junglers that Crumbs could take, leaving him Evelynn and Lee Sin, though.
Well, it's interesting because Vulcan leave up this Zac. And whenever you leave up Zac, the other team has first pick. You usually assume that they're going to grab that unless you're going up against like TSM. So it'll be interesting to see what they want to lane against Zac. Cloud9 gave up Zac. They didn't care. Gave him first pick. They took Vladimir to lane against Zac. And Vladimir had a huge impact on the game. Whereas Zac, late game, did not have the effect that they were looking for. So really, it looks like Vulcan, yet again, going with a similar champion pick to Cloud9 here, taking the Vladimir up against Zac. It worked out so well for Balls yesterday in that matchup. Even with Zac getting first blood, he was able to shove that lane. He got a giant CS lead, become an unstoppable force, and a huge source of damage.
Yeah, he went Void Staff and Death Cap after the Surf Shoes in the Spirit of the Spectral Ray, so he was huge damage output. What I'm a little bit concerned about here, though, is Vulcan. I mean, we'll see. I don't want to give too much credence to this, but
talk about globals.
Yeah, right. But so with Vulcan getting that split push in there from Vladimir, you've got a heavy engage comp from Dignitas, the Ashe Arrow, the Gragas, the Zac, the Evelynn flank. If Smithy or Psycho Sid's off on the side, being Vladimir, Dignitas has a huge 5-man ball that can jump in and ruin people's day.
Yeah, they can easily go for a turret dive because they've locked in Gragas as well. You can knock someone even away from the turret, allowing Kiwi Kid to go in and sort of cut off the rest of the team. With the Ashe Arrow as well, they can pick any fight. It doesn't have to be a 5 vs 4 engage. They can also pick off the split pusher. Yep. Vladimir, though, very slippery, as Psycho Sid, like many other Vladimirs, will run a Ghost Flash and can also turn into a pool of blood on the ground, which is hard to hit with an arrow.
Pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
You can't freeze blood.
In our game, it is impossible, technically.
It's possible to freeze blood in our game, but here we go. The last pick coming through, and ManCloud has Ahri. So that was one of the bans from game 1. It slips through here, and Vulcan are happy to pick this one up. So very much another 5v5 team comp here for Dignitas. Vulcan still wanted to split things up, but this time without the globals, I imagine it's going to be a bit harder for Vulcan to make that same success happen here.
It's definitely, you know, Dignitas have the tools to choose the engages here. They have to be very careful, though, about Mandatory Cloud on Ahri. talked about him loving those assassins, and there's a reason for it. He always seems to find the perfect positioning to pull off the assassination and get away. So Cutie Pie on that Ashe is going to have to be very careful because that is a very immobile AD, and his style that he loves to go back into is like an Ezreal who always has an extra jump in his back pocket.
Absolutely.
But Ashe going to be very vulnerable to that Ahri.
All right, so Cutie Pie looking for that fluid cutting play style. Might not get it. Slows don't really hurt dashes here. Only if you can kind of actually stun arrow there. So once again, ManCloud, the deadliest player in the LCS. The most kills of any player in North America or Europe. He's going to look to keep that going here on Ahri, whose specialty is just killing things. Of course, the Caitlyn had come through for Zuna, so he's going to have some teamfight consistency here. But it's got to be on Dignitas now. The 5v5 team comp coming through again. It didn't work in Game 1. They switched up their strategies, their picks and bans a little bit here in Game 2, but Dignitas now must win this game to keep their hopes of the Season 3 World Championship alive. Meanwhile, Vulcan, 1-0. One of the favorites, honestly, coming into this one in general. A lot of people would be surprised if they don't win this series, but they've got to keep it up now with a new composition in Game 2.
Now, what Dignitas have kept is that Evelynn from Game 1. And that actually is a strong champion for fighting against split pushing, whether it be Ahri or Vladimir, because you won't be able to ward up enough pink wards to make your split push safe no matter how many you buy. You would have to spend a ridiculous amount of money to be able to split push very deep and have a full line of pink wards protecting you. So Crumbs will be able to find targets that are isolated. It's just up to Vulcan to make Dignitas pay for their commitment of resources to those solo lanes.
Well, we'll see if they can do it because all the lanes that Crumbs can gank have great crowd control. Gank for Kiwi Kid, great, he's zapped. You gank for Skara, body slam, wonderful. You gank for Cutie Pie and Patoy.
That's
yeah,
scarier.
pretty easy kills there. So basically, yeah, Crumbs is set up for success here. And so as you said, can Vulcan make them pay for that spending of resources? And that's going to be the thing we watch for here. How well does Xmithy gank? He's Jarvan, he can get past wards. How well does Crumbs gank? He's invisible, he can get past wards. Gonna be a lot about how they can get this game going forward. Because if you snowball ahead, just dive turrets, go Cloud9 it, kill the game in 28 minutes. If you get ahead with your Vladimir, though, you split the team up just like last game, and Dignitas doesn't have a 5v5 to fight.
That Zyra is going to make it a little bit more difficult to dive turrets for Dignitas. But like we said, they have so many ways to split up a team that's under a turret that they could still pull it off even through a Stranglethorns.
I believe it. If there's anyone who can do that, it's Skara with his Gragas, one of his most famous champions. Something that was drawing bans throughout almost the entire spring split. That's been loosened up a little bit here in the summer, and he's got to bring it back, and it's been successful for him.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? This week here at PAX, Scar's gotten to play a lot of his old champions that were banned out constantly during the LCS. He played Diana before, and now he's back on the Gragas. These are very, very comfort champions for Scar. Now that he's increased his champion pool, people have given up on banning him out. So just by doing that, he's actually freed himself up to go back to his favorite champions.
And it's going to be a good thing for Dignitas, whereas it has been so far. They're here fighting for that final spot. But look at these movements by both teams. Vulcan realizing that Kiwi Kid wanted these wolves, and Bloodwater's going to stop him here. Of course, the 2v1 top lane. Bloodwater getting him. There we go. 8 gold for Bloodwater and the blue buff steal. Of course, Crumbs read the same thing and said, okay, you're stealing my blue, I'll steal yours. So both junglers actually holding pretty equal. And Kiwi Kid did not get to sneak any extra experience or gold.
Psycho Sid, meanwhile, was sneaky. He got in the bush there, barely in creep wave experience range. It looks like we have the first gank from Crumbs, and remember, he's got Ignite.
And ManCloud already has lost his flash. Smithy going for the counter gank. Scar jumps over the wall, though. There's the first blood already picked up. Smithy's got nowhere to go fast. Crumbs losing some health, but now the knockback in. The flash. Smithy, red buff, E gets the damage, and there's the exhaust from Bloodwater. Skara does not have flash. He doesn't have mana either. Skara has nowhere to go. This could get turned around. Another Q comes out. Smithy waiting on that blue buff regen. There's the knockup. There's the kill. 2-0 Smithy.
The 2 Ignites there, one after the other for Dignitas, got them the first blood, but because of the rotation, because there's an AD and support up top, Bloodwater was free to join the party, and they could turn it around, make that a 2-for-1. Very nice job especially by Bloodwater, immediately coming down that river to help out Crumbs. Because after that checked auto attack,
yeah,
wasn't quite sure if he was going to be able to finish off Skara.
And just compare what's happened now in those 2v1 lanes. So Bloodwater left his lane twice to help the blue buff and to go help the mid lane. And look how much damage Kiwi took from Zuna in the process. No health left. Kiwi
He's sticking around here.
I don't know if
He's got
should.
cell division, but still, you don't want to use that.
It's not the hardest thing to kill. But we'll see if he can hold on right here. Crumb's going again for the gank onto ManCloud, but Skara could not land anything. Are you serious? That charm barely snuck by the minions. Kiwi down to 120 health, trying to sustain back up. And I guess he's holding on, but Psycho Sid, 7 minions. He's not had to be zoned up from his turret at all, holding on pretty steadily. And Zuna getting some work on that turret.
Bottom lane, too, is doing decently on the turret.
Oh, wow, that's actually lower than I thought. Okay.
But, yeah, Psycho Sid at least has been able to stay in there for experience. You know, Vladimir, very early on, has a really tough time clearing waves. So as we've seen him before, when he's in a 2v1 situation, even with new armor on the turrets, his turret usually goes down very early.
But the first recall went to Kiwi Kid. So these turrets both will survive this wave, though maybe not the next.
Oh, Crumb's going mid again. He's getting into position, but there's a pink ward for Mandatory Cloud this time, so we can see how much of Crumb's time he can waste.
Might be able to waste a good amount of it. There's this turret getting lower and lower. Zuna's trying to harass. Nice knockup back from Kiwi, but there we go. Turret goes down. Zuna, does he have a trap? He does. Kiwi. He locks off one of the escape routes, and there's the route. Kiwi doesn't have anywhere to go. Can he go anywhere? There's a trap right there in front of him. They're not fighting
The minions are helping out Kiwi so much right now.
Kiwi's minions. MVP right there, keeping him alive. That was still a 2v2. Yeah.
That's a cheer for the minions, by the way. That
hey, man.
Round of applause.
They don't deserve enough credit. Shout out to the guy who put the video of me being sad about minions getting slaughtered for gold. There's minions being an MVP for the early game right here. So good job to these guys. Keeping Dignitas up. The recall comes back now. The dual lane has already taken the turret down on Vulcan's side. And look at Smithy. He's defending the turret that's still standing on this bottom lane for Vulcan. There's a chance this turret does not go down.
A Vladimir Jarvan lane, pre-level 6 there, not the scariest thing. So Cutie Pie and Patoy are still going to stay here and CS. They'll just wait around until one of them recalls because it's only really a matter of time before they can take this bottom turret.
The dual lane is shown back up, though, and look at that. Zuna and Bloodwater are there to defend this. Vulcan got one turret for nothing, but there comes the re-gank. Their Mandatory Cloud does not have many places to go. Down to half HP, but still Skara could not land the body slam, and he's still not level 6, so couldn't cask ManCloud back either. And the flash, I want to see if the flash comes up before or after Gragas hits 6, because that's going to mean a lot here.
Smithy, really good job here. Following Crumbs to the jungle.
Wow, 120 health left there, but the Q is still going to be on cooldown. He didn't flash for it. Didn't have flash, okay. Still didn't flash for it. Couldn't, but didn't.
That's why it's one of the worst things here. Junglers hate showing themselves in lane. Although every time Crumbs does visit mid lane, he gets some harass onto Mandatory Cloud. He hasn't been able to capitalize on it pre-6, and now Mandatory Cloud's got Spirit Rush. This Dragon fight, so far, it's looking like it will be a 4-on-4 if Dignitas actually make the move in.
And Crumbs is not nearby.
Oh, Q-Kid wants to go.
And the fight's going to come in. There we go. Red team picks up Dragon. Exhaust on a Cutie Pie early on. Zuna knocked around. Skara has no mana right now, though. The knockback, though. There's a chase onto the Zyra in the top right. Smithy does go down. But they're going to trade Skara back. Zuna falls over. Crumbs gets one. Okay, wow. That shield would have saved Skara if it came out a quarter second earlier. That fight actually going 3-1 for Dignitas as payment for a Dragon. That is equal.
3-for-1 plus Dragon, but Psycho Sid free farming. Oh, it's going to be 4-for-1 for Toy!
The bloodthirsty support. Doa is happy about that one. Patoy, by the way, the kill-stealingest support in the North American LCS. 13% of kills he's a part of, he gets the last hit. Highest of any support in North America.
There's a couple schools of thought on that one.
Securingest support in North America.
There you go.
Secures more kills than Big Fat LP, actually. The only jungler to be under a support.
All right, we are going to have a confrontation around the blue. That's just a delay, and Zuna gets it. He's also chasing.
Now he's level 6, but doesn't have the same CC as Ashe. Cutie Pie out of mana, though. No more volleys. There's a knockup. Gets them both. Who do they go for? Hemo Plague onto the two of them. Patoy gets a flay backwards. They got to pick one. Zuna does not get the ult off in time before losing vision. Patoy really doesn't have anywhere to go. Zuna picks up the kill. Nice job right there. Gets the blue. Skara
Oh yeah, the blue got taken. He's not wearing blue buff. Oh no, he is. I'm just silly. All right, so Scar got his blue buff, secures it, goes back to the lane. But this bottom lane super getting pushed out. That turret, of course, still alive back behind them. And this could be 2-0 in turrets for Vulcan.
They are able to answer this one. There's nothing that's going to be able to shove them off. Cutie Pie is extremely far away right now, and without the Crystal Arrow, he can't even go up to fight them right now. There's also no vision here. If Smithy cancels, he doesn't cancel his recall.
Okay, so he's just going to go back. No kill picked up. Yeah, they could have just like, surprise, Cutie Pie. But no, it's going to be the level 6 mid laners. Actually, level 7 now. Spirit Rush.
Assist.
Oh, and Kiwi Kid too. He's going to go over the wall. ManCloud, there's the shadow. Gets him. Let's Bounce comes across. Still trying to dash away his ManCloud. Dodges the charm. The knockup flashed away. Kiwi Kid not going to get Q'd either. The Cataclysm, though, onto 2.
Oh,
Kiwi
no, hit him,
has
Kiwi!
nothing to do. No, he gets splattered into little bloblets now. But the Evelyn's going to re-engage. Crumbs trying to keep his team alive, but Zuna shows up. Goodbye, Zuna. Another kill here. That's a 3 or 2 for him right there, actually. Charm does not land on a Crumbs. Smithy is low. He's got to run back. Crumbs gets rooted in place, finds the kill. Will he get traded back? No, does not get taken down. Despite everything, just a 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, Smithy trying to bait in Crumbs there, but he didn't have enough life to bait with, and he went down himself. Now, the Kiwi Kid there, when you're trapped inside the Cataclysm in tower range, and the turret's already shooting the minions, don't attack the enemy, because it will change targets.
Should have hit S.
Yes.
He's right next to it on the keyboard.
He was getting bored standing there in that Cataclysm. Wanted to get something going.
Did some damage, but unfortunately lost the passive as well as the kill. But we're now watching Cyclist. We have not seen him much this game, but 59 minions puts him well above Kiwi Kid. The Revolver already done. He's got to have a good amount of money. 800 right here.
Bloodwater setting up a trap in the bushes.
Oh, woo! Good response right there. He saw that just in time.
Fade away ward kill. Fade away ward kill gets no clapping, but all these random...
They wooed!
Okay,
they wooed for it.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't even encourage that. I shouldn't encourage that.
You're a bad influence, Kobe. Right. Cutie Pie putting the Hawkshot down. He does not have wards covering him very much, but he's going to take up some farm. This wave cannot be frozen, though, not even by Ashe. There's too many minions there. It's going to be Zuna picking up some... Yeah, grown for that one.
That was grown.
That was pretty good, though. Come on, I'm proud of that one.
All right, so Vulcan are going to continue with their 3-lane pushing here, even though they've already taken 2 turrets. So what they have to do is shore up all this jungle Fog of War with a bunch of vision wards. They've done a decent job getting halfway in there. At least Psycho Sid by himself has got that pink ward at blue, so he can continue to split push.
Kill.
And by the way, in the Vladimir versus Zac matchup, he's a bit ahead, but this is really the point where he starts turning it up another notch, and he will continue to increase that lead as the game goes on. He's got his spell vamp and he's got his magic resistance. So there's really no way that Kiwi Kid can force Psycho Sid back right now.
Yeah. And it's interesting too, because I thought he was going to recall for the actual Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, but he said no, I'm going to sit at Revolver. He went the magic resist route. And you said again, this Negatron cloak keeps him from being bullied around. But he could have completed a different item and went this way instead. I just find that interesting, and I want to see how that pans out. Of course, 14 minion kill lead. We'll track that margin as it goes on throughout the game. Up, of course, in front of Kiwi Kid's turrets.
Now,
bit slow.
It's a good job here by Vulcan playing defensive in that bottom lane because, like I said, they would have to spend so much to cover the whole map in pink wards. They haven't done it. There's a flash into the arrow. No,
Zuna, that was not a good flash. He's going to get rooted up. Oh my gosh, Zuna over the wall. Lantern reveals it. Flash in. Kill picked up by Cutie Pie. Nice job, Dignitas. Whoopsies by Zuna. The jump in actually onto Kiwi. He should not have his ulti or his pass is still available, but goes for Let's Bounce. Does grant movement speed. It allows him to get out of that encounter. But of course now there's complete control over that secondary turret.
Yep. He's definitely king of the hill over here on the top lane. Scar, though, he wants to come knock him off the hill.
See if he can do it.
Just kidding.
Nope.
He's got Jarvan.
He's got Jarvan, who's already planted the flag in it. We're good. See, there you go. Plants the flag. That's their hill.
All right, but they are trading this for secondary turrets up top.
Ooh, turret is...
Good wave clear there.
Yeah. That's going to be actually a good turret trade. Dignitas getting the better of that one, despite the early dive. But, oh no, mid lane's going down. Vulcan's going to make that 3-2. But Dignitas just got 2 turrets in a row on that side of the map. That is now their side of the map, basically. Vulcan trading now, getting all 3 outer turrets. But interesting landscape now.
Smithy just decides to go in.
Gets the knock up. That turret very, very
One
low.
slap.
The two of them. They should be able to grab that now. There's no Skara.
This is going to open up a 3 versus 4 by Dragon, though.
Look at the damage onto Crumbs, though. Has been exhausted. One more attack to go. ManCloud finds one for nothing. The turret had gone down. Now I'm a Cutie Pie a little bit alone. Gets a lantern. Really go for it. Still fighting for now. He's got a Scar off to the side. ManCloud gets hit. He's going to get over the wall, though. Cutie Pie very low HP. Blocked by Patoy. Good support right there. Thank you, Patoy. And Sid, though, on the steal with blue. A lot happening all the time between these two teams.
So dangerous to get near an Ahri like that. Crumbs paid for it with his life because most jungle Evelyns and Crumbs himself building the Spirit of the Elder Lizard first, which does not afford any defense. He's also got spell penetration, so he relies on his ultimate for the defense, which just comes in the form of that shield. But if you only hit one person with your ultimate, the shield is extremely small. Evelyn thrives in team fights where with multiple people being hit by her ulti, she gets a giant shield.
So Crumbs did fall down, and of course the blue buff, not blue buff, sorry. Well, the blue buff was stolen by Sid, but yeah, the dragon. He's kind of orangey. The orange buff, it's gold. Maybe it's a gold buff. That makes sense. Scar, though, holding up the mid lane. Smithy, actually, so for what it's worth, we talked about that jungle matchup from last time. Crumbs, 3-2-2, is having a better game than Smithy now. He's had a couple. He's been part of one more kill there. You can see Dignitas are actually up in kills. The advantage for Vulcan is actually in objectives. The fact that they had been getting dragons, the fact they are getting more turrets. That's where the lead is here for Vulcan. But you've seen the fighting still be great for Dig.
It's also in their fed Vladimir. He's very powerful. He has gotten that Spectral Wraith item that you were talking about, which just makes his sustain skyrocket. So they're going to have to choose a different member to try and stop that Vladimir. It doesn't look like they actually even have someone. They're going to have to use 2 people if they want to stop him. So this is the point where Dignitas decide, do we go for the single or do we go for the 4-man? If they actually group up as 5 and start that dive ideology.
Yeah.
Looks like the rotation is going to be to just cut off Vladimir before he even gets started, though. Flash and Ghost. Well, Flash available. Ghost has got 15 seconds left.
Yeah, not much to go. And of course, Dignitas, though, going to find their 3rd turret here. That makes that 2 outer turrets brought down. A pink ward does reveal Crumbs off to the side. So Vulcan are aware of how many threats are down there. So the dual lane of Vulcan are going to take the bottom lane with no one stopping them. And Cyclos is going to run interference while this split push goes
This
through.
is the point of having this super strong split pusher. Even if you send 3 people up top, it affords the rest of the map to Vulcan.
Can they jump in onto Crumbs? The arrow's not going to land. They're knocked away.
Oh!
Good flashes get ManCloud out as well. Charm onto Skara. They're not going to go in for anything more than just a little bit of damage, but Zuna and Bloodwater have been left alone on the bottom side of the map.
Look
They're
at
going
Psycho
to take
Sid.
that turret down. Kiwi jumps in. Goodbye. And now Smithy going to jump across as well. Now into the bottom of the base. Zuna and Bloodwater still not being stopped. Even a plant for support takes a turret shot there. But there is Cutie Pie. He's going to keep them away.
3 members of Dig getting caught here. Psycho Sid now is going to have to fight 3 at once. In comes Smithy.
2v3, the blood just going across. Can they bring Kiwi Kid down? No! Skara turning that around. Kill picked up. Sid forced to escape. They have to get it back, though the Thresh did get picked off. But Toy fell over to the Zuna ultimate. So 1 for 1 onto this one. ManCloud had fallen a little while ago. Now Skara might get cut off. Zuna and the rest of the crew still pushing up this mid lane. That secondary turret is available, but there's no minions to help that push. Still no further progress for Vulcan yet.
That was a very good series of events for Dignitas right there. They made Vulcan pay for splitting up, and they caught out 2 members. Were able to get a little bit of gold back, but they were also able to stop the Caitlyn Zyra sort of rampage that was going on down bottom, where they were just running through turrets, and they'd gotten all the way to the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they got stopped a little bit late. Ultimately, you know, the 4-on-1 dive, or the team fight choice by Dignitas just didn't quite work that time. I think they got the worst end of that one. And here is Dignitas back to the bottom lane. Cutie Pie trying to scale up, 120 minions on him. Bloodthirster and most of a static Shiv already done for Zuna. I had still not done for Cutie Pie, so he is falling behind the AD carry race. 5,900 to 6,800 gold there. The mid laners, 1,000 gold apart. The junglers equal. And that was our featured matchup, so Crumbs is holding on despite everything.
Patoy with a rare. miss on both of his spells right there. Flays the ward.
Doesn't hit wards. Yeah.
Doesn't do any damage to wards, though.
But he's going to sweep this out, and pink ward goes down.
So now, Vladimir doesn't have his Ghost or Flash. It'll take him a long time to walk over here. And again, Dignitas are faced with the opportunity to go for a 5-man dive.
Goodbye, man. Are you serious? Wow. ManCloud does not die. Goodbye, Kiwi Kid. And Dignitas, they might stay for the turret. They get that. There's a flash out from Cutie. But here is Psycho Sid finally. Forced a barrier. He's going to be okay. There's one kill picked up. Patoy, a good pull onto Sid. Does fall down, though. Psycho Sid making that rotate happen. Advantage goes to Vulcan.
Dignitas didn't all jump in for that dive. And like we said, it's going to take Psycho Sid a while to walk down, but he's going to walk down. There is a timer on you guys. You can't just stay under that turret. Even though they took one, they lost three members, which is actually going to give up control of this Baron area.
Well, Dignitas does know this is happening. They're going to move toward this. Smithy taking it up. Actually, only down a half HP. Vulcan not getting this all that fast. And Skara, not yet with his ultimate, does have his Q out there. Zuna barriers a little early. Smithy, though, lost all his health. He can't tank this anymore. Bloodwater's going to take a damage. Crumbs is here as well. This could be good for Dignitas. ManCloud picks up Skara, though. The health bar getting lower and lower. Zuna helps zoning out. Bloodwater and Smithy staying with this one. Crumbs falls over. No smite left for Dignitas. And that is the Baron picked up. Well played by Vulcan. Another 2-for-0 and Baron.
The entire team of Vulcan there running defense for the support and blinking red jungler to finish off Baron. They were able to keep Dignitas out of the Baron pit so they didn't have vision, and they couldn't jump in. Very good.
But Dignitas already on the counterattack. They need to keep their playoff hopes, their world championship hopes alive. They're only down 3 kills. If they get this turret, they tie up the turret game. That puts them equal in a couple of these categories that matter. But they're just down a little bit of gold. The initiation on the Kiwi Kid. This might be too much for that poor blob man. He's trying to get out, has a lantern, doesn't go for it. Vulcan is still running forward. Sid has ghosted, but does not have any crowd control to lend. The knockup not quite landing for Smithy. Does have Cataclysm, though. Ash Arrow comes across, blocked by the Cataclysm cask. Amazing use of mechanics right there. ManCloud stealing away the blue buff as well. And Vulcan saying, no, we want this to be a 2-0.
Yeah, overextended to get that turret right there. Vulcan definitely not giving up the chase. Great job by Smithy. Able to land the slow there, and they were finishing off Kiwi Kid, but now it means that Vulcan really have full reign over this map. They've got the Baron buff, and they have 2 split pushers. Mandatory Cloud is a fearsome opponent at this point. He's got his death cap, and he has his blue buff with his ulti available. It means he can duel anyone just as well as Psycho Sid can.
Crumbs, this is not a good place for you to be in. Low on health, but at least he gets out. But yeah, you're seeing the power of Vulcan. They're catching things. They're starting to get farther and farther ahead. They're snowballing this lead that they said was so important for them. And it's just the rest of Dignitas, like last game, looking to scrape together gold. Now they're in, I think, a better standing than last time. They've done better with turrets. They're very close in kills. Crumbs has been a very effective team fighter. And there's only so much pushing still available for Vulcan. I feel like there's a chance for Dig, but they have to make this stand this game.
Yeah, and there was a very close chance up at that Baron for Skara to steal it. He's stolen Barons before with the Gragas dual barrel combo, and that's why Vulcan sent so many members out of the Baron pit, stopped DPSing it to fend off all of the Dignitas threats.
The jump comes in, they find Bloodwater. Asho does not quite land, but Vulcan are on the retreat. Psycho Sid, though, still in the bottom. Not the faster turret takedowner, as something like what Rivington said. He had a better quote than I did. But Sid, though, is taking this one down to half HP right now. And there are 2 members of Dignitas. They've been sent to stop him, so another kill picked up. But Vulcan still pressing the map. Nice play, almost used, but Cataclysm is going to stop that from knocking him back right there. But the disengage still forced away from Vulcan. Dignitas still holding onto their base.
Even though Dignitas took out 1 member of Vulcan, and they have the man advantage, they still had to retreat immediately after that because of the power of the split push here from Vulcan. This Vladimir in the bottom lane is just an immobile, sustained bot that takes multiple people to stop him here.
And he's just taking the double golems right now, getting himself farther ahead before he waits for that next minion wave. So Sid not only has pushing on his mind, but
income, 189. He's now 67 minions above Kiwi, who to his credit has been used to initiate a lot of fights. But you're seeing the minion farm. Look at this, 189 on Vlad, 176 on Ari, 191 on Caitlyn. Everyone on Vulcan down the line, including the support, are outlast hitting their counterparts on Dignitas. So that's the other major objective that they're winning on, is not just Dragons, not Barons, but just farm in general. The gold lead, 8,000 here. Vulcan playing with quite an advantage.
Yeah, we are closing in on that point where it slows down a bit, though, for a split-pushing team that doesn't have a very strong dive option. They're looking to just pick somebody out. So if Vulcan can't pick someone at this point, it'll be a little bit slower working their ways in towards the inhibitor turrets. They do have Caitlyn for tower pushing, but it isn't going to be quite as quick pace as it has been to this point. Only 24 minutes in, and Vulcan already have amassed a huge lead. It's pretty much going to stick around that similar amount of gold for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I believe. Let's track that. 9,000. We'll see where the number goes from here. 8.5, what have you. But Dignitas playing the defense pretty strongly here. Ash Arrow comes in. It finds Smithy. Patoy goes for the pull, but that is the tank on the team. They don't want to spend too much onto him, but now Digger getting split up. PewDiePie forced to flash. Barrow comes back, knocks back Vulcan, but doesn't still find the engage. There's Patoy getting the flay across. Good escape there from Zuna, fighting now with Crumbs. Smithy going to show it for this one. Crumbs will go down in that fight. A 1-for-0 so far. KiwiKid does not find any openings either. Getting rooted up, he's going to go down thanks to the DFG, and the turret goes down. This has been a 4v5 fight the entire time, and it's going to be a battle won by Vulcan. 2 kills for nothing. The inhibitor now getting hit as well. This could mean the World Championships now for Vulcan.
Yeah, Dignitas trying to engage there, thinking they could take advantage of that extra man, but not able to pull it off. Crumbs tries to solo Zuna in the backline, and because he doesn't get a multiple person hit with his ultimate, he doesn't have the shields to back it up. He has no tankiness, and he goes down.
Well, it's going to be more pressure still from Vulcan. No Baron buff regen, no real sustain at all, but Sid now not in a good place. 1v3, still hitting the inhibitor, puts the blood pool down, and there it goes. Another inhib has fallen, mid lane dropped already. Now Vulcan on the retreat, amazing barrel though, catches Smithy and Zuna. PewDiePie in a battle, 1v2, he's getting focused down. There comes KiwiKid. Can Dignitas turn any kills around? They find Smithy, Psycho sits in the front lines though, damage onto Skara, ghosting away.
That's why you take Flash and Ghost for Vladimir. Beautiful Zanyas into a flash out of the second barrel. They're still chasing him though. Patoy doesn't want him to get away with that move.
And Psycho Sid finds one. He might find Skara as well. With a little bit of damage, gets the double kill. Psycho Sid 1v2. Chase comes in, dodges KiwiKid. Does go down though, but that's still a number
Mission
of kills.
complete. Mission complete. They took him down. Target down. They finished him off. They got the Vladimir. That's a moral victory for Dignitas. This is just going to be the Zanyas from Psycho Sid. We want to show that one in slow-mo just to show how quick Psycho Sid was with a nice flash after that to dodge the second barrel, by the way, and then re-initiating with the Ghost to get the area of effect damage down with Vladimir and the extra sustain from those few spells. Here's the point where Patoy says, you're not getting away with that play. Your Ghost is about to run out. We can chase you down, but he's such a fed Vladimir. You forget about the damage that he puts out. It's not just the amount that he heals, it's the amount that he deals.
Yeah. Healer and dealer. Vulcan moving forward. They're going to find Patoy. Patoy getting rooted up. And, oh, he gets over to the wall, but still has nowhere to go. He flashes. Patoy making the miracle escape right here. Beautiful stuff.
All right, so at least they still got some nice plays in there. Patoy with a very nice escape. Only thing is, what he was trying to accomplish before he got caught and was forced to run away for his life was to get vision on Baron. He didn't accomplish that before he had to run away, so it means that Vulcan easily able to pick this one up, and having 2 inhibitors down means that this will be a fairly pointed push that they're going to have here on the top lane.
Unfortunate mission failed there for Patoy. Does result in the second Baron of Vulcan. As you said, 2 inhibs down and a Baron buff means, hey, look, the top lane. Let's close it out good. Now, Dragon does go over to Crumb, so some gold there for his team. At least finds some kind of major objective to grab. Only 3 Dragons this game. It's actually been pretty short. 28 minutes is a pretty short game, and there is Vulcan moving in. Amazing barrel right there, but Psycho Sid heals almost as much as he deals, is not going down. Push now in towards the inhibitor. Psycho Sid's still healthy. And there's the engage. Looks for Patoy, has to back out. Now Cutie Pie taking a bunch of pain. He will drop down. 1 for nothing. He would get forced back. Crumbs gets caught, has nowhere to go. He's gonna fall as well. Down to the fountain is another kill picked up there by Psycho Sid. This makes it 3 for nothing. Baron buff, no inhibitors. Vulcan gonna close out game 2 and join TSM and Cloud9 as the North American representatives in the Season 3 World Championship.
They've only got a couple Nexus turrets and 1 Thresh to deal with. Oh! Got him.
Yeah, that's gonna be in style. The game going. Congratulations to Vulcan, bouncing back from their semifinal loss. And there's the smiles on their faces.
They're going to Worlds for the first time here. This is a team that has never gone. TSM are used to it.
Still just like the first time.
Fucking Smithy, dude. I played like Axe. That was their strat. Oh, dude, I don't even care.
I think he misplaced his head on that hug right there and like headbutted his brother real quick.
They can celebrate however they want. Very, very nice series from Vulcan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Takes a quick 2-0 sweep.
Well played with these guys. A 2-0 win, and there is Skara, unfortunately not making it here with his Dignitas teammates for Season 3.
This is heartbreaking here for Team Dig.
Still smiles like you see Cutie Pie right there, grinning, saying, well played, guys, you deserved it. And it's one thing I've actually seen from these teams. When you ask the players, when you ask them, who do you want to play, or who deserved to win more, they say, you know, may the best team win. I don't care who I face in the finals. Whoever wins deserved it. We'll see them there. You saw Doublelift, who had the who posted about his team's sort of unfortunate circumstance. They had gone in Season 1, CLG had gone in Season 2, didn't go in Season 3. And he said, you know what? But TSM played better than us. They deserved it. They are on point. They deserved it there. Vulcan, on point. They deserved it there.
Snoopy said it. Doublelift said it. The players are behind the strongest team for their region.
Yeah.
Everyone has so much pride in just the region that they play League of Legends on, that they want the strongest teams to go. And so even if they aren't the ones that get to go to Worlds, they're happy for the winners.
And it was proven throughout the season. Seeds 1, 2, and 3 all made it to the World Championship. And of course, we still have the grand final game to go, the BO5, to see who gets that bye into the quarterfinals as well. And we're going to see that play out later today. But that's going to do it for us for this series. Let's send it over to Jat and Riv for a look at the highlights from Vulcan's Game 2 win.
Thank you very much, guys. Commiserations and congratulations, respectively, for both teams. It was a well-played matchup, but throughout the splits, throughout what Vulcan has shown, they are a team based on momentum, and they continued to carry that from the first win in Game 1.
Yeah, and Vulcan really came back strong from their loss yesterday against TSM. They won these 2 games in style. I'd say both games, they were in control pretty much from start to finish, and there were some plays by Vulcan. ManCloud, Psycho Sid, Smithy really turned it on. Those 3 in particular. So many moments in that game, too many to just go over and highlight, because the Zhonyas that they were throwing out on Vladimir, just all the flag tosses that were perfectly timed, dodging around, crowd control, and of course ManCloud. We know what he does when they win.
They continuously did the same strategy now with different champions. Continued to go for that split push in the top lane. The Vladimir worked out well for them again. We saw that he is not too well at the turrets, but he will force that lane down. Then, after pooling, getting multiple kills, as of Vlad should, Psycho Sid came up big, but namely everybody came up big. And we have to mention again, Smithy. Starting this game off right. If we pull the clip up and put it on your screen, you can see just how this game started on the right foot for Vulcan.
And this was just a miraculous outplay by Smithy and Vulcan in general. Let's just roll this clip at full speed, seeing how ManCloud gets kind of caught out in a 2v1. But he knows he has backup. Jarvan is coming. The way that Smithy went over the wall right as Scar came, even after the first blood, and now watch how Smithy dodges all the barrels and basically baits Crumbs into still going. He baits Scar far enough out, finishes off Crumbs in a way that he can fall back towards Bloodwater. Then he dodges yet another barrel from Skara, basically just schooling him in this early engagement. Smithy took these first 2 kills and really just made a statement for the rest of that game, showing that he was going to dodge everything and play his game.
Vulcan did not let up one bit. Dignitas had their work cut out for him. You can hear the crowd giving Vulcan a final cheer here before we get an interview with them. But really, it was absolutely something that they fought for wholeheartedly throughout the season.
Vulcan obviously has to go. The crowd is definitely ready for the next game as well, as we can hear them just coming on stage right now. But really, it's TSM setting up their stations. This is the team that beat Vulcan yesterday, by the way. And Vulcan looks so strong here against Dignitas. So really, I mean, we know we still have a whole bunch of League of Legends left. And North America does have some strong teams going to Worlds, with Vulcan now being the third.
Well, now Team Solo Mid coming in, the way we have been seeing them play, completely like they came out in Season 2, in the beginning of the Spring Split when they were the champions. We're going to try to do it again.
Yeah, it's going to be one hell of a best of 5 that we're going to be having coming up between Cloud9 and TSM. You know, once again, great job to Vulcan, but look at these guys just already setting up, like, so much story is going to be coming into this Cloud9 versus TSM matchup that even as they're walking out on a stage, the fans, this is what they came for. This is the matchup that most people wanted to see in the finals.
And I can't imagine what they've been feeling today, watching all these games, seeing the gold sways up to 20,000 gold. Cloud9 had something like that on Dignitas the other day. So TSM definitely has some things to think about, which Cloud9 has been playing. What will they go for? Is the Ashe Zyra going to even be something that's on their mind? TSM is really the one that everybody's looking to make the move here, because Cloud9's been winning all season.
Yeah, and Cloud9's been winning all season against TSM as well. We know some of the picks and bans. The Ashe Zyra got played against TSM 3 times.
Right.
The Ashe Zyra was huge in the game we just saw between Vulcan and Dignitas, and I really think that TSM, if they want to attack Cloud9 at their core, which is the overall team fighting utility, they're going to be attacking those things. And let's see if they prepared.
We will have to see after this short break. When we return, Vulcan Zuna will join us to talk about making it to Worlds. And after that, it's the North American Championship match between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. Don't go anywhere. The North American LCS Regional Playoffs, live from PAX Prime. We'll be right back.
You guys can't be serious.
That shit's too good. That's Worlds, baby.
Welcome back to the LCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime as I'm joined by the World Championship bound Zuna from Team Vulcan. Tell me your first thoughts, because you guys clinched that final spot for World Playoffs.
It felt really good, you know. We weren't too excited because we did get knocked down, but against Dig, we already 4-0'd them in the season, so we knew if we played as bad as we did yesterday, we still would win. So we were really confident.
Fighting words. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. Normally see you very active and you win. Now you were kind of chill when you won. Why was that?
Because it was just to be expected, and beating Dig is probably the best feeling I can get, because it would have been nice to beat TSM and be in the finals, but I tried out top lane for Dig and they didn't want me, so now I knocked them out of Worlds. Feels great.
That must feel great. Now, tell me how you regrouped after yesterday's loss versus TSM.
We all cried for a little bit in a corner, and then we came back, and then we were just like, we played really bad yesterday, but today's a new day, and if we lose this game, I had to uninstall Puzzles and Dragons. So now that we won, we're probably going to waste like $100 each on it. So that's always good.
Tell me about that first game coming into that one. What was your general game plan?
Our general game plan was to get Shen because they're really bad against it, and then they gave it to us, and then we knew that they would pick up Evelyn. And Crumbs loves to run Ignite on Evelyn, so we had a full CC team with Ashe, Zyra, TF, and Shen. So every single team fight, he would just die instantly, and he could never even get on us because he didn't have Flash. So they fell into our picks, and then we had Globals. And then Cutie Pie, if he doesn't have Ezreal, he's not a threat on any other hero, so we just abused that fact.
You weren't afraid of Cutie Pie at all, because he had a lot of CS in the first game as well.
Well, the thing is Graves, like, he probably had 150 more CS than me, but it's not like he can do anything. He couldn't attack anything. The only thing he can attack is Shen, and Shen probably had like 300 armor. So me hitting Karthus, Evelyn, and Kennen when he's only hitting a Shen, I'll kill all three of them before he kills Shen.
All right. And then going into game 2 where all the nerves gone, was just bringing home.
I felt like whoever won the first game pretty much won the whole thing. Because once you win that first game, the crowd's on your side, and the other team's demoralized, and it just felt great.
And you finished them off. And you won the game, of course. Now, tell me a little bit about your season in total, because you guys were top of the league, and then coming into this one and getting knocked down initially, how did you experience all that?
Well, all in all, we definitely we did what we came out to do, just make it to Worlds. Like, it sucks we got knocked down, but in the beginning of Spring Split, we were 0, and now we're hero, so it feels great.
So what can we expect from Vulcan as you go into those World Playoffs and face some hard competition?
I think we're just going to chill on other games for a bit. And then not just that, since I went 0 to hero, your boy's about to go fat to fit.
Okay, finally, some words for the fans out here that have been screaming your name when you came up on the stage.
Thanks for all the fans that was cheering for us.
Thank you very much, Zuna, and congratulations. Great performance. All right, now I'll send it over to Freak and Kobe to get us set for the championship game.
Hey, thank you very much, Shocks. And now, once again, let's take a look at that playoff bracket. And with their win in the 3rd place match, Vulcan locked in their place at the Season 3 World Championship.
And coming up in the North American Championship match, the top-seeded Cloud9 takes on the 3rd seed Team Solo Mid for the title and a bye at the World Championship.
And if you guys want to watch Cloud9, TSM, and Vulcan take the stage and take on the world at the World Championship, you can still make it happen. There are some tickets still available for the group stage, semis, and quarterfinals going down across Los Angeles.
Better lock them down soon. They're going very fast. Head over to lolesports.com/tickets and pick up yours today.
And if you wonderful folks at PAX Prime are any indication, there's probably going to be a lot of TSM fans over at Worlds. And so far in Seattle, So far in Seattle, the crowd has been kind of the 6th member of Team Solo Mid, and given Darius and crew a bit of a home field advantage.
When I hear TSM, I feel so good inside. I just want to go and win.
TSM has an advantage because they're all yelling TSM.
When the crowd's just cheering for the other team constantly, it's kind of demoralizing me.
This is definitely a big morale boost. Morale is so important.
We feed off that energy. Every time we ace them, you hear them.
Anytime they get kills, you start hearing TSM, TSM.
When there's no soundproof booth, you can actually hear the audience in your mic. So that got pretty annoying.
So you don't really hear a dig chant, especially because it's hard to pronounce. You don't really hear dig, dig. That kind of sounds weird.
our fans are one of the biggest contributions for our team. It's like having a sixth person.
I don't think that'll really bother us. Usually the crowd doesn't get to us too much. It will be extra pressure, definitely.
We don't want all of our fans coming all the way up to PAX Prime from all over the world to disappoint them, you know? So we're really happy that we can make it to Worlds.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep themselves happy or make that quarterfinal.
Now, you know they came up with the name TSM, Team Solo Mid, because Reginald, even beta, would always call solo mid. That's the only thing he would play. Solo mid, solo mid, solo mid. Now he's a top laner.
Well,
what's up with that?
That did not go where I was expecting it. But you know, with Reggie playing a bunch of Twisted Fate still and Dyer's picking up Karthus, they've got 2 solo mid players on Team Solo Mid. You just got to give some more of those across the players. Zyro's a missional mid laner. Maybe we'll see Special pick that up. You never know. They could run 5 mages. And you guys, you got to take a quick break, but when you return, it's time for the final matchup of the North American LCS Regional Playoffs. Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid take to the Rift for the North American title and a first-round bye at the World Championship. Stick around. We'll be back in 3.5 minutes.
NALCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the last match of the summer split. The championship game between the most dominant team in the LCS history and the team that's dominated North America since Season 1. It's Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, and while both of these teams have already guaranteed themselves a spot in the World Championship, winning the North American title means a bye out of the group stage and a spot in the top 8 already.
And coming into this best-of-5 title fight, the clear favorite has to be Cloud9.
Yeah, yesterday they overcame a bit of a shaky start against Dignitas to just roll to 2 quick wins in a row, sweeping the semifinal series.
But this is nothing new for Cloud9,
No.
the team that has set records this summer for both the longest winning streak at 13 games and the most wins in a single split with 25.
And let's not forget, Riv, 4 of those 25 wins came against Team Solo Mid. Reginald and crew have yet to beat Cloud9 this summer. Meteos, by the way, has just bounced on him. 3 times he's gotten to play Zach, once Nasus. And he, of course, has a pretty impressive KDA against TSM, 14 kills and 56 assists. Plus, in 3 of those wins, Sneaky and Elimination had the undefeated Ashe-Zyra combo for them. Sneaky in particular has had his way with Team Solo Mid, and especially Wild Turtle. He has triple the kills and assists of TSM's AD carry.
And while Sneaky, Meteos, and the rest of Cloud9 have been raining losses down on Reggie and crew all summer, this isn't the same Team Solo Mid that played during the regular season. This is playoff TSM. As the stage has gotten bigger, once again, so has TSM's game. Team Solo Mid has yet to lose a match during these playoffs, and they come into these series playing the best they have all summer long.
I think the best way we could put it is TSM looked crisp against Vulcan. We've talked about TSM having that on button before. Once again, they found a way to push it. And this time it's been Wild Turtle and actually Dyrus who've answered the call here. Wild Turtle, he got hot at the right time. After struggling for most of the summer, he finally looks like that AD carry who just burst onto the scene and carried TSM to the Spring Split title. Then, of course, there's always Dyrus. He's been nailing his Rumble ults, initiating on Zach, and just killing it with a non-zombie Karthus. Plus, he had that awesome high five with the cameraman on day 1. And then, you know, he always steals the mic away from Shock.
Absolutely. Dyrus knows he'll always have to keep stepping up his game if he's going to help carry Team Solo Mid to a victory against North America's top team. But Lemonation and crew are not taking this match lightly. They are well aware of Team Solo Mid's tendency to rise to the occasion when playing on the big stage.
Today against C9, it's definitely going to be the hardest match.
Cloud9 is a tough cookie. We haven't been able to dunk them once.
Our team has been playing really well these playoffs, and if we just bring that to the table, I think we can finally beat C9 in a real match.
They've been playing extremely well this entire past week. Like when it matters, they just put all their shit to the side and just play the game extremely well.
It seems to be that they just step it up when they need to, but I'm not so sure if they'll be able to do it this time because of how dominant we've been.
We both really know how each other plays, so it'll be a hard match no matter what. I think it'll be close games. I don't think it'll be a 3-0 either way, but we'll definitely do our best, and it should be good games.
When we play against each other, things that don't happen usually in games happen. It's either going to be a really quick stomp and one of us is going to play really badly, or we're both going to play really well and it's going to go into like a very, very like hard-fought game.
This is really our chance to show that we still can beat them when it counts. And today is when it really counts.
Coming up to these intense moments, it's not something we see all the time that both teams are giving each other a high amount of respect.
Yeah, these guys have respected themselves, each other, for a long time. They both live very close to each other, actually, in San Jose. They have a lot of ties between the teams. They scrim each other more than anyone else, and they know each other.
All right, with that, let's take a look at the lineups in this championship series. In the blue font, it's Cloud9. In that top lane is Balls, Meteos in the jungle. High and mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry with Lemonation as usual, backing him up on support.
And in the red font this time, it is Team Solo Mid. Reginald in that top lane seat. The Oddrun in the jungle. Dyrus in the middle. Wild Turtle and AD carry. And X Special on support.
What a cheer. The featured matchup in this championship series is the Rumble in the solo lane of the top. Balls from Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid's Dyrus.
You can see they're already fighting against each other with a chance here. And these guys are two of the best Rumble players in the NALCS. Balls destroyed Dyrus on Rumble in 1 week. And ever since then, Dyrus has actually been working to level up his Rumble skills.
Yep.
Yesterday, it was Dyrus who had a couple perfectly placed equalizers to melt Vulcan and place TSM in this game. It'll be very interesting to see how much of a priority Rumble is and whether the fight between these two start champion select.
Well, we're about to head into that. Well, while we're still sitting here in the calm before the storm, let's see which team you guys at home and here on your phones even pick to win it all.
Yeah.
According to LOLesports.com, 59% of you think that Team Solo Mid will win their second split in a row and earn the bye at Worlds. And that might be the first time C9 hasn't been on the top of the percentage.
Yeah, Cloud9 with the 25-3 regular season record and the 2-0 sweep they had yesterday has been rolling this entire split. We can't say season because they weren't even in the spring split.
Nope.
That's how quickly they approached this scene. But we know the fan support for TSM. Sometimes people are just voting for their favorite team here with those things, and the 59% I think reflects that.
Fans can always be taken away as well. I'm sure some teams are going to win some fans here. Hopefully not lose too many, but both of them are going to try their hearts out. You heard, even I think it was like Reginald and Dyrus and everybody saying yesterday that a lot of the play comes from the fans as well.
Yeah, and for Team Solo Mid, that's especially true.
Absolutely.
They live off of this energy, and it's actually Cloud9 that's experiencing this. I mean, we've been here all week, Riv, and I don't think the room has ever been as charged as before this game. Even 15 minutes before, they're walking out on stage and setting up, and it's like someone just qualified for Worlds. It's crazy.
The Vladimir out, the Ari, as the bans begin to flow in with the 6 to go. Now with 3 left on that list, Team Solo Mid has focused a lot with the swaps and giving Reginald more control in the picks and bans for the entire strategy. And it has started to come to work for them now, but before it hadn't. So there has been big changes that TSM is coming in on, which those with them still right behind them can be affecting in a bad way.
And there's a lot of history behind every single one of these bans already. The Ashe basically forces Cloud9 into a slightly different team composition. And it's strange for Cloud9 because they've had to play, or they've been able to play so much Ashe, so they haven't been forced away from it that often. And since they can't bring that team fight initiation from the AD carry anymore, it's actually going to force Balls, Meteos, or High to bring extra initiation into these team fights.
They do get Meteos' Elise off the bat. We have seen him beaten and battered in the early part of the game and still come back to be the jungler on top. And I believe that game he might have had the most gold.
Yeah, Meteos at one point in the game has the most gold. He actually does that fairly frequently on the jungle because of how amazingly he farms and how much presence he can have in the game. Rumble is something that escaped the pick and ban thus far, as well as Shen. So there's a lot on the board for these two guys. I really want to see if TSM's going for their old style Season 2 strategy, which they absolutely could do. They could do a Karthus Shen Nocturne if they actually wanted to and try to overtake Cloud9 that way. But Cloud9, they've had a whole couple years to learn that strategy and watch it, and they've actually never had to play against it during the LCS. TSM has a lot of options open, though.
TSM banning out that Fizz, but the Vladimir's gone as well. 2 champions that Cloud9 tried their hand at yesterday as they kind of swapped things around to get their victories. The Fizz was enough to pay respect to, so we're going to see High looking for probably one of his just easy champions to go on. Doesn't have the Zed or the Ari to pick, so we'll have to see what he goes for.
So what does he have left, right? Because there's been a lot that he's been denied already. He's been, the 2 champions he was spamming before these playoffs started were Ari games and Fizz games. The other champion that he's always been good at is Zed. He also played a lot of Kha'Zix, but hasn't played it since the Kha'Zix changes. What's happened in this pick ban phase is High has actually been denied his most played champions, or at least most recently practiced champions. Not sure what he's going to be going with. Maybe he could, like, we don't know how versatile High really is because he's never hyper tunneled on
that Twisted Fate, and it would help against Nocturne get global.
But at this point, exactly, this is the Kennen that he's picking because since they don't have the Ashe, High is going to be the one leading the charge, and this is their fill to get the crowd control and lock people up in those Rumble ultimates. This is Cloud9 just getting their stuff once again.
And High himself, I feel like he's not thrown off of a comfort level too much because he says any champion that he gets, in his words, I just want to go ham. I just want to go in. I just want to fight. That's what I want to do. And with Kennen, he can absolutely do that.
Yeah, that's, once again, High's style and Cloud9's style. But this leaves up TSM's potential Season 2 strategy, maybe a Season 3 strategy here if they decided to go with Karthus on Dyrus, one of their 2 Karthai players, and also Orianna. I really wonder if there it is. That's the top lane Karthus. TSM's going big.
The double AP comps have been super strong this weekend in their victories. Not many falling behind. We'll have to see if they can do it once again. Special to be picking out what would be going on to the AD carry for Wild Turtle here. His Caitlyn is still open, his anything is still open, but that lays the same for C9.
And this means for TSM that they have a very weak tank line, which means they will be vulnerable to crisp initiations from Cloud9. Whenever both teams pick as much damage as we're seeing between Cloud9 and TSM, it really all becomes about who can strike faster. And based off of yesterday's games, both of these teams can strike really fast. Cloud9 had some of the smoothest team fights I've ever seen against Dignitas, whereas TSM just destroyed Vulcan, who looked great today. Siren Varus. That's interesting here.
That's really interesting. It's a close range Ash arrow that spreads.
They'll still be able to lead initiations in with it. Except now they're a little bit more reliant on Lemon Nation landing his E first.
Right.
But that is still just a boatload of control to allow Balls' equalizer to just shred through team fights. Varus and Ash are fairly close to each other in the things they can bring. Ash is a little bit more on the utility side, but Varus can add a lot of the same things. We haven't seen much of it from Sneaky, but it still absolutely can work in the same role.
Sneaky's been known to pull out the Jace as well, so he's well versed in obviously many AD carries.
Everything.
We'll have to see what he can do. I want to say that he has a Varus game under his belt within the split, so it's obviously not new to him, and it looks like Wild Turtle is going to want the Vayne. This is actually a great pick against the Kennen as well, because he will be rushing down that Vayne, and the Condemn may be saving her life with that ultimate from the Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, it is a very aggressive pick, I have to say, for Wild Turtle, only because there is so much area of effect damage that he has to deal with from Cloud9. Wild Turtle basically has to play flawlessly if he wants to get around all the crowd control from this Cloud9 composition. It's a pick that he needs to get ahead to for it to work. TSM is bringing hyper amounts of damage in pretty much every role right now, and they're really going to have to rely on their mechanics to make it through the onslaught of Cloud9 utility.
If we think about it, with the Wild Turtle clips that we saw where him, acing the hole from long range, a headshot over the wall, he's, like you said, going to be have to be in the fight this time. And all eyes on him because him, Dyrus, playing so well coming into these games.
They really stepped up.
Everybody else is picking it up when someone else doesn't, which has already been, since the beginning, a motto for Cloud9. So these guys are about to clash in our NA Finals.
And I was talking to Dan Din, one of TSM subs and Reginald's brother, before this game, and he was actually saying how they're feeling very confident coming into this. Reginald thought they had a 90% chance of qualifying for Worlds and a greater than 50% chance of actually winning this whole tournament, because their scrims against Cloud9 have been progressively getting better and better since the start of the season. He was saying at the start of the season they'd like win 2, lose 15, but now they're starting to take more than they lose, so they're really trending upwards.
Well, from what we saw, remember if Team Solomon in the spring split, they would kind of do that. We're going to sit around your tower and accelerate that kill. Well, we heard Scar say yesterday, Cloud9 plays to accelerate the game. So again, another strategy that clashes between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. They are, like you said, practice partners for a long time. They live very close to each other. These guys are in each other's heads, but we are now on to the Rift. Riv and Jad here to bring you the NALCS Summer Finals. Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9.
And the bye is so important for these guys. Really, since the start of the split, these guys have wanted to play each other in the finals. You can tell the fans wanted TSM here too.
I think Cloud9 may butt in sometime soon if the fans feel they need to pick up the chant, but they actually do not. Cloud9's going to go quiet on this one and try to make it stealth. Right now, showing pretty much the AD in mid. They are quite spread out for an early game here, and showing movement to 3 towards the bottom, 2 in that top side. They're going to have to be very careful if they choose to exit towards that tri-brush. Dyrus is going to have to make a quick exit. Finding Wild Turtle.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive invade. They got the lane ward in, essentially, so they're going to be able to see which lane Dyrus goes towards. Because the Varus is such a strong laning champion, Cloud9 actually wants a 2v2 against Wild Turtle next special, and I believe TSM is going to be wanting to 1v2. Dyrus is very good at 1v2ing with Karthus. This is definitely what TSM wants.
Dyrus gets that early ward in. We'll probably see them trying to force and pressure that with the smite down. Sneaky and Cloud9 are going to do just that, making their way in. Going to play the Fog of War here for a bit on Elimination side to Grasping Root over the wall, but nobody will show. Nice clean wards all around for everyone. None the wiser really on positioning just yet. I may have seen that special heading towards the top lane, but he's hugging the wall.
And this is in such stark contrast to the game that TSM played against COG, where neither of the teams put wards in each other's jungle. There are 5 wards on TSM's side of the map that Cloud9 has placed there, because TSM was giving ground and Cloud9 wanted to know exactly where TSM was going at the start of this game.
Heading towards the top side. Sneaky, they're not going to miss too much CS. It's only going to be about 3, 4, or 5.
What they are going to be missing, though, is the earliest access to level 2. Because they're reactively going up there, the wave has been started by Wild Turtleneck Special, which means they're already going to be a little bit ahead of experience. And that actually might turn the tide, so that is not that bad of a 2v2 lane for TSM to be involved with.
And this is TSM doing a little bit of homework as well, because that was an Explorer ward that was placed up towards the top side of that. But they hugged the wall so they couldn't see, which actually is giving them that bit of the level 2 now advantage, because they didn't know which way they had to run. So very well played there, watching everybody ward this weekend by TSM.
And I wonder whether the junglers are going to realize how heavily they've been warded and just farm. Meteos, you saw rush level 3. He got the smiteless pull on his red buff and then smited his own blue. So he is there as quickly as possible, but now he's going back to clear the rest of his jungle. Odd1 is actually doing pretty much the exact same thing. They're just mirroring each other with their jungle clears right now because they recognize how heavily warded their jungles were.
Not too much more movement for the Odd1 than there is coming out onto Meteos. Meteos is usually one to stay in the jungle, as we say, until he is sure something can be effective on the gank, whether it's a flash, the kill to come in. Good pressure. Cloud9's doing what they usually try to do and pressure all those lanes to the turret, which is old TSM strategy. Get up 400 gold in the jungle, pressure so hard that the jungler really has chaotic places to go.
And at this point, it's just about who has stronger laning champions. Because the junglers know they're warded, and generally, wherever the Odd1 shows, it's going to be reactively just pulled back by Cloud9. I gotta say, the Odd1 has a pretty tall task keeping pace with Meteos. Meteos is one of the most efficient junglers I've seen in a really long time, always knowing when his gank can work and just running straight for it. Very rarely will you see him hesitate on a gank, which is extremely different from the Odd1's playstyle. The Odd1 has been known to wait in a brush for 50 seconds at a time just to get that killing gank. It's a big difference in playstyle, and it's almost kind of testing which one's going to work for this one. They're not going to. We'll see if Odd1 changes his playstyle to deal with Meteos, but that's not what he's done in the past.
Keep an eye on the Odd1 and Meteos, but we have to remember our matchup as well. That top lane, which is actually going to match up for us, Dyrus versus Balls, and that is the Rumble versus Dyrus again. Balls having that. Dyrus playing Rumble lately because of his engagement and that rendezvous they had during the summer split. So he knows exactly, more or less, what he's going up against now. So that lane should be better for Dyrus. Right now, they are 26 to 24 in CS. So on the 1v1, kudos to both. Mid lane still very slow, and with the mashed up lanes, again, this is what we're going to get probably for the next few minutes. We do see Meteos hugging up back to his camps, but he may not have anything after this Wolf, so we may see him for the first time.
Even though the lanes are matching up evenly right now, it's not because these teams are passive with each other. We will see in this game some very brisk engagements. They will be going straight for each other. We just look at the team of Cloud9. Everyone actually has the ability to start their own fight, including Balls, so they're going to be doing that frequently and often. Whereas TSM, with Nocturne Karthus, they're going to be syncing those ultimates up, and they're going to be going for kills fairly frequently with them. It's just this laning phase means we have to wait for it to happen. They know each other so well, and the junglers were warded early. We haven't seen much action. But now that the wards have all kind of dissipated, we're seeing Meteos trying to make some aggressive moves, getting some enemy territory down, and he's looking to make a play.
That is absolutely a deep ward here at 6 minutes into the game. They now have complete vision on the Odd1. Now, I don't think that one, obviously, to go after the Odd1, but to be in the opposite position of him, knowing where he is, and he's going to try to be on the other side of the world.
Well, a ward like that on the Odd1 will give lanes Nocturne vision in a sense, because you can't ward the river or regular brush wards to actually stop Nocturne ganks since his gap close is so long with Paranoia. But if you can see him taking a jungle camp, you can reactively know where he's going to be and prepare for him to arrive.
Still very slow. The hard hats are on for both Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. We're in a best of 5 here for the finals There is a lot of time for these guys to be playing, and they know to keep pace right now. You can't get too overreactive. If you throw everything out right now, you get inside your own head, and it does not go well. We've got to make sure that all the calls are coming out. We've heard Team Solo Mid at times. If the communication stops, things become chaotic, and that can plague any team.
And if I had to pick a team's strengths right now, I'd say Cloud9 is extremely strong, frighteningly so in the mid game, whereas TSM more so wants the actual late game to arrive. Because Cloud9 will absolutely excel in Dragon fights before TSM has huge amounts of items, just because Rumble plus Kennen locked down with Desire of Era stuff is just too much for TSM to handle, and it means when they do turret dive, Cloud9's going to be able to chase multiple turrets and really just get everyone down if they get the edge in a fight. But if the game gets too late, they drop the Kennen ult and the Rumble ult and not necessarily take down Dyrus or the Odd One right away, and then Wild Turtle's Vein would chase down people. The Requiem would finish them off from Dyrus's Karthus, and it would go that way for TSM. So it's a big lull here at the start of the game. I think Cloud9's going to be the first team to try and make a move, and TSM's maybe going to counter it, but most likely look to survive.
Well, the lanes have already been swapped out here. The tricks trying to be made by Cloud9, answered over by Team Solo Mid. Dyrus heading to the top lane. No teleport, but they do have the global damage coming from Karthus and Odd One, so that Dragon is definitely going to be in their favor if they choose to do so without the Rumble ultimate. But Cloud9 has always turned games around at Dragon. It's almost like just a point they wait for in the game.
Yeah, and these teams are completely in sync with each other. They lane swap bottom at the same time. What this means for Balls, and he's very good at making this dance, is Dyrus can impact a potential Dragon fight with his ultimate. But Balls has to roam down, almost sit in the river after shoving up so he can make his move down in case TSM does rush for a Dragon. It's a very difficult situation for him to be in, but he's pretty used to being in this role.
A lot of pings going down. We'll see if Dyrus chooses to back
on top
off
of
this lane. Whoa, special wild turkey hit up Meteos. They're going for the one that can repel. Most of the damage going on to him. They go back onto Lemon Nation. The focus is a little scattered right now, but that's what they were looking for. The Requiem comes down. The 1-for-1 on the supports.
And High wasn't even in that fight. Cloud9 got the 1-for-1 and the first blood, by the way, without their solo laners being involved, whereas TSM had about 4.5 people in that fight because Dyrus used his ultimate to join as well. This actually gives Cloud9 a huge opportunity to push up and maybe get the first objective of the game.
Gold lead nicely in their favor.
High's got ultimate!
Oh, he flies in, Wild Turtle. That's the condemn we were talking about, but he closed the gap fast enough. Got the ignite back on. Sneaky very low. Odd One picks that up. High's going to be in range. That rush is on quite a big cooldown right now. He does have two. Procs the third, gets the stun, hits the shuriken.
Double kill for High on Kennen means big things for his roaming capability throughout this game. Odd One did well to get a kill back, but that is a win for Cloud9.
It's a deja vu, just like with his Fizz play, going in hard, coming out with the double kill, knowing what he could do this early in the game, and he picked up not the Seeker's arm guard first, but he threw right down to the needlessly large rod to make an impact like he likes to.
Right now, he's not feeling threatened by Reginald's Orianna, so he's going big right away. He wants the Zani's Hourglass as quickly as possible, and since he had the gold breakpoint to buy the incredibly expensive needlessly large rod, he went for it early on in the game. Now remember, now the ultimate from Karthus is down, so Cloud9 can just rush this Dragon and have confidence. Equalizer is still up if TSM tries to contest this one, which means it's a bad idea to try and stop Cloud9.
Cloud9 takes their very much so coveted Dragon that they like to grab. 3-2. Somehow they have now a 2,000 gold lead. That kill is in their favor. The return to the bottom lane. Cloud9 getting a little support from the crowd.
Well, they're definitely off to a good start. This is, you know, Cloud9 has actually shown that they don't even need to come out with a good start to turn around the game. But a 2,000 gold lead here, 11 minutes in. First Dragon, fairly consistent turret pressure. Things are definitely looking up for them. You can see Sneaky is ahead of Wild Turtle in items right now. High is obviously ahead of Reginald because of his involvement in the turret dive in the bottom lane. Of course, Meteos is actually getting farmed with by the Odd One. So the Odd One is changing his jungle style a little bit in order to try and keep pace with Meteos. We've seen too many people just get completely obliterated by Meteos' farm. Dyrus has to watch out for this dive.
Going in on a dive. He tries to throw down the Defile, but High is going to be able to waltz out of this one with that exhaust on him. Oh, one more layways. Does he have the Yordle shoes? He will. What? What? Oh, my word.
He's got his Nikes on. He's able to dodge every single one of those. Crescendo gets Lemon.
Oh, man. I thought that was going for Sneaky, but Lemon was just on the outside, and they sing it down, and they put him to bed. Wild Turtle trying to get to that's pretty low health for a turret dive, and he backs off just in time.
Great crowd control chain by TSM to kind of get one back. Cloud9 had the lockdown in the top lane. TSM had the lockdown in the bottom lane. And now they have 3 people down here. Cloud9 doesn't have the people that actually rotate down to this turret quickly and get a defense.
So Meteos trying to frenzy up on the mid turret. They are going to try and answer what just happened at the Dragon here. A few more kills coming out. High may be able to get back in time. With Meteos pushing up mid so much, they are now adapting to the lanes.
Yeah, this game's going to be a lot more of that type of aggression we saw. Turret dives on both sides. Now turrets getting completely pressured as they're just really trading objectives back. Neither one of these teams is the type of team who generally likes to hold punches. They like to be the one that hits first, frequently and often.
Reggie backing in that top lane. See if he will decide to pick anything up. He does finish the Athene's Unholy Grail. Again, the double AP compositions actually from both sides this time.
Yeah, they have both fell in love with this strategy because generally these teams don't play late game. We look when TSM wins. They win 32-minute games. They lose the 40-minute games.
Right.
Cloud9 just plays short almost all the time because they know how to end games. Double AP is very good at that. You can hit your first couple item breakpoints and then just go before the enemy has enough time to really get ready for it.
Oh, Dyrus is just getting picked on all day right now. The wall goes down. That is going to be a good amount of slow with the silence coming out. Balls is forced to retreat.
But it's the lane pressure that Balls is putting on up there. 1v1, he did end up burning his flash there, knowing that Dyrus now has to go back, but just that alone is probably forcing the Odd One to come up there or risk just giving up the turret. Yeah, he's got to pull away. Actually, that's also allowing him to get off the red buff because Meteos and High are then pressing up to that spot. Cloud9 does this all the time. They get a weakness in one spot of the map and then they just hit it hard.
That was a really smart flash by Balls previously because the Requiem was up and that would have been something Dyrus could have taken advantage of. Reginald trying to press down in mid, finally getting some levels in that W as he went hard on Q to harass, and really maybe a reason that High decided to go for that needless Ardrod.
Yeah, and you can see that because Reginald's hitting a little harder now, High's got to worry about that lane.
Yep.
High didn't build any defensive itemization on Kennen. Sometimes you'll see them go for an Abyssal Scepter if they're against another AP lane, but just not the case this game for High. He's really rushing that needless Ardrod. And we've seen High be able to survive lanes in the past. It's not a bad choice. It just means Reginald can have a bit of his way with them.
There's that caster AD. Oh, Sneaky dodges the Crescendo. The cleanse comes out, but he's going to get it with the ulti. The Requiem doesn't take down Lemon. Special plays the final chords for Zyra to go down. They are not going to finish up any more on that, but a great pressure in middle by Reginald for a turret as well.
And yeah, you can see these guys just going at it. This bot lane wants to fight all the time. Wild Turtle did a great job to get out of Lemon Nation's Stranglethorns, but at the same time, Sneaky made a play of his own. He comes out with a kill, whereas the support for TSM, X Special, gets a kill out of that one. Cloud9, you'd have to say they won that exchange.
Very even in CS, except for 126 to 114 between the AD carries, which is Sneaky coming out pretty big there. The items, not a big discrepancy, however, just those boots to keep Vayne safe. Wild Turtle knows he is a huge target. The Kennen is completely telling you you're going to get dove on.
Yeah. And I kind of want to touch back on the jungle that we talked about earlier with Meteos and the Odd One. That is more farm than you almost ever see the Odd One with. He's spending a large amount of time this game just farming his jungle so he can tank up and really try and keep pace with Meteos. 107 to 104 is an impressive score for the Odd One because Meteos generally just outfarms anyone. What this means, though, is Odd One hasn't had as much time in the lanes to gank, and it's really affecting TSM's overall game flow.
Also, with these kills, Meteos has helped to somewhat snowball his lanes with those 2 assists One of those going to the odd one. And we talked about the fact that they don't have a tank. It may help them to bolster up into that spot. They need to get to that late game. Wild Turtle just on the outside, deciding to go back there. Special, very, very dangerous situation. He gets flashed on, frenzied, the repel and the turret.
You can just see the aggression from Cloud9 in an instant, but TSM also has an answer for this. TSM's losing a little bit of ground every time they're doing this because it's a turret for a turret and a kill. And it just means that TSM needs to be a little bit quicker on reacting to these things, or they need to make the moves quicker themselves.
Zanya's finally finished up onto high. Bloodthirster coming out onto Sneaky. Instead of that Infinity Edge, you want to get that maximum damage out of casting that either Q and your E. We'll have to see if they can continue here with this Dragon. It doesn't look like they're going to find any problems. That will be theirs, so they go for another one on the game. So all the turrets that are being matched, the 2 Dragons now for Cloud9, that's 27,000, a 3 gold lead. 3,000 gold lead.
Cloud9 is playing very solidly early on in this game. They're also approaching the items that they really care about. Also, that blue elixir that High has picked up means they really want to push the tempo quickly. We know that they are a mid-game team right now.
It's a big chunk of gold.
And they have a mid-game advantage at this point with the 2 Dragons and with the traded turrets. They might look to get down this middle area very quickly. If they can get down the outer shell, it means substantially more fights that Cloud9 could then force inside the TSM jungle.
And we actually see Wild Turtle going for the Bloodthirster as well. Not the first time this weekend a Vayne has done that.
He's been going for the Bloodthirster this weekend instead of the Blade of the Ruin King. It just goes in with the whole TSM late game style that they want to get out of this game. I say late game style in the sense they're not going to play to stall for late game like a CLG, but they're going to build for it in case it gets there.
This turret looking like it's going to go down. A few more attacks here, but it is prepped, so maybe they'll keep it up. The Dragon was taken down recently. They're going to want that turret now, however. TSM taking down the bottom, and they're making sure they don't get caught out here. That was a pretty good position to go back for red and make sure nothing was happening.
And this game is about to get wide open with the middle turret here on about a hit from High, and TSM taking down the 3 other turrets of Cloud9 as well. There is so much open space on this map for fights to happen. Knowing that Requiem and Paranoia are up for TSM means they can force generally anywhere, and also knowing Cloud9, how everyone on their team can force their own fights, means they're going to be fighting a lot as well. There's no turrets to protect people, and they both want to get their farm here, so we're going to see a lot of fights and contention.
Oh, High and Balls do not realize they walked over a ward getting here.
This is a trap.
Chat, we talked about things. If it takes longer than 15 seconds, you should probably get out of there. And look at the map. They are all congregating around that position, and it would have spelled bad news in a few more seconds.
Yeah, it might be right now, and the Odd One's trying to force in on this one, but it's a tough engage.
They go into Balls. Now, both champions of Cloud9 have a speed steroid to get out of this. Balls looks like he could be safe, but High decides to flash in with Elimination coming on the outside. Where is Reggie coming onto the fight? Special from the backside. Dyrus looks like he wants to get into this one. High with the Zanya's down. He is going to get bursted quick. The disengage pops up, and looks like TSM is actually going to be able to come out pretty big on this one. Reggie there finally gets hit up. Going to go ahead. Not throw off the wreck. He's going to hold it.
Yeah, this has just been a crazy fight. We knew this fight was open. Can they catch X Special? Because they're all trying to come in.
They know Meteos is coming from behind. That's why they didn't stop. No, the Odd One. Don't do that. He is going to back off. Tries to get the fear to completely discontinue that.
Well, that's the open field fights we were waiting for. We know that Cloud9's internal timer, you talked about the 15 seconds, is a little smaller. They actually started running away after about 5. And if we can see how this fight just got initiated on, if Cloud9 hadn't started running away right away, they wouldn't have actually been able to support this fight as well. That was a rare equalizer missed by Balls, and High ended up just crushing down Reggie. That was basically a 2v4 for the start of this fight. But a couple other things happened in this fight. Meteos just killed Wild Turtle on his way over. He caught him in a bad spot and just bursted him down. That's what swung it. It distracted the rest of TSM. Sneaky followed up with that ultimate, and it ends up giving Cloud9 the advantage in a fight which they were initiated on.
That gold gap closed just a little bit now. 9-6 in kills as TSM finds themselves a bit of something to put up on that board along with their 3 turrets. Special grabbing out 20-minute oracles. See the same thing over on Elimination as we check him. He does not yet, but Elimination and crew usually control the map with wards anyways. Those pink wards, what he goes for.
Yeah, also the boots of mobility on Zara, because they know how open this map has become. needs to be able to go from point A to point B as quickly as possible to just keep pace with where TSM is moving. It's 3 turrets to 3 now, Riv. And, you know, Meteos at 2-0-2 and huge amounts of tank itemization is really telling me Cloud9 is going to be looking for a dive fairly soon.
Going right in, Elimination on the left side. He's going to have to go all the way around, but it will be a sneak attack here coming up in the odd one. He got the stun could come out on Turtle, but will he get another odd one? The shield to be there. He gets the lock up, but is it coming again? Elimination just could not get the roots out to lock him down once more. Getting out of these fights.
High is just looking so powerful right now. After the double kill he got in the early game, he just 1v2'd right there, burned the Nocturne ultimate, and took down Wild Turtle, who, by the way, is 1-4 right now, and this is that Cloud9 mid-game spike that they're just going for.
22 minutes in there, right knocking at the front door of TSM's base already. 57 seconds on the Dragon, I don't think on the mind of Cloud9 right now, but look how they move around these pink wards that are actually placed by Elimination. They placed that and shifted towards mid, but always stayed there to utilize its ability to take out wards and utilize just its vision, because they aren't buying the oracles yet.
And this is just a very well-played, just like fast chess match in a sense, because so many turrets have been going down. Everyone has been initiating on each other, and it's just a matter of quickly calculating who has the advantage in these small fights, because Cloud9, anyone can fight. Even though High is looking for the team fights, he just showed how powerful he can be in a 1v2. Dyrus has been trying to farm up as much as he can. That side lane Karthus is not something we see much of. His Requiems are trying to keep pace, and Wild Turtle in particular has been the one who's been getting picked on the most. I think if Wild Turtle doesn't get going, Cloud9's going to win this game, and they want to die. 5-man Shockwave!
The Shockwave goes down, but so does the Locket of the Iron Solari. They mitigate quite a bit of damage on the next attack. Balls is tanking the turret for his team. He got the equalizer off there, but they are going to be backing out of this one now. Very, very scary there for Cloud9, and a great fight at the turret, but it's 2-1. Balls was the only one going down.
Yeah, it was a 4v5 right there, so despite a 5-man Shockwave that drew gasps from the crowd, they didn't have the immediate follow-up in damage. Dyrus could not get in range, Wild Turtle was not there, and now Cloud9 is not letting up, but this is a very dangerous place for both teams to be. They're going right onto the Dragon, 4v3, but low.
High still has his ultimate. It is going to be huge. They're going to try to once again initiate the fight. The Lightning Rush goes in.
Can you get him?
Trying to hit the Electric Surge. It will kill, but it does not in range.
And Meteos goes to a minion, gets the stun.
The minion. Very nice play there. Cloud9 never giving up. They get one thing. They want more. Then they can stop.
Yeah, they've gotten 13 kills playing that way this game, and even though that was an incredibly risky move, or it felt risky because they were so low, they were in control the entire time. Cloud9 makes a lot of decisions, and very rarely are they the wrong ones. But here's another decision from TSM. They know that everyone on Cloud9 is immensely low right now. They're trying to 3-man this Baron. If Karthus can get in range, they can kill it even faster because Cloud9 is recalled. But Balls is on the hunt. He's looking for this. Let's see if he drops it down.
He just throws it in the den. There's not much you can do about that. Nice guy,
trying
Balls,
to stall.
trying to get out. It's going to be 4-on-1 here, and he will not be going anywhere.
Another quick decision. Cloud9 flashing in, doesn't get it. High flashes as well.
High tries to get into the fight. He throws on the Slicing Maelstrom. There's no way that's enough to lock up the team as they come in too far away. But what they are doing is setting this baby up.
This game is crazy. TSM has been pushed back from the Baron, and now Cloud9 are the ones trying to get it. The odd one, though, is behind. There is a pink ward telling him he has not been spotted, and he does have flash up. X-Specialist trying to give him vision over the top. Cloud9 may have to pull off this Baron, but is getting extremely low, and TSM is trying to initiate from the bottom.
It's got quite a bit of health on it. Dyrus from the backside. Wild Turtle dodges the chain of corruption. High into the wall. He goes down. The area of effect majorly down for both teams now. A very powerful Requiem. About 800 health between 3 members right now of Cloud9.
But the dodge from Meteos with his repel does not let Dyrus get the kill. The shutdown did come. 500 gold for actually Baron killing High. Let's check this out again. Dyrus moved in at the right spot. This was a forced move, really, by both teams going in. High did pick up that double kill before going down, and look at that dodge by Meteos. Then go into the blue buff to get a little bit of extra distance. Still unkillable on Elise.
2 sets of home guards already coming out, which means Cloud9 is going to own the map even more. Just regular tier 2 boots coming out on the side of TSM in an interesting build. You know, you see the AD carries can all be built the same way. Totally skipping crit on the AD caster as Sneaky builds Varus.
That's the Varus build. We see a lot of it over in Europe, actually. The Bloodthirster to Last Whisper build, since that game over in Europe is so mid lane focused, they really use the AD carry as a bit of a caster themselves, not necessarily the carry, but to nuke down the enemy so the mid can actually go and clean up. And that's exactly what Sneaky is going for right now. That last item could very well be an Infinity Edge later, so not really going for the attack speed yet. Varus does get a lot of attack speed from his passive, so that's a little bit of what Sneaky is relying on. Whereas you look at Wild Turtle, he's still trying to be now a bit of a split push Vayne, the Static Shiv helping him push back the lanes, but the real power of TSM lies between Reginald and Dyrus. They're both starting to hit their builds. Reginald has the Death Cap, which is very strong, not much magic resist has been built up by Cloud9 yet, and Dyrus, once he gets that Void Staff, he's going to be crushing people with his ultimate.
There we go, onto Lemonation, but there's the rest of the team. Odd1 should be able to take a few hits here. That's why he wasn't too worried about giving him a little bit of harass as they move up for the fight. 45.5K to that 38, we'll say 39,000. So that's 6,500 gold lead for Cloud9 is completely finished items for them. As we look at some of those inventories, the reason they are up is because of those items.
And High is on the side, meaning he wants to die!
Goes in onto Dyrus. There's that condemn backwards we were talking about before. Kind of nullifies the slicing Maelstrom. But again, everything Cloud9 does is just to do more.
And here they still have follow-up initiation. High gave them the window in which to take the turret, but TSM still has to be scared because Cloud9 has so much that they can throw at him.
Quickly taking down the turret. Team Solo Mid not even trying to split push this game. They have to put all 5 in the base to defend. Lemonation picking up the first one onto the Odd1. Sneaky onto a rampage. Looks like no, Lemonation gets a double kill onto that. They will continue the fight. Wild Turtle on the backside getting command protect, trying to keep safe as they just have to back off the inhibitor.
A 3-4-0 for Cloud9 because they had the follow-up initiation. High was still having a big presence in that fight without his slicing Maelstrom, so great push by Cloud9. They are using their mid-game supremacy right now, extending their gold lead to 10,000, getting an inhibitor, making sure they're up 3 turrets. This is all going well for Cloud9.
And, you know, we talk about builds a little bit more. We look at Dyrus's Karthus. We saw Zamfira. He went for a bit of the same thing, but he didn't go for the Seraphs. He went Rod into Cap and then into that Void. So we're not going to have the Rabadon's damage coming from Dyrus. He's going to try to be a constant nuisance in the fight.
Yeah, he's cheating his build a little bit here because he recognizes he doesn't have time to ramp up. In a perfect world for Dyrus, he was able to get his Rabadon's Death Cap and then build the Void Staff. But because this game has been so well accelerated by Cloud9, with so many dragons going down, with 9 turrets across the map, the game is too fast right now for him to finish that, and he needs the Void Staff sooner rather than later. So when Meteos dives in with that Locket and with that Negatron Cloak, Dyrus needs to be a threat, because right now Cloud9 isn't caring about him. They're diving through him, and Dyrus needs more power.
And in 2 lanes right now, if we look at this, TSM is up about an average of 30 CS for Reginald and Dyrus onto the lanes that they did face, but the communication and the unity of Cloud9 kind of nullifies that.
Exactly. TSM has been farming a little bit better, but that's because Cloud9 has been more objective focused and they've been getting more kills. They're still going to look to try and dive this one. The middle of TSM's base is already exposed. Maybe we'll see Cloud9 come around the side and try and force them off that way. Turns out Cloud9 is going to display a little bit of patience here because they know they have a pretty good lead built up already and don't want to make a mistake.
It's that we're pushing a pushed lane. We have it past River in the top side with another one coming and Dragon. Let's allow them to kind of farm up, or I think they're going to go top and make sure this Baron doesn't get taken out.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes in, which is nearing the end of the game if we're thinking about the way these two teams play against each other. This fight could happen at any moment. Cloud9 is looking for stuff. They're all posturing. There's the equalizer!
Oh, he throws it down. It's going to be the exit, and they have to walk over it. Dyrus is in the middle. It's exactly where he wants to be. Locket of the Iron Solari comes out.
Sneaky!
Everybody's trying to disperse. Double kill coming in for Sneaky. Again, Lemonation picks one up for himself. Doing good things for the team. Doesn't take anybody but Sneaky on the triple.
The Locket of the Iron Solari with the scrap shield from Ball saves him from Dyrus' ultimate, and that's a 4 for 2. And since there are super minions pushing and X Special is the only one alive, Cloud9's gonna look to end it on this push.
Definitely got his work cut out for him in this best of 5 series. Game 1 looks to be in the hands of Cloud9 in one more Nexus turret. And the HP of the Nexus. Ball's still alive, could go down here. Gets himself away from the attack. They will be able to drop X Special. That's an overall quadra in the extended fight for Sneaky. And the Nexus in Game 1 of the NALCS Finals.
That was a great game. And a great start for Cloud9 in this series. They're already pumped up. They need to make sure to keep this momentum going through because 24-11 in only a 31-minute game that was extremely action-packed. And we can only hope for more of that as the series continues, really.
Everything in the beginning was kill for kill, turret for turret, gold for gold up to 200 gold. Then it increased to 400. Then it sat at 2K, and TSM couldn't grab it back.
You can see TSM still in post-game discussion mode. They talked yesterday about the way they're dealing with things now. When things aren't going well in games, they analyze them in the game. That game ended rather quick, so they're still stuck in the analyzing phase right now. They need to make adjustments for Game 2, because as you said, back and forth, trade for trade, and eventually Cloud9 just gained the upper hand because they were making faster moves, better moves, and executing more.
A lot of the picks and bans there had a huge role coming into that game. And really, I think it was for TSM with Kennen getting picked out, right, for high.
Yeah.
It's kind of not something that they faced. So almost the pans that they let them get were something that they weren't used to, the tendencies they're not used to seeing, and that's sometimes even harder to play against.
The picks and bans between these two teams are fascinating.
It is.
Only because
fascinating
Cloud9
and fast.
has, yeah, and Cloud9 picks faster than anyone, by the way, but because the size of their champion pool, and also if we shrink it down to see how small their champion pool has actually been against TSM this year, it means TSM doesn't have much experience playing against their other team compositions.
Absolutely. But we're going to send it over to Kobe and Freak for a breakdown of Cloud9's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Riv. We are here, and that Game 1 win was very interesting because it started out a little bit slowly, and then High went crazy.
Yeah, Cloud9, like Jat said in the game, they were making trades turret for turret. TSM would answer, but Cloud9 would get turret for a turret and a kill. So they slowly built up this kill lead that then pushed them over the edge in the team fights.
And early on, all those kills went on to High. He rushed that Zhonya's Hourglass. His first item, aside from the Doran's Blade, was a needlessly large rod. He started the game basically with 80 extra ability power, and time and again he would turn fights or win them by himself. And in fact, one of our first clip actually is...
Second clip is that.
Second clip.
Before we get to that, let's talk about the other thing Cloud9 control, which is dragons.
Yeah.
They do a very good job of controlling the dragons. We mention it every single time, but it seems really spooky how TSM actually went for the dragon because they had a Karthus up top, so they thought they had extra damage that was going to come in and help them win a 4-on-4. Cloud9, as soon as TSM start this dragon, cut him off. So let's pull up this dragon clip before we get to the high power that he got. TSM are starting up this dragon because Karthus is up top. He can Requiem down. We'll be able to take this one. Let's roll the clip through. And we can see Cloud9 cut off the bottom lane of TSM. Even though it's 4 versus 3 here, so much damage went to X Special, and X Special missed his crescendo that he has to pay for that one with his life. Sneaky, one last auto attack before flashing away to get out of that one meant that Cloud9 with 3 members were able to trade 1 for 1, grab a first blood, and stop that dragon so that they could return there later and grab that one.
And that was actually a really cool play by Sneaky, too, because it felt like he was caught out. He was kind of alone there. He said, oh, wait, no, Special's really low, and turned back in the middle of 3 enemy champions, shot him, and then flashed away, buried the counterattack damage, or buried the Requiem at the very end there. And like I was like, oh, my God, you're going to die for getting that kill. But it actually wasn't him who went down. And I think Sneaky, in general, for that team, doesn't get a lot of credit because he's not generally the flashy playmaker. Aside from Ash Arrows, he's kind of just, he's there in the background, kind of playing a crowd control role. And Sneaky, you just saw right there, and throughout kind of the game as well, Sneaky did a really good job, I think, that game.
Yeah, and that fight opened up the door for High on his Kennen. And you can get to the first double kill right after that dragon fight. He roamed down. That's where he got his power spike that you're talking about.
Yeah, I actually thought High was in that fight because it was such a convincing victory. And then you're like, no, High's not in that. I was like, no, but I thought he was. Oh, no, that wasn't him at all.
No.
It was actually undermanned.
So let's pull up the second clip here. And this is after High has gotten a whole bunch of double kills. He's so strong right now. Even though TSM want to make use of their global, they bring in Odd One here to 2 versus 1 High with Wild Turtle. Because High already got the harass down under Wild Turtle, he's going to win a 2 versus 1 situation here. Let's roll this one through, and we'll see how he pulls it off. The ultimate, even though there's a cleanse for Wild Turtle, enabling him to get out of the Maelstrom, he goes right back in and goes down to it. Requiem goes off, Paranoia goes off. Well, he does not care. High still comes out ahead in that.
That was really well played, too. He actually noticed that he had 2 marks of Storm on Wild Turtle, saying, if I hit W, you will get stunned, and I got a free shot with Thundering Shuriken.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Very well played by the entire team of Cloud9. Not just High, though. They all had really good rotations.
Yeah, it's what we kind of talked about with this game, where they take a little bit and they take a little bit more. And it's always been something that I've tried to keep in the back of my mind for how is Cloud9 so successful with their tower dives? Because when they didn't pick Zac all the time and they weren't picking Jarvan all the time, I was like, well, how are you engaging? Like Meteos is on Nasus, or he's on Elise, he's not on a hard engaged champion. How are they still doing it? And we were actually seeing High would flank around over the Wolf camp and like go in with the ultimate and burn the ulti just to get TSM to run away, just to get control over a turret. And it was like, oh, these really cool moves where you flank or do other crazy things to get map control. They've done a lot of really cool things this game.
And they still had that crowd control from the bottom lane that they like to bring with the Varus combo.
So very well played game there by Cloud9, taking the game 1 win, but it's a best of 5. They need 2 more over the next 4 games. Now we've got to take a quick break, but when you return, Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 face off in round 2 of the championship fight. So don't go anywhere. The LCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime will be right back.
The best of 5 is definitely going to be in our advantage because we got the home crowd. We have experience in playing long-term games, but at the same time, we'll see who adapts faster.
Welcome back to PAX Prime in the 2013 NALCS Regional Playoffs. It's time for Game 2 in this best-of-5 championship bout between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. And after an action-packed Game 1, Cloud9 walked away with the win in just over 31 minutes.
Yeah, and Hai said yesterday that he wants to just go in hard all the time. He wasn't lying. He got a couple of kills early on in that game, and then after that he could 2v1 and 3v1 TSM with his cannon. And TSM actually banned away Sneaky's Ashe. But it didn't really phase Sneaky. He had a great game on Varus anyway, just still initiating with ultimates and cleaning up teamfights with awesome snipes. And we can't talk about Cloud9 without talking about Meteos once again. He was once again unkillable on Elise, 4-0-10, dodging Requiem, saving teammates with Locket, out-farming, initiating, and just doing everything for that team.
You know, at the beginning I was kind of like, all right, he plays Zac a lot, he gets the passive, and he's not going to die. But no, he just actually doesn't die.
Yeah, it's because he has such good situational awareness. He makes a lot of decisions, and he makes the right decision frequently. So it's just an amazing jungling ability. Maybe if they completely try to focus bans on Meteos, we could see him go out, because we know he does get comfortable on champions. He's played Elise every game so far this time.
Yep.
He hasn't played Jungle Zac in a while. Maybe if TSM tries to mix him up a little bit, it might be a better strategy, because everyone else on Cloud9 has already proven that they can adapt.
He did have a fair game on the Eve, and you know, to add on to that adaptation, last game with Sneaky on Varus was one of the ones we saw him get more farm, participate more in fights instead of be a utility type of AD carry, and he really kind of did his own thing that game.
It's a really strange thing. We always talk about how Sneaky can do more with less, how he knows how to sacrifice farm into his jungle. But then at the end of the game, we look, and who's getting triple kills? Who has the top gold on Cloud9? It's Sneaky. How'd he do that?
Quadra kill in the extended fight, taking out Xpecial in the end, as he did what he could on the Nexus. But that one Nexus means that Cloud9 is 2 games away from being the NALCS champions, as well as moving on to Worlds with Team Solo Mid and Vulcan. That spot, very coveted right now, that Team Solo Mid holds.
It's going to be huge being able to skip the group stage for one of these teams at the World Championships, and this is the adaptation TSM's trying to make. It's small, but it's there. They're banning Elise, they're making Meteos go into something else, and then Cloud9 actually stuck with fairly similar bans. The Vladimir Ari is something they're going with every game. That Zed could mean big things for Reginald, though.
Rumble has not been banned. I think if we had a Twitter question between the games, it would have been, I think they should ban Rumble, but that didn't happen.
So if we put up a Twitter question for what champion should TSM ban against Cloud9, we can get about 25 different responses. I think every time after Cloud9 wins, it's like, why didn't they ban Elise, Zac, Ashe, Zyra, Jarvan, Zed, and Kha'Zix? Because you can't. It's just not something you do. Anyway, the Nocturne pick here by Meteos has me a little bit excited, because the last time he played Nocturne, he brought out the damage Nocturne, Ravenous Hydra, Last Whisper, and he was just blowing people up. Cloud9 actually comboed it with Twisted Fate that time. I wonder if they're going to do something similar here and just make it so Wild Turtle's not allowed to play the game.
They like to go for that AP composition. Right now, it does put Reginald on the 80, so they aren't focusing on that altogether. But Dyrus likes the matchup of not having to be face-to-face with Rumble.
Yeah, he...
picking that Karthus.
He didn't have the best Karthus game last time. Rumble was able to run him down a little bit.
Once he got those levels.
But I can see where TSM is coming from with this composition. They're overloading with damage right now in their solo lanes, which is actually something Cloud9 has done a lot of to great success this split. For the last few TSM picks, they actually need to find a fair bit of utility, and I'm wondering what the odd one's going to pick to get the sufficient amount of lockdown. With the Jarvan, the 4th ban, it makes it a little bit more difficult for the odd one. Zac is pretty much all he has left when he's trying to make that initiation. It fits perfectly.
It will be a bit of the lockdown they're looking for, some of that softcore CC. The Twitch going on to Wild Turtle. Shen making it all the way through on this one as well. Very interesting kind of pick ban phase that's going on here. The players really had everything, it seems, set in mind coming into this one.
Yeah, they could just go Kennen again as well, because they would like that little bit of additional lockdown. I think it's between Kennen and Twisted Fate right now, because obviously his Ahri and Fizz have both been somewhat banned away, and he goes with the Kennen.
Why not? You have all of the area effect to follow it up. They liked that Varus last time. Sneaky participating in the fights worked out quite well, especially towards the end game, as we stated. But these teams, it looks like they just gave Cloud9 what they won with.
It's not about giving Cloud9 what they want. It's about Cloud9 taking what they want, because they want so much right now, and they can get it almost whenever they want to.
We'll see if they can do it. High does get his Kennen back. It's going to be against the AD of Zed, though. That's a lot different of a matchup. That can be punished quite hard. Zed just stands in his minions. Kennen always has to be around that, unless he has his Shuriken up to mark the storm. So it's going to be an interesting mid lane. Our top laner was the last one, and Balls definitely came out on top of Dyrus for that one. So, you know, making one for this one, let's just say we're looking at High and Reginald for here.
And we still got to talk about how great that game one actually was between these two teams, because that was the most well-played 31-minute defeat I think I've ever seen by TSM right there, because they were matching Cloud9 blow for blow throughout the majority of that game, but Cloud9 was just hitting a little bit harder. It was incredibly action-packed, and it means TSM didn't really lose by that much. It's just the game was so extremely accelerated that it ended up ending a little bit early.
One of the first games we didn't see any sort of invasion as well in the early part of the game. A little bit back and forth, but those first bloods to come one after the other and then be followed up. So if that sticks with it, again, lane matchup's going to be even. We'll have to see. But looking for the first dragon. If nothing happens before that, expect Cloud9 to win that fight.
Yeah, Cloud9 lives around dragon fights. And even with this team composition, they have the Kennen Rumble combo once again with Zyra Varus lockup. The only difference is it's Nocturne instead of Elise. 4 of the 5 parts of Cloud9's team composition from game 1, they have once again. That's when Cloud9 gets their comfort zone. They do not care what you go up with against them. They'll play their game.
All right, beautiful people. We are into game 2 here of our best of 5 series, the NALCS Summer Finals. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. Game 1 to Cloud9, quite definitively, as Jat said. I think it's a good way to put it. The best defeat, you know, that you've seen.
Yeah, it was a very hard-fought game by both of these teams. They're showing why they deserve to be in this final game, fighting for that bye in the World Finals.
Big party in middle.
Party time.
Nice little hit there. Sneaky actually choosing out to go for the piercing arrow first, so it doesn't look like they are thinking for the engagement. And there's not too much that either team can really do on an initial level 1. But
wow, and look at how much these teams have scouted each other. As soon as TSM got spotted, they actually pinged the 3 spots that Lemon Nation just warded, preemptively. They're pinging them again. They're just like, ward there, they pinged the red buff, and they pinged above there. So TSM knows exactly what Lemon Nation just did, and they guessed right. That's impressive.
This time, however, Meteos is not going to die at Tribrush.
Not today.
Not today.
Well, maybe today. We still got plenty of games.
That's true. That is true. So the 3 wards sitting in that bottom jungle, the bottommost ward being the Explorer one, that is to catch who is going to lane. So they can either match it up or switch it up to the 2v1s.
And the last early game was actually quite reserved between these two guys. They respect each other a lot in the laning phase, because we got to remember Cloud9, before they were even in the LCS, they had 5 accounts, I believe, in the top 9 of Challenger. They're all individually incredibly skilled in lane. They're kind of good at that. Whereas Wild Turtle has, at one point, had, I think, 3 of the top 5 Challenger accounts. Like, these guys know how to lane. And that's why they respect each other so much in these situations, because they've laned against each other more than anything.
Day in and day out, this is what they are seeing. They know it the best, and that's why they sit on the stage in front of you with your chairs to lead them on. 2 minutes into this one, like you said, Jat, probably going to play the same pace as last game here. We do have the 2v1s to match up, so we may see a little bit more from the junglers in the beginning. Not extremely fast, but that potential is there.
And Meteos actually got a little bit outplayed here, because he is trying to take the blue buff in a lane where his AD carrying support can't help him. He took a lot of harass to get that down, and it actually pulled Balls in to save him.
Level 1 Special High coming down a little bit here. He's not going to miss any experiences. Reginald also came down to help. Both of them returned to lane at the same time, so that'll be a little bit chaotic for Cloud9. But they still get the blue, and they're off and running.
Yeah, so That was actually, even though Meteos got away with it just fine because they made a quick reaction, a very dangerous situation for Cloud9 to be in. Oftentimes, when a jungler is planning his early route, he needs to make sure he takes his second buff on the side where his support and AD carry are when you're doing 1v2 lanes. Otherwise, that 2v1 lane is just going to be able to collapse down and outnumber you at the buff. So if TSM actually would have sent Wild Turtle and X Special up there to stop Meteos, they could have. They had more priority, though, just farming the lane and pushing up this turret, trying to get balls pushed back.
Trying to lock it down. We know the Balls mentality is that if I am down, I am going to be able to come back in this game. Dyrus getting hit up pretty hard here. This is the 2v1 of the turret. The 3v1 won't be there. Lemon Nation is not Dyrus. Almost stays alive. This one going over to Meteos.
Tricky little turret dive, but they all get away unscathed right there. Low health on Sneaky, Meteos, and Lemon Nation. And let's see if TSM has an answer. I don't think they do because the odd one was happily farming the jungle, whereas Meteos was the first one to make the gank kill. That actually substantially surprised Dyrus, since if we track Meteos' overall jungle path and where he got spotted, he went red buff to blue buff, and then went all the way back through his jungle to get behind the turret. Dyrus did not expect him to make that movement. It was actually quite unlike Meteos because he sacrificed a lot of farm in order to make that gank happen.
He's actually stated that in previous games. I think it was against Crumbs. When Crumbs went to that 2v1 lane and he was there, he said that put them ahead. He had to back and go to the bottom lane to soak up that experience. This time, however, they actually got the kill out of it. So working very nicely, putting them up 500 in gold. And Meteos keeping himself all around the map. That's actually going to help him if he is going for that strong attack damage build.
Check that out. Meteos just built a Doran shield on Jungle Nocturne. Just take a little bit of extra health and quick ability. No Doran's Blade, which is what you generally expect on a Nocturne. Have to see how that works out for him.
Still cleaning up. Looks like he's going to be heading back towards the top side. Dyrus used his flash, used his exhaust. They continued to go after him last game, and again, they're doing it once.
Ooh, there's still no wards up here for Dyrus, so if they get the fear early, or if Balls lands a slow, Dyrus is going to die.
Here it comes out. He misses the Dustbringer, but he's going into the brush. I think he knows he's going to go down in this one, unless he's trying to call time for something.
How long can he last?
Nobody's going to come up, but they do know. Well, look at where Loud One is. They're not able to really activate anything off of this. He was going back, so Dyrus just eventually goes down, but the lane is all the way at the turret, which kind of helps.
Dyrus actually got most of the farm. That's why he ran towards that lane. He's like, I'm getting these minions whether I die or not. He's at 24 CS right now. He died, but he got some back.
Very good thinking in a stressful situation. Not having the flash and exhaust. He actually turned tail as soon as he got hit. And he said, yeah, well, this is bad. Let's make it good. The best of a bad. 700 gold now as Cloud9 does not stop. Just as we say, they take one thing, they want more. We'll see what happens when Dyrus comes back up, but it looks like this top turret is going to get a lot of pressure.
This could also be an early Dragon attempt by TSM because they recognize that Meteos is up there. They're going to try to tank this one up. The Odd One is a pretty good tank here, and it's a 4v3, but that is a very hard-hitting Dragon, and Sneaky can poke in pretty powerfully.
The Odd One taking some shots. That piercing arrow did hit. Reggie goes on to Sneaky. The death mark is definitely not going to cancel him out just yet, and this could be a scary fight here. Slicing Maelstrom goes in. Reginald takes some good hits. It's going to be the W, but he can't even hit the surge when he comes out of the shot.
2 kills for 0 and the Dragon for TSM. Reginald skims away with his life, and Cloud9 gets nothing in return.
Again, Dyrus doing what he can, does not want to get dove, but I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. The minions go down. The wave is actually not even past River yet, so Cloud9 has himself in a sticky situation up top, but same goes for Dyrus.
Yeah, and Dyrus is actually trying to get out of there right now because he recognizes they dive him on the next wave, so Dyrus isn't letting it get back to the turret. But let's check out this fight one more time. Reginald flashed away just at the right time, gets a little bit of damage down, and the big thing here is Sneaky tried to finish off Reginald. That's why he overcommitted back into the fight as well. And because Reginald had just that sliver of health left as he shadowed away, it meant death for 2 members of Cloud9.
High, that was patented high, because he went to go in, but he actually hit the W before his second mark of his ultimate came off. So knowing he would only come out with 1 kill, actually just had him a little misplay there. 7.5 in.
Big swing.
1,000 gold. That is a big swing indeed. And with Dyrus dying and pushing, Balls is ready to use the equalizer to push it as well.
On top of getting the 2 kills and getting the gold lead, this also changes the way Cloud9 gets to approach the game. Because previously they were going to use a lot of presence around that Dragon fight, knowing they had a Rumble and a Cannon ultimate to contest it. And since it was just taken down before Cloud9 really reacted to it, and the respawn timer on Dragon is the full 6 minutes, it just means that Cloud9 can't necessarily start playing their game yet. They have to wait for that next Dragon to come up.
That next Dragon, a few other things. Hai didn't directly go for the needlessly large rod this time, had to take into respect.
Didn't have the gold.
Didn't have the gold. He's also against that AD, so he's looking for a bit of armor. So his going crazy may be hindered a little bit there, but we saw him with Fizz. He did it before he had a Lich Bane, so maybe it won't.
Yeah, Hai does know how to come back in lanes, but he obviously is happier when he's ahead. The game Cloud9 wants to play right now, though, is going to be the Meteos efficiency game. How much can he outfarm the odd one?
Right.
And how strong can he get on Nocturne to try and take over the game through the lanes and through Nocturne alt ganks? Because the Dragon has already been taken away by TSM.
And in the inventory, same thing goes for Reginald here. Looking to get that Blade of the Rune King on Zed. We saw that last fight, instantly a laser target onto Sneaky, and that's what he's going to look to be doing, that patented Reggie aggression to come out from Zed. He's already been putting good damage on high and middle. You can see he's winning the trades evenly and is up a level, so he may have that advantage to get out of lane soon.
The Doran Shield pickup on Zed in particular was actually pretty good because Kennen uses so many auto attacks in lane. So being able to reduce that with the Doran Shield has allowed Reginald to farm quite well early on in the game where Hai usually would have had the upper hand.
This is going to be one of the harder ganks here. You're trying to gank a ninja, guys.
Goes back
in. Goes back in, but he's going to get some help here as well from the Odd One. The Odd One is always behind Reginald, but is it enough time? It will be for Dyrus. Requiem comes down. The Let's Bounce may not be able to finish it off. It is a red versus a red-blue buff, and they don't want to transfer this. It is going to be transferred.
It's transferred.
They're going to give it to Balls. This should be given to Balls for that red buff. No,
Meteos wants it for himself. He's going to try and take over this game. That might end up being a good call. He can use the red buff better than Rumble can for the most part. That was a very good turn and then turn back by Cloud9 because Dyrus did swing it initially with his ultimate, but then when Cloud9 balls came down to finish that one off, it really just swung it for Cloud9. If they can get this turret with all of Meteos' power right now, it's going to give them a bit of a gold lead.
Sneaky even playing this one different. 3 Dorans. It was Bloodthirster Last Whisper last game, and he already had his Berserker boots by now, but he's going 3 Dorans. We saw him do it on Ashe.
Yeah, last game, the laning phase was actually substantially more controlled, and that's why both Hai and Sneaky could rush a BF sword and a needlessly large rod, but because there's been so much fighting, the deaths at Dragon, the ganks mid, it just means they're buying items in smaller intervals. They're just trying to be as powerful as possible because they know how important the mid and early game is between these two teams.
So to recap on the compositions here, we saw the double AP coming through strong all week. TSM, the first one in the series to bounce off of that. Cloud9 stays with the Rumble Kennen. Like we said, this is almost the exact same composition except for Elise in the jungle as game 1.
Yeah, and the only difference, of course, is Nocturne for Meteos, which when he picked it, I actually expected him to start going his offensive Glass Cannon Nocturne build, where he did Spirit of the Lizard Elder and then more offensive items. But he actually rushed Spirit of the Ancient Golem right off the bat. So this is a tank Nocturne start for Meteos. I wonder if he's going to transition into tank items later, because a tank Nocturne, as we've seen in the past, doesn't do much as far as diving late game. Meteos, maybe he's got a different thing figured out for how to work tank Nocturne, but it doesn't seem like his style if he continues on that path.
Lanes seem quite even at the moment. That 91-70, however. Wild Turtle coming up big on the CS there. 76 as well. We see the crescendo in the bottom lane on a Lemon. Oh, Wild Turtle flashes right in front of Sneaky. He takes a chain of corruption around the neck, and it's going to strangle him down to the ground. Lemon Nation coming back in with a team. The ward was there for Xpecial to try and finish the fight. But Meteos just on the wing to support the engage.
402 Nocturne. That gank goes credit to the rest of Cloud9.
Oh, he gets the stun down. The shuriken hits. It's only going to be one more. His W, he has actually no energy. Did not pass through, so it looks like he's not going to get that refund. Looking to get these kills. He's running at Dyrus to dodge the lay waste. Dyrus couldn't turn on Defile because of the mana.
Reginald's still going to want to try and hunt down Hai here because they're pinging where he could have been. This is the nook that everyone tries to hide in. Let's check out that Reginald chase if he can find Hai in that jungle as the rest of Cloud9 takes the dragon.
Just gets away from it. Not going to see the kill come up, but the Odd One looking to do a drive-by. Could get the kill onto Lemonation. The bounce will be there. He sees the damage that Dragon has. He gets the kill, but it looks like it may be grim for him. Maybe not. That's quite low mana coming out from C9.
Yeah, basically Lemon Nation sacrificed his life there so Meteos could get the smite onto Dragon. The Odd One was preoccupied with killing Lemon Nation, and Lemon really let it happen as Meteos controlled another objective for his team. This is another one of these games, like in the first one, where they are just trading punches fast and furiously.
7-5 at 13 minutes, and it's only a 400 gold lead. And this is the game that TSM was able to slightly swing that gold lead back, which they could not do last game. But Cloud9 has found a way to do that. Pretty much even at this point, somebody is to make that next move. Dragon down. See what Cloud9's pink wards look like. Lemon Nation loving to get those pink wards on the map before he gets the oracles out, but just not yet.
Yeah, so now, because the turret is down for Cloud9's bottom lane, Sneaky and Lemon Nation have a tough time protecting this blue buff.
Yeah.
They kind of have to do double duty at this point, and High is also cheating down to that lane a little bit as well. Cloud9 does not like being down turret, so they're going to look to push TSM back as quickly as possible. High might just look for a kill here.
Those are some chunks right there. Electrical Surge to stop him up. He's going to have another Shuriken.
Meteos found Turtle.
They're slowly waltzing into this fight, forcing the flash on the bottom. Turtle goes down in the top side. That was very calm and collected by Cloud9 with separate fights going on.
They're trying to take control back of this game, and they seem to be getting it a little bit. The last few things that TSM has tried to do have been answered very well by Cloud9. Meteos in particular, though, is someone we need to keep tracking because he is continuing to build tankily, and I think he needs a few offensive items if he wants to have a large impact. So far, so good for him, but that Nocturne doesn't necessarily scale into the late game.
He's only missed one participation in the 8 kills of his team. He is 4-0-3 right now, looking very big. We'll see what they have in store for Team Solo Mids here, but Team Solo Mid still, like I said, very much in this game. Where are they going to be going next with Wild Turtle trying to get that Infinity Edge? They're going to get more damage than they are out of Sneaky.
Yeah, so at this point for Cloud9, they're really just trying to hold the fort here until their stuff comes back. They want Meteos to find a position for a big Nocturne ult, and then maybe shut down Wild Turtle again. Turtle has been picked on heavily in this series.
All right, let's see what they can do at 8-5 right now. Cloud9 knows they want a few kills, and after that Dragon, they were able to pressure down, continuously try it. The Odd One pretty much risking his life for the rest of the team to come in and get some kills there, but it's not working out for them as much as they're trying because Cloud9 is always on top. The gold lead slightly in favor of C9 right now with one turret in their favor, and like Jat said, that was the turret down by Dragon, down by the buff, so that is positions being lost. Turtle gets caught up all alone here. Sneaky Elimination looking to pick up a kill. Turtle gets himself, oh no, High's on the other side. Oh, man, ninjas are always more sneaky than rats.
Yeah, it seemed like he had made the great escape after that one, but once again, Cloud9 as a team is just picking on him. No matter what he does, they just chase him down and are keeping him out of having a big impact on this game.
That Zanya's finished up onto High. We've seen him do big things on Fizz with it. We have seen him do big things on Kennen with it just last game. That kill bolsters their gold lead a little bit more and finally puts at least 1,000 in between these two teams here. The top lane pressure onto Dyrus has definitely let up since the objectives become a little bit more increasingly necessary for these teams, but it's still, TSM has that Requiem to use. They're just not finding any engagements, again, being spread so far thin.
And one thing that could be very bad for TSM is the fact that they actually haven't lost turrets yet, but they're very close to losing them because they've lost the pressure grip on this game. So if Cloud9 can fight any of them back, the Goldie's getting bigger, but TSM is not giving up easily.
Crescendo on a Sneaky, a great flash over the elbow of the wall to dodge that Stranglethorn. Wild Turtle just
down again.
got back in the game.
And High just puts him down once again, plus the turret. 3v3. High started slow. He's picking up some steam.
It's one of those things that can keep just making itself true. If you use that ult, usually the team that uses the ult second is going to come out on top, and they have just made it true so far. Dyrus getting picked on here. Meteos very tanky coming in. May not have it, though.
Yeah, he does not care about those turret shots, and Dyrus is no threat to him right now. He's using that tank Nocturne to go where he wants, and since he's at the point in the game right now, level 12, he's still relying mostly on his fairly generous base damages. It's because he's out-leveling pretty much the game right now, level 12. No one is a higher level than him, that he's still making an impact, even with that tank build.
Coming out very strong on the top lane. It's going to be balls. He didn't have too much trouble. 1, 1, and 2. He has been worse off and still done better for the team. So we see strength still coming from there. Looking over, Reginald has actually kind of started double dipping in his recipes. Had that Bilgewater, started a Brutalizer, now the Hex Drinker, really putting respect into the damage of the double AP comps that are being brought out this weekend.
He's basically built that Hex Drinker so he can hope to duel any of the AP champions on Cloud9, but Hai has built the Zhonya's right away, so he's already got his Zed dueling in the bag. And of course, we look at that gold lead that is now 4,000. And it wasn't there a second ago, but that's because Cloud9 had 0 turrets. They picked up those 3 turrets so quickly, really cashing in the advantage of pushing TSM out of their territory. And now they've went and shopped and hold the item lead as well.
Wild Turtle just finishing the critical cloak on his Infinity Edge. That Bloodthirster already stacking up for Sneaky. Cloud9 is Mounds not ahead, but Mounds ready to start these fights and make these engagements happen, which will eventually put them. Mounds ahead. They may try to get the steal here. It does go to the odd one. But just look at the confidence they think they can put up here, and it is working.
They're one step ahead of the game right now. Reginald was up top trying to shut down balls a little bit, and Cloud9 is just ready for this Dragon, preemptively ready for the red buff as well. Reginald is trying to make that play, dueling the Rumble.
This is big. Reginald doesn't even have that Blade of the Rune King, and he was almost able to zero out balls right now. This could be really big in the engagements. A very nice crescendo on the High. Is the Requiem enough? He does grab balls in the top lane. Divers picks himself up a kill, now 11-6 overall. And they're making Cloud9 disengage off of this one, but can they take more?
They're trying to get something back. Cloud9 spent so much time on that Dragon, and then that was a very good damage trade in the mid lane by TSM. They really want that turret, but look at that wave clear. This is tough.
Cannot do it. That Nocturne, along with that hail of arrows from Sneaky, able to just quickly clear it out. They don't even have Zyra there as well to clear, so the turtle and siege power of these guys of Cloud9 still bolstering up as well. We do have Karthus on one side, Wild Turtle for the fights, and they have a team that kind of can be centered around Wild Turtle to finish off the squishies with spray and pray from the backside, but we haven't seen them try to put that together yet.
They are a little bit low on lockdown,
Yeah.
which is why the odd one needs to be so strong in this game. And as well, TSM actually got away with a low control composition in one of their games this weekend against CLG, and Wild Turtle was actually on Twitch. But he had a much better Twitch game that time. He was farming substantially better, and CLG wasn't really picking on him the way Cloud9 is. The one thing we can say about Cloud9 is they always have the ability to choose what they're going to do. So they play an objective-based game. So they always bring good turret pushers, good turret divers, and good turret defenders, importantly enough. As well as, since everyone brings so much crowd control, if they want to pick on someone, they can.
Just about 8 minutes ago, that tower score said 1-0. Cloud9 has now found 4, while TSM racked up 1 more for themselves. We'll see the Dragon coming up quite soon here. 21 minutes into the game. The kills are coming very slow, and Cloud9 actually still trying to get the momentum push after each one of those kills. And the thing that allows that, they're keeping Balls and Sneaky together quite a bit in these compositions with Zyra. And if it's not Balls, it's going to be Meteos with that composition.
Exactly. They like to keep Rumble with people who can keep him in the Equalizer. They recognize just how much damage the Equalizer does, especially if you keep someone in it. It basically just kills a person. So Cloud9 now grouping up once again. Meteos is actually being used as a split push threat, still just going full tank. He's almost all in on that, knowing that right now Reginald's not strong enough to kill him. As a jungler, you don't see someone being top CS in their team very often, but that's what Meteos has accomplished this game.
Right now, Dyra's sitting on 7,000 gold. Meteos alone, 8,300 at 4-0-3. Definitely becoming the tank that his team needs, because what we saw last time, this composition run with Nocturne on the odd one, was them needing a tank as well, and they couldn't get there. But Meteos may be able to do that. Good pressure in the bottom lane, given harass, but it's not going to be enough to take down Reginald. He may be able to come back with a bit here. He has 1,400 gold in his pocket, so he may start to be able to make an impact now.
Yeah, Cloud9 is extending their advantage to about 5,000 here, but just based on how much farm is being channeled into Meteos and how Nocturne actually has somewhat mediocre hyper late game scaling,
right?
I give Cloud9 about another 15 minutes to win this game, which by their standards is all right, but just with the way they're distributing their gold, Meteos not having that much, if they don't finish by that point, Wild Turtle's going to catch up, Darius will get strong, and Reginald will be able to kill him.
And it doesn't seem like TSM is panicking in any way either. Sure, they're down a bit, 5K gold. That's not going to mean as much as time goes on if they can keep the same deficit. But as of right now, they still seem pretty composed in this matchup, and everybody still seems to be communicating.
Yeah, and you can see Cloud9, as always, they're trying to create action right now. The Nocturne ultimate was used really just to get some lane control and intimidate Reginald away from split pushing, which as you can see now, Reginald is just sitting at that middle turret, almost waiting for a dive. The Nocturne ultimate is also almost back up. I expect Cloud9 to push off that bottom wave and then come back to either sieging the mid lane or working around the Baron area, because at 23 minutes they've stagnated a little bit here and need to find ways to extend this lead before the clock kind of runs out on their composition.
6 wards on the map for Cloud9, the one in that top bush near Baron coming in for TSM. So they are partying with 5 in mid, keeping each other safe. Reginald is actually playing this one quite dangerous right now, maybe actually trying to draw them off of mid, knowing that Kennen is in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this could actually be a pretty good aggressive move by Hai if he decides to fight Reginald. I don't know if Reginald's actually strong enough to deal with him in a 1v1 situation. Or sorry, Darius.
Right.
I'm so used to seeing Reginald on Karthus.
I already said it once earlier.
I've said it like 5 times at this point. Jad doesn't even know he's playing Karthus right now. It's because he's in the mid lane spot and he's Darius. It's confusing.
11-6 here. The score staying steady. Like we said, it's not a huge amount of kills. It's the 1 kill, and then the team respects it enough that a turret taken after that. TSM hasn't been able to find the exact same thing, but they are keeping that in their eyes, something that they can still achieve. You saw the odd one being a little bit of an aggressor as they were chasing down mid. Reginald finds the top lane to be more suitable for him as well, and I think that would be the better idea. Dragon in 30 seconds here. He is going to start heading down as he got a good push, so Hai is going to be in the top lane. They could really start to structure this a few steps ahead.
What's been happening for the last 5 minutes or so has been great for TSM.
Right.
They're stalling the game, and the lead for Cloud9 is not getting any greater. In fact, it seems like Cloud9 is a little bit lost as to what to do. Hai has no...
Oh, it's still going to hit. That's still going to hit, but he's not able to add the damage on, and that's one thing if you're a Kennen player. People will look for you to use that E, and then they try to kill you.
But the immediate Zhonya's meant there was no Deathmark follow-up damage, so there's nothing for it to amplify. Now they know that the Kennen ult is down as well as the Zed ult. 5v5 4-set Dragon here. I wonder if TSM's going to try to fight this. I feel like it's smarter for them to give it up, but we know TSM, they want to go for a fight.
Hai got down there so fast, he's already ready to participate. Going in, that's a beautiful equalizer. 3 members sitting in the 1, 2, and 3 points of it. Darius looking to go down in a pretty advantageous spot, but everybody's able to flash away from him. Hai gets hit up with the crescendo. Here comes the Requiem at the end of the Death Defile. Sneaky on the outside. 1, 2, 3. No, they're for Meteos coming in on the double kill.
A 5-4-1 when all is said is done for Cloud9. They were waiting around. They knew the fight would come, and TSM decided to go in on them. Know that the Kennen ult was down, but he was around the side. The Dragon was only to get the fight. The equalizer hits pretty well, but not amazingly.
Right.
And I have to say, the Meteos dive through the back really split up TSM. He sucked 3 people towards him and still didn't go down. By the way, Sneaky then moved through Darius' dead Karthus corpse and just finished off the rest of the fight. That was another incredibly well-coordinated Dragon fight by Cloud9. And of course, since it was an ace for 1, they have enough savvy to take the Baron.
26-minute Baron coming in for Cloud9 in Game 2. A heavy-handed amount of kills going into the favor of Cloud9. They're now 16-7 on the scoreboard and an 8.5 thousand gold lead.
And luckily enough, all their ultimates are coming back up pretty soon. So they're going to take that huge amount of gold they just got. You can see another blue elixir on Hai. You can see 10,200 gold on Meteos. That is nearly 2,000 higher than Darius, who is the highest farm on TSM. Meteos is a carry jungler, but he's doing the tank carry right now. The Dragon is down. Cloud9 doesn't care about it right now. They're looking to make a big move on this next push. As long as Cloud9 can get all of their side lanes pushing at once, so there's no fear of a strong split push, Meteos is going to be strong enough to tank up many turret shots. He's incredibly fed on that Nocturne right now. They're going to look to do a turret dive, because even though they still have that 7,000 gold lead, if Cloud9 doesn't push the tempo, they would lose this game.
He said they only have a certain amount of time before that Nocturne only does become a tank. Just a nuisance of utility for his team. Still going to put out some damage, but all you have to do is crowd control him down, and they have the damage to take it back out. If Reginald can get on too sneaky, as he did before, that's only going to be a barriered amount of damage from that death mark. There's a lot of options here. The Seraph's Embrace just finishing up for Dyrus. He is going to be more formidable in these fights and last a little bit longer. His positioning on the Defile has been walked out of quite easy by Cloud9, but those are things Cloud9 continues to remember. Those little nuances in the fight, they have to remember going in with those windows open.
And now they're looking to come around the back. There's not too much space in between these turrets, but they got a little bit of damage down onto Dyrus already. You can tell they're going to try to come in from all angles here. Meteos could come from one side, High could come from the other. Lemonation is denying TSM vision. Cloud9 wants a clean engagement here, and it's looking like TSM is scared enough that they might just give up that outer turret.
Wild Turtle with the Infinity Edge Zeal, looking to go for that Static Shiv. He will be able to put out some good damage with his Spray and Pray right now with that Infinity Edge
up. It's a very big moment in the game here. Cloud9 can get a dive fight, they might win.
Going at a Turtle on the backside, the Chain of Corruption misses.
They missed a lot of spells.
Oh my gosh, Turtle gets absolutely blown up. High makes it to the back line. That is the flash cannon play that he loves to go for. The odd one goes down as well. It was so chaotic. Can't even see all the Cloud9 members, but they're walking out just without a sneaky.
Reginald pulled off the one good play. He obliterated Sneaky 1v1, but then the rest of Cloud9 just crushed TSM 4 for 1. They're tanking up the turret without minions. They don't care. They're going for that inhibitor. They made the dive and the Baron count.
Amazing amount of power that Cloud9 is showing right now. TSM, however, not giving up hope on this one. We've seen what one inhibitor is, and it does not mean the game yet, but it is grim at 11,000 gold. Just under that here for Cloud9. Not one to ever let up on a lead.
Yeah, usually one inhibitor for Cloud9 means another's coming shortly, but let's take a look at this fight. Equalizer and the Varus ultimate didn't land. Reginald basically just killed Sneaky on his own, but that's all he could do. High got a good ultimate off. They pick on Wild Turtle, they finish him off, and most importantly, Lemon Nation wasn't in protect position because he can't really protect against his Ed. He was in attack position, and that's one of the big reasons they got the 4 kills.
Even more, a Frozen Heart looking to be coming into the hands of Meteos here as he gets himself even bigger. The odd one has got the Locket of the Iron Solari down to mitigate some of this damage, especially that Kennen ulti coming in. All the area of effect that they have could be mitigated by a bit. High going on. He has that Zanya's. Zanya's is actually down. It's just about to come up. That's less than 0.1 seconds. Actually keeping him alive for that. Dodges out on the last attack. Goes in for the kill. And he actually gets it. Here it comes the Locket of the Iron Solari. Doesn't save many. It's going to be Dyrus picking up one. Coming in as Meteos as well. But that was a shutdown for Dyrus.
Yeah, a 3 for 2 fight once again. Odd one going in for more.
Odd one comes up big. The General is calling the command shots right now. And it looks like he may be able to get Meteos in a pretty sour spot. But he also goes down himself.
And how many turret shots is Meteos willing to take? That's why that dive could go on for so long. It turns the trade into a 4 for 2 and will most likely grant Cloud9 another turret if X Special decides to not defend 1v3. Which
all these engagements, that looked like it was a kill. This looked like it was a kill, but Cloud9 is microing themselves in and out to accept and take the damage so well that they're able to come up with kills like that constantly.
Yeah, and this was High not quite having his Zanyas and Reginald getting the jump on him. It's on TSM to kind of make a play right now since they know Cloud9 was going to make that push into a dive. Then Sneaky actually gets caught out a little bit as well. Amongst all the chaos, he's right in on Dyrus and takes a whole bunch of damage. He ends up going down to Dyrus and the Requiem, but the rest of Cloud9, specifically Meteos, just sees Twitch and kills him. Balls and everyone just run at him, and that's one of the big reasons Cloud9 came out so far ahead in that fight.
We have to remember, Cloud9 also was pretty barrened up for that one. A few of them no, but a lot of them ticking through with that extra buff, so we'll see. Objective free on the map, as you can see the timers in the top left, so all the teams now to regroup. Cloud9 not trying to let that happen for TSM, and they will continue to pound on that front door.
And Cloud9's assault is just relentless. The Oracles again is on Lemon Nation. They have the Reverie if they want to engage. They have multiple people who can be sufficient turret divers. Meteos almost has a Frozen Heart on top of all of his other tank items. They might look to go straight away. High has easy access to the base through the down middle inhibitor. It means if TSM wants to defend this one, they have to account for High on the flank. Cloud9's gonna look to get some stuff with this next wave.
Slowly getting attacks on the turret. I don't think TSM can do too much. A good wall
High's just pushing
might
them off.
allow this engagement. High has entrance right to the back line.
There they
That
go.
is not good for Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle gets taken down immediately. How you engage a fight with that guy inside your base already? TSM getting taken out. It didn't even look like theirs to begin with.
And this is Cloud9 playing fast once again. A 5-4-0. Yep, there goes the Blob Blitz. 29 kills in 33 minutes, looking to take game 2.
Cloud9 plays with the utmost confidence. You could see High standing there multiple seconds for TSM to reorganize. They could have lost that inhibitor, but they knew they had to do something to stop Cloud9, but almost looks impossible.
Another low 30-minute victory for Cloud9. A couple Cloud9 fans giving it the standing O. They're up 2-0 on TSM now. They need to win one of the next 3 to guarantee their 5 in the World Championships. Things are looking great for Cloud9 right now. They are playing fast and well.
Cloud9 has always been a team to come out and have fun, but Team Solo Mid has also been in losing positions and came back. They are not a team to give up either. We've seen them win the spring split. They have a chance here to win the summer split, and they are definitely, I think, not by themselves right now, but thinking in their own heads about their play, because they're not discussing things.
Not too much. You could see Reginald, that was a dangerous look for him to have if you're a TSM fan right now, because we know when things are going well for TSM, they're going great. Everyone's happy and hugging. But Reginald actually left that game before it was dead. And we don't want to read too much into it because obviously we weren't in there. But that could very well mean some difficult times for TSM. When they turn on themselves, it takes them a while to work through those issues. They don't have a while. They got to play next game, and they got to win 3 in a row.
You know, we're going to go ahead and send it right over to Kobe and Freak to chat for a breakdown of the biggest plays from Cloud9's aggressive Game 2 win.
Thank you very much, Riv. And that was a pretty incredible game by Cloud9. Now, the first game was all about High. He got going and was pretty crazy on Ken. And this game, all about Meteos.
Jungler class.
Yeah. Jungler class. Kobe, as a Diamond 1 jungler yourself, take us through jungle school.
So this was really Meteos making a very good early jungle plan and sticking to it. He was going to camp the top lane there, and he made it apparent very early with that 3-versus-1 tower dive, and then immediately returning to that lane after the role swap. So then Balls was up there, and they got another kill onto Dyrus. That plan gave up a dragon to TSM, but still, it kept down the one they wanted to keep down, Dyrus. He didn't get to that very super strong Karthus for the area of effect in the later game.
And also you saw the entire team of Cloud9 actually participating in fights. While TSM had some of the extra globals, they had that Karthus in the top lane to help participate in fights. In one example, Balls actually walks across the map to help a gank in progress, and it's actually our first clip of the teamwork of Cloud9.
Yeah. So this is a clip. Let's bring up the first clip here. This is the rotation of Cloud9. This is what everyone talks about, how their movements are so good and so well-timed. This is a pick here for Cloud9. They get Reginald, and it looks like, you know, TSM have a good answer. Odd One's coming behind. They're going to be able to trade that back at least. Let's roll the clip here, and we'll see that that's not the case. Here goes Cloud9. Yes, they get the initiate. Reginald turns around, goes aggressive, fights till he goes down, and gets High low enough that the Odd One can come in, even with the added Requiem damage. Okay, we've got this one. But look at the mini-map. Balls immediately started roaming down since the beginning of that fight started, and he arrives just in time. There was no call from the top lane, no Mia. Balls just ran straight down to that mid. He backed up his teammates, and they got another kill. That's just the perfect example of Cloud9's movements being very precise and very well-timed.
Yeah, there were two things I actually liked about that clip that I kind of wanted to point out. So number one was when that clip started, when it was paused, fully in the top lane. Like, it wasn't like he was waiting in the brush or anything. He was like in the lane, laning. And the other thing was that Cloud9 players and a lot of the top players are pushing all the time. They're always aggressing, killing out the minion waves and pushing to the turret. And in that case, that was Balls who would actually finish pushing a minion wave into Dyrus' turret and was actually freed up. A lot of the times when you see, for example, Shen's who stand united out, if the lane's not pushed, you counterattack, right? When like Shen ults in for a dragon or something, they kill the top lane turret and they trade. There's no trade. Karthus doesn't kill turrets very fast when he doesn't have any items, and the wave was already pushed to the turret, and those two things combined did a lot for Cloud9.
So there's some things that you get. When Cloud9 shoves every single lane, this affords them vision of their enemies. It also affords them a lot of extra turret pressure that forces their enemies, or it doesn't force them, but it encourages them to start ill-timed fights when they actually don't have the advantage. And that is our second clip. Let's bring up the second clip here. This is at a turret where Cloud9 have just pushed up to it, and they've gotten so much damage on it already that the odd one wants to defend this turret. He starts the fight off before Wild Turtle's there. And so they end up using both the odd one's CC and Xpecial's crowd control, that crescendo, before they actually have damage to deal while they're stunned. So let's roll this clip through, and we'll see in their desperation to save this turret, they use everything they have, both ultimates, before Wild Turtle pops out. And then Cloud9 have everything still. They burst everything down onto Wild Turtle when he shows up. Lemon Nation even had the exhaust ready. There was no chance for TSM in that fight.
And there you see it, the team fighting mechanics. You actually saw them even get layered properly. For example, the initiation came in, and out came the Stranglethorns, the disengage tool to get rid of the team. And then, when the Slicing Maelstrom came through, still didn't use Grasping Roots. Waited until, okay, Wild Turtle's dead. Xpecial, Xpecial's about to be unstunned. Now I'll root you in place, ensure you can't escape. And, you know, the trust in each other to use their abilities at the right times, like, that's really impressive as well. And it's one of the things that had kept Cloud9 at the top of the standings was their team fight prowess.
Yeah, and then from that moment on, it was really Meteo's story once again. It was just this super tank Nocturne. He didn't buy a single offensive item. He was going to be the point man for his team because he likes making the plays, and the way to start off all those plays is to be super tanky. He can start with his paranoia. He can get to wherever he wants. There was nothing for TSM really to answer that.
So incredibly well played by Cloud9. TSM now has to win 3 games straight to get themselves into that first place spot, to get the grand prize there, and of course get the bye into the World Championships. But guys, we have more games. We've got to take a short break, but when you return, Cloud9's going to look to win their 3rd game in a row against TSM and secure that Summer Split title. Plus, Cloud9's manager Jack Etienne will join me to talk about his team's impressive performance on the lounge. The 2013 North American LCS Regional Playoffs live from PAX Prime. We'll be right back, so stick around. Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. David Ficturli here, joined by Jack Etienne, the manager of Cloud9. Now, to get through some history real quick, last split you were managing Team Solo Mid, and now you're here for Cloud9. What has brought you over to C9?
It was an amazing opportunity that I saw. I really didn't think I was actually going to take that opportunity at first, but after speaking about it with Reggie, he actually let me go to, he said, you know, this is a fantastic opportunity, you should take it, run with it, and I did, and I'm really glad I did.
That's awesome to hear. So what do you do for Cloud9 as a manager?
Essentially, I make sure that Hai is our team captain. He takes care of all of the team play, scheduling, you know, what they're going to do. I make sure he has the tools available at his disposal to use. So I'll make sure that, you know, he wants an analyst, I'll make sure that analyst is there, so Alex is helping him out. But he does all the actual work of the actual team.
So can you sort of explain some more of these thought processes? Basically, I guess you're not directly involved with the gameplay, but do you have any insights into how Hai runs the team?
I'm just there to support him. He makes all the judgment calls for the team.
Okay, so then what basically got you then into gaming to you know, support these teams and manage and make sure people have the tools available to be pro gamers?
A lot of that history comes from my relationship with Solomid. Initially, I was there to help Reggie support his site, make sure that he was getting the top value and the top sponsors for his team. It morphed into actually a general manager position. We really worked well together as a team, and that's where I ended up here.
So then talking about acquiring sponsors and getting support to a team, TSM has been around since the beta of League of Legends. They've been around for years. And you can, of course, hear the crowd. They've got a long-standing crowd, sort of fan base behind them. Cloud9 is a much newer team with sort of less fans. How do you kind of go about supporting a team with less to sort of stand on?
Yeah. Coming into this, we knew that like there is that sixth man. We all knew that we're going to be hearing through our microphones like the TSM, TSM, TSM chant, which I, you know, used to actually depend on and love when I was a TSM GM. So it's a little tough coming into these events no longer having that. But I do see some Cloud9 fans. I hear them, and I love the support. As we continue to you know to have success, I'm sure that the fans will be loyal to us.
That's great to hear. So the final question for you then, Jack, what is next for Cloud9? You're poised to take the first place, take a quarterfinal bye. What's Cloud9's future now?
Well, we still need to focus on these up to 3 games that we have here, and that's our #1 focus. And then as soon as we figure out the outcome of that, we're going to be getting ready for Worlds. And I'm so excited that we can actually say that yes, we are going to Worlds.
That's awesome to hear, Jack. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations so far on your top 2 finish and your 2-0 start in the Grand Finals. We got to figure out what's going to happen in the rest of those Grand Finals. Those 2-0 start for Cloud9. To take us through Game 3, we're going to send it back over to Jat and Riv.
Thank you very much, Freak, and let's get to it, Summoners. Game 3 between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. With one more win, Meteos and crew will take the North American Regional Playoff title and earn a bye in the World Championship. And after 2 dominating performances, Cloud9 has to be feeling pretty good heading into Game 3.
Yeah, Cloud9 has been unstoppable so far in their 2 games against TSM. They've capitalized on their teamfight wins to then just take out objectives. Also, Meteos has just been unkillable. He hunted down members of TSM with his tanky carry Nocturne jungle, 9-0-13. And after 2 great days at PAX, TSM hasn't been able to get anything going today. One of the big reasons is Cloud9's just been focusing Wild Turtle, one gank after another. And after he looked good in the first 2 series against COG and Balkan, he is having a rough finals, 3 kills and 14 deaths.
Not the easiest thing to have to deal with, especially when everybody's looking up to you to be that carry. When you put Dyrus on a Karthus that's going to be building for that long game to be a nuisance, not get the kills. Reginald kept being faced with the Zanyas from high, so you look for that next carry. And that was taken down in the beginning of the game because Cloud9 does everything that 1 step ahead.
And I think this is the game where TSM changes things substantially.
Absolutely.
They've done the Karthus, Dyrus top lane 2 games in a row, and while he's done well individually, the whole team really just hasn't worked well around it. I'd say TSM has been dictating a little bit too much. They're like the young gunslingers, you know? They're shooting faster than TSM. They're just kind of beating him to the punch. TSM would hit him if they had the time. But Cloud9's just getting it in there first.
All right, we're going to have to see what they can do to get in first pick on this one. TSM back on purple, Cloud9 on blue to start this match off 2-0. This is what they would call game point for Cloud9.
Yeah.
TSM looking to stay alive in the final series.
And Vladimir Ari bans, tried and true. They worked for Cloud9 in the first 2 games. They clearly identified that as TSM's best strategy. And I can't really argue with them taking Ari away from Reginald. As much as High may have been practicing Ari, they're not willing to first pick it because they like to first pick clearly the Elise and the other priority champions. So I like the banning strategy so far from Cloud9. Same 3 bans that they had last game, no reason to go away from it.
Very interesting from TSM that they would actually ban out the composition. You know, it still works well together. That's an undefeated alone Zyra and Ashe for elimination and Sneaky. So even breaking them up doesn't do much, but to still ban out both, is it going to be a Rumble focus? Because that has played.
Well, here's the big thing right
or
now.
what?
Is because the Zyra ban is required since they've just been running Varus Zyra, and it's actually had very similar effectiveness, so they had to get rid of both of them.
Oh.
Might as well get the third. They're trying to eliminate the utility that Cloud9 brings from that AD carry position. That's just what they're doing.
The Super Week showed us that Cloud9 loved Zach and loved Zed. High on Zed is something he is very, very familiar with, but the matchup is also there for Reginald, and the odd one actually gets his Elise.
Yeah. That's pretty big for TSM, but now it's just on Cloud9. I think they're going to shore up their initiation because that is the most important part of their game. The games they've lost this split have been the games where they haven't shored up their initiation. So I'd expect maybe even though Rumble's available, there's a chance they're going to go for Kennen in the top lane just so they can have that combo. And the Zac is there for Meteos if he wants it, knowing that the Elise has been picked on the other side.
So different from game to game, what's put into respect, what they really consider. You know, Mega Zero didn't get his Rumble banned, and he was being like, I'm confused.
Yeah,
Here, these guys are taking it into true consideration, and I think some people are still a little bit confused.
Yeah, well, this one, the Twitch pick is awesome because Sneaky's almost going to say, all right, we shut down Wild Turtle's Twitch. Now it's my turn to play Twitch. Let's see if TSM can put a similar shutdown dive-type game plan together to just beast down Sneaky's Twitch. I'm seeing TSM as defaulting back to a lot of their tried and true strategies here, and I like that decision by them.
That may just as well be the Kennen. They're taking into consideration. The Vayne pick comes out. We saw that before. Could it be 3 games in a row that Cloud9 is looking for similar champions in Select? And it's actually going to be, and this is an interesting one. You talked about Meteos' aggressive Nocturne going huge, but his tank Nocturne just went huge.
Yeah, and this is actually a lower control Cloud9 comp, but they still have the same target prioritization. Because they have Zed and Nocturne, they basically get to click on a guy and kill him, and that's usually going to be Wild Turtle, as it has been this series. Nocturne and Zed can buddy up with the Rumble ultimate still reaching, and they have the same initiation potential, just substantially less lockdown. And for TSM, they would be open for a Karthus here if they wanted to really go close to their old Season 2 strategy. What's Reggie going to pull out here? Because he hasn't necessarily performed great in the first few games.
I don't know. You actually see Dyrus being the one talking with Xpecial right now. Reginald is kind of on the end there, so he is maybe not taking the role, but just having input in whatever that situation was. Yeah.
Fizz.
All right.
We saw High pull it out. It's the new hotness in mid lane, it seems, as everyone wants to play the fish. Against Zed, that is going to be a very tricky, bouncy matchup between those two. Fizz can dodge out of the death mark very well. That's last pick. That's the right spot to pick Fizz. And I haven't seen Reginald's Fizz. This is exciting.
This is absolutely going to be exciting. They are pulling out all the stops, and this is exactly what we've needed and wanted and would love to see teams do. We saw Cloud9 doing a bit of it. He pulled out the Fizz, then they pulled out the Vladimir, and now TSM is taking things into their hand, and they're going to put Fizz on their side. But that's a known matchup for High in a lot of recent practice.
Well, he said he's played about 20 games on Fizz. He hadn't played the Diana matchup. I'd imagine he's played against Zed a couple times because he's a much more popular champion. This time, High, he knows the Zed matchups against almost everyone because that was, even though he doesn't lock down on champions very often, Zed is his played champion, and that's what they really excel on. Cloud9 is still confident and comfortable with this composition.
So as we look at that Reginald pick, and we are kind of like, whoa, this is crazy, let's actually think about that. It's still what Reginald likes to do in all aspects. You can be aggressive by yourself, you can be an assassinator, and you can do things and escape.
Exactly. He will be trying to make as many plays as possible here. The thing I worry about for TSM and the thing they have to not let happen to them is the lane shoving that has been crushing them. Shen doesn't push waves quickly, Vayne doesn't push waves quickly, and neither does Fizz. So it doesn't matter kind of how well they have roam potential if they never have the opportunity to roam. Because everyone on Cloud9 can push the waves, and they're going to try and stop TSM from getting out of their lanes.
Well, TSM is going to try and stop Cloud9 to keep their hopes alive for that first place spot in the NALCS Summer Split. The finals could end right now if Cloud9 comes out on top of this game. Team Solo Mid in the third bout of the best-of-5 series, looking to stay alive.
This Fizz pick is a gambit by Reginald. He was not looking very happy after those first 2 games. He left game 2 early, did not seem to be participating heavily in the post-game discussion. And based on discussions with these guys, Dyer is always talking about how much Reggie is TSM and how much presence he has. If he's not talking, it's not good for TSM.
Pushing down towards high. Nothing's really going to be done here except for the knowledge being given. The wards to be placed out. Tri-brush up at the top, as well as the Wraith ward going out for Cloud9 to keep a little bit of aggression towards the top side of the jungle.
All right, so once again, we see them trying to ward each other's red buffs, but they're getting a little closer than they have in the last few games. That ward actually got killed down because TSM was ready to attack it. Let's place another one. Lemon Nation has plenty.
Special got it. That's big.
That's a lot of money for him. Who says supports can't last hit?
Looks like they may actually go top lane with this one. They're going to head back. Sneaky and Lemon Nation looks like they have already made their choice. This will really be the first one. They don't go for those deep wards and try to figure out everything that's going on in the matchup. And it is going to be the swapped lanes. The 2v1s will come into play. Something pretty much to be expected here with the top laners that we're seeing in Shen and Rumble.
Yeah. The Twitch lane with Thresh is very potent for Cloud9, and I feel like Cloud9 actually excels in 2v1 scenarios just because they played so many games with that setup. But once again, Meteos is trying this slightly risky jungle start, starting at red buff and then going to blue. If TSM wants to overwhelm him at his blue buff, they absolutely can. Be interesting to see what Wild Turtleneck Special do next. See, Balls is pulling back to help him, and High has actually been keeping Reggie at base, so Reggie can't roam over. It's good protection by Cloud9. Normally, it's actually very dangerous for him to go to his blue buff, but the way Cloud9 played this, they actually made it quite safe.
Well, knowing that the first 2 waves really aren't going to be his, he comes back, plays it safe. I think even soaks up a little bit of experience for himself on that one because it's not going to hurt going into level 2, or rather level 3 for Meteos.
Yeah, and High popped his red elixir almost immediately in that mid lane because he's trying to punish Reginald as much as possible early on Fizz. He knows the weaknesses of Fizz early on in that matchup.
He has the flask. He's going to be able to pretty much, not pretty much, but trade consistently with the energy that comes in with Zed on High. And we're going to see. I don't think they're going to be going for each other too soon. There's no pressure from the junglers here. The 2v1s are going to mean that's where the experience is going to be soaked up on the turret pressure. So Reginald and High may be duking it out by themselves for quite some time in the mid.
Yeah, this could be another one of these fairly long laning phases. It doesn't look like we're going to see an early sneak tower dive by Meteos this time, which was able to shut down Darius a little bit early. Diving a Doran Shield Shen is much more difficult than diving a squishy little Karthus.
Twice in a row.
Twice in a row.
Yeah.
So it means Meteos is playing a little bit more conservatively and maybe actually going to share a little bit of farm with Balls.
You can see how that top lane works. Balls now at 330, actually just hitting level 2. So knowing everything's all right still at level 1. And here we go with the junglers. It's not going to be the odd one just yet, but Meteos will make his presence known in the top lane.
No, Odd One has been struggling with this jungle matchup against Meteos. It's been a difficult balance for him about keeping his laid-back jungle style where he tries to counter gank and then keeping pace with Meteos. Because Meteos doesn't actually offer very many opportunities to be counter ganked because as successful as he is, he doesn't gank that often. So it's hard to set up the right counter gank.
No real gold lead that would make a difference at this point. A pink ward still being held by Xpecial in the bottom lane. Or I'd say in the top lane, rather, which means they are going to try for something at some point with that. As for now, they hold it. I don't think they have the damage they would be looking for to really get this fight down. But without Odd One now going to the bottom lane, that pink ward's just going to be held.
Yeah, and it's really this mid lane matchup that High is destroying right now. 31 farm to 10 of Reginald. Reginald went back right as he could get his Doran's Ring, but ended up losing a cannon minion to that turret as well. So that lane early on, High is almost already, actually more so, made up for the 350 gold that he spent on that red elixir. He's up 1,400 to 1050 in gold.
Slow play here. Meteos coming into the bottom lane, and it is going to be the Odd One trying to get the gank in as well. The repel out to the river, but he's forced to flash, and Sneaky follows in pursuit with the flash as well. The true damage is ticking, but so is the health potion. Meteos trying to throw down the Dustbringer. He's just in range for first blood.
Pinging level 5, and then Meteos gives Odd One the taste of his own medicine, coming in for a perfect counter gank, outnumbering the Odd One, and now he's looking to explode this game again on Nocturne.
That was an absolutely great read by Meteos, and again, it happened steps before. By not seeing that the Odd One was instantly at bottom when he was top, he knew the Odd One would eventually be there, and played that one perfectly.
This means a lot of trouble for Dyrus as well, because he hasn't necessarily been doing amazingly in that 1v2 lane. 14 farm when you compare to Balls, who's sitting around 19 or 20. And hello, Meteos, weren't you just bottom lane? How are you out there for even more farm?
He knows he did his job. He gave that little bit of the snowball to the lane with the assists. They're going to be able to use that, not just yet, but with the Odd One coming back, he definitely wants to get a bit of that money back. Not in repel range. Looks like he's going to be safely getting out of that one with just a bit of harass.
High also just hit level 6 in mid lane. Reginald's going to have to be careful what he does with his Playful Trickster, because if he uses his E to farm, High would go all in for a kill. This actually nerfs Reginald a bit in mid lane, even though he's been coming back very strongly in that farm.
There's a little bit of an extended lane here for High. I think he wants to go back now. His inventory has been completely empty for like 3 or 4 minutes.
So that's why Reginald's been coming back. He gets the Shark before High goes for the Death Mark and just pushes him straight back. High just goes for 3 long swords. He wants to fight.
He absolutely wants to fight. Probably turn one of those into a Hex Drinker, one into a Brutalizer he goes to, or starting that Bilgewater Cutlass as well.
There's a lot of
little items he's got to start piecing together. The triple dip, the first one we've seen, possibly. 7 minutes in. Yeah, we'll see more. 600 gold is both teams pretty much building evenly here. 600 really isn't going to sway any of these team fights, but that is first blood. And again, that is Meteos on this Nocturne play, coming up big for his team. Like you said, Jat, he doesn't make his presence known very much, but when he does, it counts.
Yeah, and he's level 6 at the same time as a solo laner, so he can now decide wherever he wants to gank. Immediately, everyone on TSM is kind of put on notice for the Nocturne ganks. The fact that the jungler hit level 6 before the solo lane Shen means a lot, and it's not good for TSM.
Still, Reginald looks like he's picked up a few more CS in that lane, but it's still a deficit of 20. High is already rotating. Balls again, like you said, always on the move. That speed start of Scrap Shield definitely helps him make that movement.
Yeah, TSM might still try to 5v5 this inside the Dragon Pit. This is dangerous, but they're fighting Dragon versus an Equalizer.
They go right after. There is the Stand United coming in. No, the Stand United from Dyrus not going to come in on this fight. They may have said do not do that. It looks like they're going to be able to get this one out for themselves.
2 for O and the Dragon. The Odd One went in for the Dragon steal, but Dyrus could not make it in with his Stand United shield. That is a huge swing again for Cloud9, and TSM puts themselves in an even bigger hole, trying to contest that Dragon against a Rumble, but then the Rumble didn't even need to use Equalizer.
Nope.
At least Dyrus gets the turret back. That's something.
And this goes into the communication they were talking about before. Dyrus talking about his Shen play, knowing when to ult and knowing not when to, because they did get themselves a turret off of that as well for him stopping.
Yeah, that is not the crisp TSM play we saw against Falcon. That was a very indecisive jungle play. It looked like the Odd One was waiting for someone to make a call and then said, we got to do something, I'm going to try to steal. And that's one of those almost solo queue-esque jungle plays where you're going in not with your whole team, couple people end up dying, and then you sloppily disengage. Not the type of game TSM needs to be playing, and it's not the type of game that they're capable of.
Taking a look once again at these inventories. Dyrus picking up a Negatron Cloak to start off in this matchup. Pretty smart by him as he's going against Balls. We saw what happened in previous games with the pickup of the Chain Vest, and then that didn't go as planned. 72-71 between those AD carries and the sneaky pickup of the Dorans over the quick BF sword of Wild Turtle.
Yeah, so at least Wild Turtle was able to farm up a large chunk of gold and pick up that BF. That might be the spot where TSM pulls back a little bit in this game. Wild Turtle's had such a rough series because Cloud9 has been targeting him again and again. And I feel like Cloud9 is going to be trying to do that once again with the Zed and the Nocturne picks. It's really going to be a lot on Dyrus to try and protect Wild Turtle with Stand United at the right time. But Wild Turtle, at least right now, is farming safely, and he hasn't died yet.
Still quite a window for that Stand United to come back up, and he is at pretty much that taster's choice farm spot of the lane. You're 75% towards yourself. It's not just yet in turret range, except for that one minion making me a liar. But it's all right. He'll grab the rest of them.
It's a very safe spot for him to farm, especially with the giant amount of magic resist Dyrus picked up with that early Negatron cloak. Balls is really just trading farm with him right now.
Tried to pick up the Zork boots to say no. Gonna negate that. Oh, chum the waters, but he goes back in with a death mark. Both of them trading his Meteos just on the backside, but where's the odd one? Always on the backside of Reginald, but Reginald had dove too far forward for the odd one to actually give him any help.
Yeah, and there's the roam by Balls as well. They might be looking for more, or maybe just a turret.
That looked like the equalizer start, which they would have caught up on, but it looks like they will be able to take down this turret. A very fast move. Balls only pushed that lane 75% and then just left it.
In order for TSM to exceed in the past, it's been all about Reginald and the Odd One buddying up. Odd One is always behind Reginald, and they always work together to shut down the other mid laner. High and Meteos are doing the same thing to him right now, and Odd One and Reginald are a combined 0 for 4, whereas Meteos is potentially on path to take over this game again as Tank Nocturne.
The way these things happen, you have to consider that Cloud9's fights come in as, High saying something. I think Reginald is playing differently. He's going to aggress me. Meteos was already there. Balls was already coming down, and it didn't matter that Odd One was there. They're taking these situations perfectly. They're thinking of them, and they are not incorrect.
Cloud9 is just reading every move of TSM right now before it happens. And it's almost getting better as the series progresses. The first game looked rather close. The second game, TSM actually made a move and was up 2,000 gold, but then it swung even farther in Cloud9's favor. And this game, right from the very first move, it seemed like Cloud9 knows where TSM is going to be.
And it looks like High did fire out that Bilgewater Cutlass into his Hex Drinker to keep himself safe in that engage. Coming out with that on his last purchase. Reginald forced to farm next to that second tier turret in mid. Now they're even in turrets. Well, right now that gold lead is 3.6K in the lead coming in for C9.
And the Dragon's going to be up in under 2 minutes. Cloud9 hasn't even expended many of their ultimate cooldowns. They should have them all for that if they want to. Even Meteos picking up Spirit of the Ancient Golem before the Odd One is able to gain access to it. High now going back. Going to pick up a couple more goodies, mainly just prepare for that last fight. BF Sword was matched by Sneaky as well on Twitch, so he can outduel Wild Turtle now on this early game Twitch. And also importantly, Cloud9 has warded that middle lane where Reginald was pushed back, so they know if he goes to roam from behind his dead turret and what side he's going to be going for. That's one of the ways Cloud9 can see where TSM is going.
And to speak of those wards, continue. TSM is not putting down the Nocturne wards. They're putting down close wards for close ganks. Dyrus has one in his Tri-Brush. Both brushes are warded down in this bottom lane. We're looking with Sneaky. Meteos has the chance to pretty much gank from anywhere, and that fear is in the heart of TSM because they know he only ganks when it's going to count too.
Yeah, and here's the thing about why TSM doesn't have Nocturne wards, as we like to call the deep wards in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
Is because their lanes are all pushed back to their turret. So they don't have access to actually place them within Cloud9's jungle. Everyone on Cloud9 has to be in on that in order to prevent those wards from coming through.
Great. Union coming in with the team right now for C9. Meteos picking up the red buff. This may mean they want to go for an engagement quite soon.
And Balls has already made his preemptive roam down
5
bottom.
seconds.
Dyrus is up near the top lane trying to push, but he actually can't trade a turret back this time. TSM might force themselves into a dragon fight here because they're thinking there's no other hope. We've seen TSM do this in the past. Cloud9 go!
They do not know who is in that dragon pit right now.
Right on the
it was over the wall. Meteos back to the back line there. Special, a nice crescendo over the wall, shuts down onto one, but he is going to go down himself, looking for the kill still. It's all onto High. The focus from Balls and High in the middle of the fight. Who is going to be doing the damage? You see Wild Turtle trying to tumble on the outside. He's now in a 1v1 with Sneaky. Reginald coming back in for kills, but he goes down to the hands of Meteos, and they finally push them out of the jungle to figure out where the vision is, figure out where the focus is, but the turret's still a bit too healthy for the dive.
It's still a 3-for-1, and Cloud9 is turning back on the Dragon. They're having a pretty tough time with it, but it looks like they're going to get that. And that was just Cloud9 turning, because TSM poked their head into the Dragon, and Cloud9 decided to just rush in after them. Oh, look out.
This is pretty sneaky.
Look out.
There's one shot. Can he get the explosion range? Oh, it is not. That's not good. Dyer's coming down. This is bad news bears here.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate place for Sneaky to be. Tries to pop the barrier to fight this one, but there is no backup coming for Sneaky right now. Maybe the turret will help him.
Oh, Vayne tumble. Ah. Tried to get it. So that's a shutdown going for Dyrus onto Sneaky. It's only a 2-kill shutdown, so not a super amount of gold.
No, but let's take a look at this Dragon fight one more time, because Cloud9 just uses the Nocturnal and they just go for Wild Turtle. Immediately, the Dyrus ultimate goes down on him as well. But because he was so far back when that Dyrus ultimate happened, you see all the TSM members at the top of the screen. They couldn't really get in on the fight for a long period of time. Lemon Nation also had a really good shield over the wall that protected most of his team. It actually ended up getting him killed because Reginald jumped over, but the rest of Cloud9 could support him throughout. Sneaky never had any threat on him, and TSM couldn't find the right target because they were down a lot of gold before that fight, and they got initiated upon.
Dyrus close to finishing up a Sunfire Cape. It will hopefully take the pressure off some of these lanes that Cloud9 is pressuring, but them knowing they have the upper hand, doesn't look like it will happen anytime soon. Dyrus right now in the mid lane trying to farm up that Sunfire Cape. It's going to be the Sheen onto Reginald. He's double dipping in that too, trying to see all of these builds. He's trying to go for the Zanyas as well as that Lich Bane, and we kind of saw that High was back on Fizz. And he came back to do it well, but he already had that Zanyas completed when it happened, so there's a lot of things that aren't being put together in that puzzle for TSM right now.
Yeah, Reginald will need a lot of help if he wants to get going on this Fizz game. One benefit that High had when he played his Fizz game is the rest of his team did a lot of AoE damage, so he could kind of play cleanup. That is not the case right now for TSM. They have Hyper Carry and Turtle and a couple tanks in the odd one at Dyrus.
They dive right down onto him. Reginald gets, no, he dodges that Trickster, but he actually still gets feared before it happens.
Too many people
the
there.
One goes in, he goes down. Reginald is going to be taken up here. He tries to go back to the turret. A very nice Q in, doing the damage that he can, but a double kill coming in for Balls.
More kills and more power for Cloud9. They now have 4 people up here. Even though Dyrus is full health, he has to just get out of there.
We always see that Cloud9 moves power in numbers, and it looks like Dyrus rather, still going to have to go back. They will not stop on this pressure.
This is a Cloud9 trademark game right now. 9 kills to 2, taking everything they want, giving a little when it matters because they're going to get more in return.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good way to put it. Continuously pressuring down. They got the kill. Cloud9 moves on to take something else. Almost their motto when they come into these games, besides having fun. 28,000, 28.5 to 21.5. So pretty good gold lead here coming in for Cloud9. It's 3-2 in turrets, so the map vision really isn't swaying too much of a favor because it's not the two or all 3 outer, but that is a second tier in the top.
Yeah, they have the control up towards the Baron area, which is actually most important because that might be their next progression for taking control of this game. And after all of those pushes, Cloud9, everyone on their team had 1,000 or more gold, and they're just going back to buy the goodies right now. You can see Meteos is a full Aegis of the Legion up on the Odd Ones item build. A static shiv has been completed for Sneaky. That's his favorite item. He always seems to build that over Phantom Dancer. He just loves getting that proc to catch the enemy off guard and start the fight stronger. It means Lemon Nation can pick up an Oracles and just continue to deny TSM vision, make it difficult or near impossible for TSM to re-engage on these fights. Right now, Cloud9 is just putting on the clamps for TSM, taking all their outer turrets and containing TSM to their base.
See, all the wards were cleared on the map or have worn out on the map for Cloud9, and that's what they're doing. Restructuring all these wards to the bottom. They want the second tier bottom turret too. They always fight around their currently placed wards.
They do not want to be snuck up on, and right now, TSM is trying a 2-man double lane split push going for the mid turret, but this is the worst team to try this against because Cloud9 is willing to dive immediately. They have Nocturne ult up. They have the Equalizer. They're going to be going for this inhibitor immediately.
They are right onto it. There goes the death mark. Odd1, I believe, catches that. Special force to run away. The crescendo goes out, and this is going to be a run back from Wild Turtle. The Shen comes in on Stand United. Dyrus here to help the team.
2v5.
They are under the turret. The tank is going on to Meteos right now. He's taking a few shots. The turret now goes on elimination. Should make it out alive as Cloud9 starts to disperse. TSM sets up the defense.
Everyone on TSM had to just defend because they knew Cloud9 was going to be going in, and it was just a mismatched odd man fight for TSM. They never had the numbers, and despite the turret hitting Cloud9 and really being an extra member for TSM, didn't matter because Cloud9 had the jump on him. Take a look at this one more time. It's just a fairly clean initiation, didn't even get the Equalizer, but because the burst was so focused for Cloud9, they took out 2 members before the fight started. Reginald and Dyrus tried to use the turret as a protector for themselves, but it just wasn't enough. Turtle came back late as well, and then Cloud9 pulled back exactly when they needed to because they recognized the support for TSM has arrived. They gave nothing back.
And the gap is only getting bigger. We mentioned earlier that the Odd1 has not been having the best time against Meteos in this series. Right now, their gold compared sits at 7,200 to 4,200 gold.
Yeah, this is a best of 5 to decide who gets the bye. And in the first 3 games, this is probably the best of the 3 for Cloud9 because they've been absolutely wrecking TSM across the board. Every single person is crushing. And in prior games, sometimes they've been down a little bit more in farm. This game, High is up 60 on Reginald's Fizz because he knows that matchup. Balls is actually down a little bit, but he got 4 kills to get it back for him. That's another Dragon taken for Cloud9. They're 10,000 gold up at 21 minutes. This is an incredibly dire situation for TSM as they are fearing a turret dive.
And just to show how much they want to continuously keep advantages, before we just saw Meteos place his pink ward, they came out with 3. They have Sneaky. They're trying to allow him to have advantageous entry into fight and have no problem during the fight. So they're trying to keep every advantage alive.
And we saw how they dove this turret the first time. All of TSM was not there, but the gold lead was also a little bit smaller. This is actually a fight. Normally it's easy to call Cloud9 initiations because they're just always going to go. This is one they might wait on. I think it depends on if they catch a good opportunity. Maybe Lemon Nation is going to look for a flay and they actually decide to back away because they recognize TSM's actually there and there's easier objectives on the map for them to take.
So they have everything cleared on this side of the jungle. It looks like those last 2 pink wards will be held for Wild Turtle in the engagement. He is using that Vayne ultimate defensively in the past engagements. They need him to be using it offensively with Reginald. It's very close combat that he has to get himself into. And I guess the Vayne over the Caitlyn was the pick they wanted for this game.
Yeah, and he's actually went for the Infinity Edge on Vayne this time, which is a new thing. Kind of trying to change it up once again. It just means he needs the game to get even later to become impactful on Vayne. And that is not time TSM can buy. The first 2 games taught us anything. It's the Cloud9 knows how to finish games. If the split taught us anything, it's the Cloud9 wins games and finishes them quickly. Right now, I think the way Cloud9 goes and does that is they can actually start thinking about the Baron buff. TSM hasn't been out of their base in about 5 or 10 minutes. So even though Cloud9 already has an Oracles, they have no vision. And Reggie used his Playful Trickster, means he's vulnerable.
Ooh, there's comes Stand United. It's down. They should be able to. No, he doesn't even get it.
Wow! Going in for the kill before the shield goes through. He kills Reggie and then some, burning the Stand United. Who cares about Baron? They can just go for it.
Things like that will strike fear into your opponent, knowing that can happen even with the barrier, with the Stand United. That was an extra plus 600 or more HP for Reginald, and he still went down, and technically a 1v2.
Yep, 550 is that Shen shield at rank 2. Doesn't matter. Have Zed. Just kills him.
There we go. The turret's down to about 75. Quickly 50. These guys are crushing down the turret right now. Meteos again going for the tank Nocturne build as before, but still able to just get in there and wreak havoc with his team. High taking away everything that TSM wants in their jungle.
And as I was saying before about the wards in the jungle, since TSM hasn't left their base, Cloud9 knows that TSM wouldn't have coverage there, so if they want to poke around the Baron area, and if they want to make a play, they could probably just go for it. They most likely get this uncontested if they go for a Baron, but they may not even need to. We're only 24 minutes in, Rib. This is actually a little bit reminiscent of Cloud9's second game against Dignitas, which placed them in this game, where Cloud9 just had total control of the game and at one point almost seemed to be toying with it.
Cloud9 continuously moving up mid, high in the bottom lane to split push out Reginald here. Reginald knows he cannot tango with that, so he's going to get back with the team and try and help this one out. Calling out on Meteos, I don't think he's definitely ulted this game, but he hasn't ulted that much. It's interesting to see that Cloud9 is using multiple ways of initiation to move around the map, not just that paranoia.
Yeah, a couple times he's just snuck into the right spot and then gotten a fear tether off. His positioning has been immaculate. And TSM maybe trying a bit of a last-ditch effort because they know Zed is there.
Oh dear.
But there's a disengage by Cloud9. And this is actually, since Cloud9 doesn't have too much lockdown, it's why they've been more hesitant to just straight up turret dive despite having a large lead. TSM trying to go all in on high, but they're exposing themselves.
Meteos flying in from the side. Wild Turtle so deep, he's practically in the end zone by himself. High takes him down. This could be it. Sneaky takes down Reginald. 3 have fallen for Team Solo Mid. A 4th goes down, and Dyrus is heading for the fountain, but so is Cloud9.
That was a demolishing of TSM's team. They decided to try to get a kill on high. They could not do it this entire game. Unkillable for the majority of Cloud9, and this looks like the buy for Cloud9.
This is going to be a tight one. They do have, no, that is so much damage on the turrets. They're going to be able to lock this down. Dyrus trying to do what he can with Shenton, but that cooldown may not be up in enough time to stop the damage. He's trying to do everything he can. 4 seconds on everyone. Those Nexus turrets are down, but Dyrus flexing those muscles.
Barely holds them off here. But, oh man, let's take another look at this one fight. Reginald does get the Shark onto high. And let's check this out. He ults as the Shark would try to eat him to not take damage. Then Wild Turtle decides to try and flash in on him, but the Fear Tether stops Wild Turtle from finishing off high. He only needed one more hit. And by the end of that, if 2 people of TSM and a team that is already behind decide to go for that, it's just over.
And this could be big.
Last-ditch effort.
TSM trying to go for it. Cloud9 coming up on the backside. This is TSM's last chance to keep it in the NA
There's only 3 people of Cloud9 here.
Final game. Cloud9 looking
they
to
might
take
get
this one in a best of 5 series. Meteos goes in.
Doesn't get it.
Meteos does not get the Baron. Admiral comes up big with the smite. Meteos also smited on that one too. So coming out of that, this is going to be a hectic fight. They are powered up. Team Solo Mid is going big. Lemon Nation able to come up. No, it was Sneaky Static Shiv. Lemon Nation on the run. Here comes High. He's only going to be able to zero out one person, but TSM now has the crowd behind him.
He's not going to get there. That was a 3 for 2 by TSM, and they got the Baron. If they could somehow get back in this game, it would be one of the biggest comebacks in history. But High gets caught, goes in.
This is big. He chooses to use it on on the
He's taking out 3.
1, 2. Lemon Nation is there. The taunt back. Dyrus wants Lemon. Will he be able to get the last hit? Gets away. No, Dyrus puts on the fate. It's going to be a back and forth fight, but like you said, High will come up with the kill.
One last swing and oh no. Dyrus still being tanky. The fate comes back pretty quick.
Making moves. No vision there. That's Dyrus' ward. They are going to keep chasing this down, but here comes Meteos. Meteos on the paranoia. He is going to for sure lock this down. High comes up with the long coast-to-coast kill.
So what that means now is the Baron that TSM was able to rush is only money for them.
Yeah.
Everyone eventually died from that. So it was a nice effort by TSM, but if we look back, they're still down 11,000 gold. Let's take one more look at this. The equalizer wasn't up immediately, and the odd one outsmited Meteos. I feel like if Meteos gets that smite, the game is over. The Zhonya's was greatly timed by Reginald to at least delay, and at this point, everyone's just waiting for High to arrive. Sneaky pops out with almost no health, and Dyrus was saving his taunt for that moment. And at that point, it just became the chase for High.
Very good communication on the continued pursuit here with Lemon Nation on the backside. They don't have that
This was a
vision
nice
of him.
1v3.
Why? And that's the reason they really wanted to go back in. Once they saw Lemon, it was bad news bears.
High has been able to dodge so many damage spells with his ultimate right now. He gets the detonate while the odd one is in the air, and then X Special was just nearby, so he got wrecked.
That's not easy to do. Not every ultimate acts the same, triggers the same off the visual effect. So for him to continuously do that, he is completely on top of his game right now in his mechanics. 29 minutes in, Very Cloud9-esque to have an inhibitor down in the base of their opponent. 12,000, actually 11,000 is the gold lead as they come up on 239. But 9-2 in turrets means those 2 turrets, usually the Nexus turrets, but they're not. Those are already down.
This means a very vulnerable base for TSM. TSM was a couple seconds away from absolute defeat before they pulled off a couple big plays. Darius' double kill to a Baron sneak, but all that is done now. Cloud9's kind of regrouped, taking a deep breath. I think they were already celebrating a little bit before that one. Now they just have to win again.
High, once again, dodging that out. It does not affect him. Reginald gets hit up. The Stand United goes to Reggie because they know a lot of power can come from him. He still stays alive, but he goes down. Xpecial has used the crescendo, has used the exhaust. Everything is defensive right now for TSM to get out.
They just gotta hit the Nexus.
With their eyes on the Nexus, their eyes on the summer split, completely undefeated in the series, 25-3 on the split.
Cloud9 does not drop a single game in the playoffs. And look at that. They are a team that works together and likes each other. That is the best team in North America.
You know, I asked one time, what really motivates you guys? And they said food. Jack always tells them they're going out to eat, and I think they're going to get a pretty damn good dinner after this one.
They better get a nice meal after that, because that was an incredibly impressive game. Even though Meteos died once in that game, that was his only death of the series. It was a very statement-like set for Cloud9. Every game was fast. This last one, 30 minutes.
Fantastic play, Jack.
Yeah, that's his old team. He's definitely got a lot of
commiserations to his old team, and there they are, Cloud9, coming out undoubtedly one of the best teams we have seen in North America.
And it's not just the 5 of them. You can see their analyst, Alex Penn, helps out so much with their strategy and picks and bans. Of course, their owner-manager, Jack, who helps them with all the other things.
Absolutely.
Really just there to support them.
It is a complete team effort. The beginning of this season, High and Meteos did not get along. High thought he knew better, but he actually lowered that thought to Meteos' knowledge, and these two have come together with Lemon Nation, Balls, Sneaky, Alex, and Jack to create such a great team.
Really just a record-setting season for them as well. It's only fitting. They set a record for wins in the LCS. Meteos gets the KDA record. Then he gets an astonishing KDA here in the finals. They don't drop a single game. If you extended their playoff record to the regular season, they would be 30-3.
Yeah.
They would have that over 90% win rate on the season, which is just absolutely unprecedented in the LCS.
And the mentality of strength, having fun, not really worrying about things is what they say led them to this victory.
Yeah, and it's teamwork as well. Like the way that they just go in for these fights, it's going to make Worlds very interesting, because I think a lot of people now are thinking how strong Cloud9 is. We saw TSM yesterday and how strong TSM looked against Vulcan. It was kind of the old TSM. And the way that Cloud9 just dominated them in this set just shows us how strong they really are as a team.
Being able to come out, picking different champions to show us as well, playing the Fizz, the Vladimir, as we said, going through the champion select, it prompted other teams to try these things. Reginald tried to pull out that Fizz, and although probably easily could play it, had some really good engagements on it, it was, again, Cloud9 that had it over-practiced and over-skilled.
It's so strange, because we thought maybe coming into these playoffs that Cloud9 would overcommit on certain champion combinations.
Exactly.
What would happen if the Zyra Ashe actually got banned away? Or what would happen if Balls wasn't able to get Rumble, High wasn't able to get Zed? And TSM tried a couple combinations. They banned out maybe one jungler from Meteos, but then he just pulled out Nocturne. Tanked Nocturne 2 games in a row and just dominated. The Zyra Ashe was down. Cloud9 didn't have their lockdown, but they were still able to take control of the map, dive any turret they wanted to, and just get the 3-0 on TSM.
You got to mention, you know, Meteos pulling out junglers he usually didn't play throughout the season. Balls getting Rumble 3 times in a row. A lot of people might tilt their head to that one because it is one of his strongest champions. He played Shen a lot in week 7, 8, 9, but as Meteos said, he's very bipolar on Shen. Sometimes he loves it, sometimes he's like, I don't want to touch Shen this week. But they knew exactly what they needed to do here at the playoffs.
Yeah, so what this means for the rest of North America now, it's Cloud9 is the #1 seed. They get the bye. They bypass the group stage. They're immediately into the quarterfinals, essentially, of the World Championship. TSM is the number 2 seed and Vulcan the number 3 seed. Both of those guys will get placed in different groups as far as the group stage is concerned, I'm pretty sure. And then they're going to be playing against the rest of the world. We have so many teams already qualified, only a couple to come. These World Finals are going to be awesome, Riv.
It's going to be more than amazing. Being held at the Staples Center, I hope you guys made sure on August 31st we released more tickets if you hadn't gotten them to grab those as well, because there are going to be some amazing games. We talked a little bit earlier about who else is qualifying from around the world, and everybody wants to see what Cloud9 can do on the main stage.
Yeah, we were just over in Europe as well for GamesCon. We saw the European teams qualify.
Yep.
Lemon Dogs with the powerful mid laners. I mean, Cloud9's got powerful jungler right now in Meteos.
Yep. We'll have to see different strategies, different parts of the world. But right now, we're going to send it down to the main stage, where Shox is standing by with the champs.
Thank you very much. Give it up for your NALCS Summer Split champions, Cloud9. Now, hi, let me start by asking you, and congratulating you on a great performance, and start by asking, you're always very confident. But 3-0 against TSM here on this stage, that is still very impressive. Tell me about that.
It feels pretty damn good, dude. They're our good friends, and we took them down. I had a good time, so yeah.
So if you could talk me through the games a little bit, maybe Lemon Nation, 2 very similar setups for you guys in picks for the first 2 games. Can you tell me something about that?
Fuck if I don't know, man. We just picked what we wanted, and it worked out.
Hi, anything you want to add?
Lemon's dumb. We have a priority of things we want to play. We picked that. We expected what they were gonna pick, and we were just ready for them. Everything they did, we already had on our notebook.
Right.
Of secrets.
Secrets. Season 3 secrets. Can you maybe hand the mic over to Meteos? Because Meteos, very impressive performance from you. Once again, do you kind of feel like the NA play scene is too small for you, that you're just better than all the rest of them, or?
I don't really think like that. I had a good day today. Sometimes you have a good day, sometimes you have a bad day. I'm confident with how I can play, and I'm really looking forward to playing internationally.
Yeah. And just tell me about your season in general, because coming into this, how confident you are now, you could have not thought that it would go this well, just all the way through.
Yeah, we didn't really expect a 3-0, but we played our best. They played well, but we just happened to play better today, and it really went our way.
Now, of course, you'll be going on, you get a bye now. That does mean that you're not playing in a group stage, and it will be the first time that you have to play those international teams that you might have not, that you haven't met before. Is that maybe something that you're kind of wary of?
I don't know if we're weary of it. I'm pretty excited to play the teams. It's a lot of, I guess, new faces for us to play against. We don't really know how they play. We've seen them play, but we've never played against them, and it's a lot different playing against a team and just watching them play. So I think it'll be really fun.
Okay. Now, it takes a lot to make this TSM chanting crowd chant Cloud9 all around. So what does that do to you guys? Maybe sneaky?
I didn't actually expect the C9 chants. It's really awesome. We haven't heard that before.
Some final words for the fans out there, anyone who wants to.
Thanks for all the support. We'll try to make you guys proud at Worlds.
All right. Thank you very much, guys, and we're all looking forward to seeing you guys playing up on that world stage. One more time, your NALCS Summer Split champions, Cloud9! Impressive, impressive stuff. Thank you very much, guys. Hang on 1 second, because we're going to go over to Kobe and Freak at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. And that was one of the Cloud9iest games I think I've seen. And Cloud9iest now is an adjective. 9iest.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was one of those games where everything worked. They got a ton of great ganks. Meteos farmed, shockingly enough. You got a lot of minion kills. And it was those pretty short game where they pushed everything, they ganked heavily, and they kept finding kills.
Yep, and we also answered the age-old question, what happens if you ban out Cloud9's bottom lane? They still crush you. They've proved themselves to be the best team in North America pretty decisively, and I think that every fan from North America, no matter which team is your favorite team, they're happy that Cloud9 are going to Worlds to represent them.
Yeah, I've got to be, as a North American League of Legends player, as someone who wants to see North America get better than top 8 at Worlds for the first time since Season 1 and do better than that, seeing the 1, 2, and 3 team from the regular season, seeing the teams that have been doing so well all split along, seeing all 3 of those go, that's good. That's the teams who have been consistent, who have shown that they turn it on when the playoffs show up. And that's important, seeing the best teams go, seeing them put on a great show.
All right, so let's talk about the game for a little bit, though. Cloud9, let's just pull up one clip here. This is going to be a dragon fight clip, of course, because Cloud9. This is where TSM are going to try and make use of their teleport to stop Cloud9's incredible steamrolling process that they have a knack for getting started at the dragon. Odd One, he's dead set on going in and stealing this thing, but it doesn't turn out well for them. Let's start the clip off here, and we'll see the Cocoon does land on high. That's a great target to go on. Odd One gets Shen shielded. Stand United, they burst him through Stand United, so he can't even take the dragon. And the Nocturne ultimate goes off, Paranoia, which is one of the best champions versus TSM. That's why I've always said using that splits them up. You saw Reginald go in right to the center of the dragon pit. Everybody else runs away during the darkness. And then Reginald can't get out. That's another kill on top of the dragon. That was the start for Cloud9. They rolled it home from there.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. And as you mentioned, the Stand United not even coming through. So even after the Odd One died, it was then a 3v5. You know TSM can't go in after that. You can't go into a 3v5 at that point. It's not going to work well for you. And so there you saw it. Cloud9 putting on a good show. Their team fights, of course, always that strong. And they close it out. Now, it was cool, though, because there was that really awesome, like, we have to try TSM play. They rushed that Baron down. They got it. And they had a very close team fight. And I always loved seeing that. Even though it was a 3-0, that hold right there was a really awesome moment.
Well, TSM are definitely a team that will not give up. And they're going to Worlds as well. Fans have got to be happy about that. Congratulations to both of those teams. Hope they represent North America well.
I hope they will. And now, guys, we've got to take a quick breather. But when we return, we're going to break down the World Championship teams and name our 2013 North American Regionals Most Valuable Player. Guessing it'll probably be someone from Cloud9. But don't go anywhere. The North American LCS, live from PAX Prime. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NALCS Regionals live from PAX Prime. And what an amazing day we've had here at PAX. What an amazing performance by Cloud9. Let's take a look at one last look at the final playoff bracket. With their win, Cloud9 takes the Summer Split title and earns a bye into the quarterfinals of Worlds.
And thanks to their second and third place finishes, TSM and Vulcan will be joining Cloud9 at the World Championships, while Dignitas and CLG secured their spots in Season 4 with their fourth and fifth place finishes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to name our 2013 North American Regional Playoffs Most Valuable Player. And for helping his team walk away with the Summer Split title, the MVP goes to who else but Cloud9's godlike jungler, Meteos.
Yeah, as you see, Nocturne, and Elise, he pretty much didn't die in that series. He died once against TSM, and even when they thought they had him shut down, he would just slip away. 15 KDA in the playoffs in total. Mainly his ganks are efficient. They're on point and timely, and he just doesn't waste steps. Best jungler in North America.
All right, he's been named. All right, guys, now that we've wrapped up all the action here at PAX, we know the 6 teams that will be representing the LCS at Worlds. From North America, it's the top-seeded Cloud9, Team Solo Mid, and Vulcan. And from the EU LCS, it's Fnatic, Lemon Dogs, and Gambit Gaming.
And the Season 3 World Championship kicks off in Los Angeles, California on September 15th, with the final 2 teams battling for the Summoners Cup at the Staples Center on October 4th.
All right, chat, that does it for here at the desk. That does it for us here at the desk. Now let's send it over to Shox on the main stage one last time.
Thank you very much, Riv. Now I'd like to congratulate Cloud9 once again on their amazing performance here, and of course also TSM and Vulcan for making it to Worlds. And I'd like to thank you guys here at PAX for coming out, coming to watch our show, supporting us. You guys are amazing. And I'd also like to tell you to stick around because Cloud9 will be signing autographs right here on stage right after this, so stick around for that. I'd also like to thank everybody at home for tuning in, of course. So that will do it from all of us here at the live broadcast crew. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you at Worlds.
Chant to come out now. These guys are so amazingly happy.
I'm not going to claim I'm retired. I think it's just a little bit of finding myself right now.
Good game by GG University. There's too many members of Velocity on the Nexus, and they're into the LCS Summer Split. There it is, TSM in Game 5. It's going to be the Nexus, and it's going to be North America. Moving on.
Wild Turtle from the half-court line. Oh my God!
Triple kill for Nian, counter Logic Gaming in 60 minutes. The minions backdoor the base.
Reggie just got repelled on by a spider.
Diamond Spider, he goes against the spider, he gets help from QC.
Oh, the surprise ignite takes him out.
I feel like there's a lot of hype for us. Can we live up to it, or are we just gonna get smashed? I don't know.
Cloud9 gonna secure first place in the North American LCS Summer Split with 5 games to go.
Whoa, it's going deep! Man, Cloud the Q, he gets it! But